Chapter 629. The Qianyuan Realm. The original Yuan sect had already found a mountain as the foundation of the sect. When Qin Shujian arrived, he happened to see Zheng Fang in the martial arts hall, explaining martial arts to some disciples who had entered the main sect. Although there was a limit to the number of people who could enter the Qianyuan sacred ground, but as the Yuan sect founded by Qin Shujian himself, he could still open some backdoors. Of course, this backdoor could not be opened too much, otherwise it would cause dissatisfaction among others. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not invite all the disciples of the Yuan sect. Instead, he only allowed the disciples who were originally in the main sect to enter. Emperor Qin, seeing Qin Shujian arrive, Zheng Fang immediately stood up and greeted him. As for the other disciples, all of them bowed respectfully. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, "Do as you wish. Ben Huang is just here to take a look." After that, he turned around and left, taking a stroll in the mountain peak. As the first batch of cultivators to enter the Qianyuan realm, the location that Zheng Fang and the others had chosen was also good. The mountain peak here was majestic, and it was not inferior to the original Mount Liang. His divine consciousness spread out. Qin Shujian took a step forward and appeared on a flat ground. Although the mountain was high, but it was not steep everywhere. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list and released the courtyard hidden inside. After doing this, he opened the gate of the courtyard and stepped in. Well, it's still comfortable to live in my own courtyard. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Compared to the Qianyuan palace, he was more used to it. This was also why. The reason why Qin Shujian didn't stay there was because he had returned here. He sat down on the stone bench. He skillfully brewed a pot of spirit tea for himself. Suddenly, the fragrance spread. There were still many spirit flowers condensed by Mu Yang last time. And each time he brewed it, it did not consume much. Qin Shujian looked at his inventory. It could probably last for a few years. He tasted the spirit tea. He was also thinking about something. He had long planned to establish a sacred ground this time. However, the idea of banning all sects was a temporary one. The Holy Land has already been established, so there's no need for the sect's legacy. On the contrary, as time passes, the sect may come into conflict with the academy established by the Holy Land. Since that's the case, it's more appropriate to cancel the sect. It's just that there's not much time left for the human race. It'll take too long to use conciliatory means to slowly whittle down the human race. It'll be more direct to use such an iron-blooded method to suppress them. Qin Shujian reviewed everything that happened during the meeting. Iron-blood's methods were indeed fast. However, the drawbacks were also very obvious. Not to mention anything else. Just the sects where the fallen powerhouses belonged to already had many people who hated him. These people, who knew what kind of impact it would have on the Holy Land in the future. But this was inevitable, and no one could change it. Qin Shujian could not erase all these hidden dangers just because of a guess. The hardest thing to control was the human heart. The more he killed, the more he killed. There were more and more people who were dissatisfied with the Qianyuan sacred ground. Even if he was obedient on the surface, he was still a huge problem behind the scenes. So, Qin Shujian could only kill the toughest group of people and leave some of the hidden dangers behind. On the surface, he would integrate all the sects and forcefully implement these things. As for the rest, he couldn't care so much anymore. In a few hundred years, the demonic abyss will descend. Now that the cultivation method is fully implemented, this time will become even shorter. It might only be 100 years, or it might not even be 100 years. But now, we can't care about so many years. The demon abyss is a problem, and the other clans are a sharp blade hanging over my head. It won't take 100 years. Maybe in less than 10 years, a true immortal will be born. Once a true immortal is born, the current situation of the human race will be completely destroyed. When the time comes, a war will break out, and no one will be spared. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian also sighed. Although the human race was very stable now. However, It was only an illusory surface. The human race was very stable because of him and Emperor Zhao. If Emperor Zhao couldn't break through to the true immortal realm in the next few years, he would definitely die. Without Emperor Zhao, the deterrence of the human race would be reduced by at least half. And although his current strength was not weak, it was definitely not to the extent that the other clans would not dare to make a move. Even if he raised his strength to the 6th level of the celestial human realm in a few months, in terms of combat strength, he should be about the same as Emperor Zhao. But in front of a true immortal, it was still not enough. The 6th level of the celestial human realm is not enough to turn the situation around. If I want to break through to the 7th level of the celestial human realm, I will need more life source. In total, it will take at least 1.5 to 2 years. In the past, 2 years is very short. But looking at the current situation, 2 years is really hard to say what will happen in 2 years. Qin Shujian also felt a lot of pressure now. In the end, it was because the human race was too weak and had too few experts. Or else, after he broke through to the 6th level of the celestial human realm, he could join forces with Emperor Zhao and take the lead to fight the other clans. Before the other party gave birth to a true immortal, they could destroy all of them. But such an idea was really just a thought. The human race now. They did not have the right to take the lead at all. Other than the 2 human emperors, the human race's strength could not withstand any war at all. Once Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao were entangled by the experts, the remaining cultivators of the other clans would be enough to destroy the human race. Of course, when that time came, Qin Shujian also felt that he and Emperor Zhao did not have any scruples. The other clans would definitely not be able to withstand the anger of 2 top experts. But this way of doing things was to exchange clans. In the end, no one gained any benefits. On the contrary, because the cultivators of the other clans were all dead, they completely fell into a state of collapse. It's better not to do the exchange. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. If it really reached the extent of exchanging clans, the human race would almost be destroyed. He did not want to do so. The Demon Emperor and other experts did not want to do so either. So, after the human race had him and Emperor Zhao, although the other clans still had friction with the human race, there were no more large-scale attacks and racial wars. Everyone knew, if they could not deal with the emperor of a clan, even if they killed all the cultivators of that clan, it would be useless. Instead, it was a fearless emperor. For any clan, it was a nightmare. Qin Shujian sat quietly in the courtyard, drinking spirit tea as he pondered over some matters. Now, there are a total of 3 problems in front of the human race. One is the demon abyss, one is the other clans, and the last one is the players. The problem of the demon abyss can be put aside for later. The problem of the other clans is imminent. As for the problem of the players, it's not easy to deal with. Thinking of the players, he rubbed the bridge of his nose and felt a headache. Because Qin Shujian would never forget the reward given to him by the heavens and earth after he killed a player. In other words, to heaven and earth, the players were malignant tumors, invaders, and existences like demons. But from the current situation, the players don't seem to be a threat to the human race. Not to mention the players of the other continents, the players of the Eastern continent have been integrated here for many years, and their actions have become stable. Qin Shujian was expressionless, but he was thinking about many things in his mind. Compared to when he first came here, the players were now much more stable. At least, they would not cause trouble randomly. He also learned from the side. The cultivation level improved here was also helpful to the players in reality. It was also because of this. The players also cherished their wings and would not easily take risks. But since heaven and earth gave rewards for killing the players, then to a certain extent, the players are malignant tumors to heaven and earth. Perhaps the problem is still not something that I can understand now. When it came to the level of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian found that he was still far behind. This might be the collision of 2 worlds. But there might also be other reasons. For him, he could not come into contact with this level of things yet. However, Qin Shujian was clear about one thing. Since heaven and earth thought that the players were malignant tumors and invaders, then it meant that what the players did would definitely have an impact on heaven and earth. It was just this impact. He had not had time to discover it. Or rather, the real impact had yet to come. Qin Shujian's fingers tapped gently on the stone table, and his mind turned again. The main question is, what is the meaning of the player's existence? If it is the collision of two worlds, then the role of the players is the pioneer of that world. But that's not right. If that's the case, the players should have been killing everywhere. How can there be no killing in the invasion? Moreover, players from the eastern continent have arrived, and players from the other 3 continents have also arrived. In that case, including the eastern continent, players from 4 worlds have come here. From the situation of the players, these 4 worlds should not be connected. At least the players from the eastern continent have no connection with the players from the other continents. If that's the case, then what is the relationship between the 4 worlds of players? Qin Shujian thought of a lot of things at once. He instinctively felt that, although the players did not seem to be of much use now, there was no guarantee that they would give him a vicious stab at any time. This was also the reason why Qin Shujian would give an order that all the god-level techniques were not to be taught privately. He did not want the players to get the god-level techniques. To be precise, he did not want the players to be able to break through to the celestial level. Because the players grew too quickly, and this race would not be limited by any talent. If a player could become a celestial, it meant that more players would become celestials. Compared to that, the human race really did not have any advantage. No matter what, there won't be a problem in suppressing the growth of the players. As long as the players don't wantonly become celestials, then any unexpected situation will still be under control. However, if they control the techniques for a long time, it might cause some players to be dissatisfied and cause unrest among the human race. In that case, the god-level techniques still have to be given out. At least these players have to see a way forward. But how to give it out is up to me. Qin Shujian's lips curled up into a cold smile. He was now the lord of the Holy Land, the emperor of the human race. The techniques of the world were all under control. Unless Qin Shujian allowed it, the players could only get the techniques. Otherwise, with the current situation of the players, they could not get the god-level techniques from the eastern continent. As for whether these players could get the techniques from other places, Qin Shujian was not too worried. To any race, the players were actually aliens. Not to mention anything else. Just looking at the situation of the players in the other 3 continents, it was obvious. At least here in the eastern continent, the players were similar to the human race, and they were not discriminated against. But in the other continents, the players were even more miserable. Techniques and martial arts, they were all monopolized by those races. If the players, as aliens, wanted to get these, they had to go through the form of missions and adventures. But the world of the players in the eastern continent doesn't seem to have any cultivators. But there should be powerhouses in the world of the players in the other 3 continents. The techniques of that world should also be brought into this world to cultivate. Otherwise, under such circumstances, how can the players in the other 3 continents grow as fast as the players in the eastern continent? Qin Shujian thought to himself. In the world of the players, although he did not come into contact with it personally, he could understand a lot of things indirectly. In the end, no one allowed the players to not reveal their information. Even if the players did not take the initiative to talk to the locals, they did not necessarily have to ask directly to get information. Sometimes, it was just hearsay. It was enough to deduce a lot of things. Then, Qin Shujian released the Godslayer from his sea of consciousness. Looking at the stone knife in front of him, he said, "Senior can sense the existence of the demon abyss. Can you also sense the world where the aliens are?" This question. Qin Shujian just thought of it. The Godslayer said, "No, I can sense the existence of the demon abyss because the demon abyss was once connected to heaven and earth, and I have also killed a lot of evil spirits, so I can sense it. For the aliens, I can't do anything." "I see." Qin Shujian nodded slightly, and then said, "In the outer void, are there other worlds?" "I don't know." The Godslayer replied straightforwardly. This question was beyond the scope of the question. Although he was an ancestral armament, he had never truly entered the outer space before. Thus, he didn't know too much. But looking at the expression on Qin Shujian's face, the Godslayer thought for a moment, and said, "There shouldn't be other worlds, because I once heard the human emperor say that the outer void is very big, but there are only two worlds. One is the demon abyss, and the other is the world we are in. Apart from that, there are no other worlds. As for whether it's true or not, this is the human emperor's own speculation, and I don't know. Don't ask me this question. If you really want to be sure, you might as well go to the outer void and explore it yourself in the future." The Godslayer said the last words quickly, as if not giving Qin Shujian a chance to interrupt. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face was slightly solemn. Originally, he thought, the outer void was vast and boundless, and there should be other worlds. But now, according to the Godslayer, it seemed that there were no other worlds. Then what about the extraterritorial demons and beasts that Senior mentioned? Don't they have their own worlds? I don't think so. Those things were born from the void, and the void is their world. The Godslayer thought for a moment, and then said. Qin Shujian sighed, "Well, thank you for your explanation." There was something the Godslayer didn't know, and there was no need to ask. Originally, according to Qin Shujian's idea, the world of the players might exist in the outer void, but now it seemed that it really wasn't in the outer void, or it existed in a place far away from the outer void. The outer void. Heaven and earth. Forget it, let's not think about it. Qin Shujian shook his head and decided not to think about it. After leaving the courtyard, Qin Shujian went to another place and released the library and other things. At the same time, the news of the establishment of the Chenyuan sacred ground had spread throughout the East continent. The world's sects no longer existed. The sacred ground was the only one. Not only that, all the cultivation methods in the world had to be handed over to the sacred ground, and finally, the sacred ground would be in charge of them. Regarding this news, some people were happy to see it happen, while others were resentful. They were happy to see it happen. Naturally, it was those rogue cultivators and some cultivators from small sects. For them, they didn't have any cultivation methods themselves, so it was fine to contribute them. Moreover, the sacred ground controlled the cultivation methods in order to preach to the world. In the future, it would be easier for them to obtain powerful cultivation methods. Why wouldn't he do such a thing? As for the dissatisfied cultivators, they were the strong cultivators from the large sects. The cultivation methods of the sects were the inheritance of their ancestors, and they were also their foundation and lifeline. Now that they had to take them all out and hand them over to the sacred ground, they might have to use them for cultivation in the future. They felt like there was a fishbone in their throat, and they felt uncomfortable all over. However, so what if they were unwilling? The emperor had personally given the order, and no one dared to disobey. Because those who disobeyed were all dead. The words of the Chenyuan sacred ground were orders that couldn't be disobeyed, unless you wanted to die. Some sects wanted to keep their cultivation methods for themselves. He only contributed a portion of his cultivation techniques and kept some precious cultivation techniques for himself. At this time, the role of the Sky Patrol came into play. They were all Sky Patrol. The commanders of the Sky Patrol who came from sects were fine. They turned a blind eye to these things. But the Sky Patrol who came from independent cultivators, that was different. If they wanted to keep their cultivation methods for themselves, they would be punished as traitors. In just a few days, the cultivation world of the Eastern continent was once again filled with blood and heads rolling. Independent cultivators hated the cultivators of the sects. Now that they had the opportunity, they wouldn't hold back at all. When the strong cultivators of the other sects saw this, they didn't dare to say anything. Because behind these Sky Patrol stood the Emperor. TSK, the Sky Patrol is really ruthless. In the past half a month, I heard that they have killed tens of thousands of cultivators. Some sects were even uprooted. They didn't show any mercy. That's right. It seems that the Chenyuan sacred ground is serious this time. I heard that many of the top sects have been killed, let alone the other sects. In the tea house, many cultivators were talking about it. During this time, everyone's topic was related to the Chenyuan sacred ground and the Sky Patrol. The former suppressed the cultivation world. The latter was a bloody executioner. A young cultivator said angrily, "The Qin Emperor is so tyrannical. He doesn't care about the lives of the human race at all. How can he be the emperor?" As soon as he finished speaking, the noisy scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at him strangely, as if they had seen a rare treasure. In front of a large crowd, he dared to insult the Qin Emperor. He was a genius. The young man was being stared at by everyone, and his heart was beating fast. However, he forced himself to be calm on the surface and said loudly, "Can't we discuss the Qin Emperor? A few years ago, he was just a bandit in the Liangshan village. Now that he has become the emperor, can he not treat us as humans? He is the emperor of the human race. If we don't recognize him as the emperor, then he is not the emperor." His voice was a little loud, purely to cover up his panic. The young cultivator also knew that he had said something bad just now, but he was young and impetuous. At this time, it was impossible for him to bow his head and admit his mistake. He could only continue to fight to save face. The others in the tea house heard this. They all had different expressions. At this time, a person walked downstairs. Steady footsteps sounded in the tea house. It was obviously an ordinary footstep, but to others, it sounded as if their hearts were being pressed by something. Not long after, a corner of green clothes appeared in everyone's sight. Green clothes. The Sky Patrol Divine General. For some reason, many people thought of the Sky Sentinel Divine Generals, because green clothes were the uniform of the Sky Patrol Divine General. In the past few days, the Sky Patrol Divine General had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even the young cultivator who had been talking loudly just now seemed to be stuck and couldn't say a word. Soon, the person appeared in the sight of others. Dressed in green clothes, he was just a middle-aged man with an ordinary face. Those people were slightly relieved. However, when their eyes fell on the other party's waist, their pupils shrank again. There was a token pinned there. A token that belonged to the Chenyuan sacred ground. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the second floor was frighteningly solemn. No one dared to breathe loudly. The middle-aged man in green clothes went upstairs, then slowly walked in front of the young cultivator, and then sat down in the empty seat in front of him. "I heard that someone was dissatisfied with the Qin Emperor. Was it you?" The young cultivator's face was pale. He was just about to open his mouth to defend himself. Bang! His head suddenly exploded, and red and white things splashed on the ground. The headless corpse sat still in his seat, as if he hadn't realized that he was dead. This scene. It made everyone's faces pale, and their legs and stomachs were trembling. Murder. For cultivators, killing people was nothing strange. It was even more impossible to step into the cultivation world without being stained with blood. However, killing people without a word, and dying in such an inexplicable way, would make people feel terrified. Killing the young cultivator in front of him. For Yang Xiu, it was no different from crushing a person to death. The other party was just a real martial realm cultivator. And he had reached the 9th level of the spiritual martial realm. After killing the other party, Yang Xiu stood up from his seat, looked at the others in the tea house, and said slowly, "Anyone who is disrespectful to the Qin Emperor is a traitor. The Sky Patrol Divine Guards will kill them without mercy. I hope you all take care of yourselves." After that, he turned and went downstairs. It was as if he came here just to kill a person. But in fact, his purpose was that simple. The young master of the Zhong family is still too young. He dares to say anything. The Zhong family is finished. Alas, the Sky Patrol Divine Guards are really ruthless. Some people shook their heads and sighed. However, more people closed their mouths and didn't dare to discuss these things anymore. Who knew if the Sky Patrol Divine Guards around would hear them? After all, the weakest among the Sky Patrol Divine Guards were at the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm and had cultivated to the spirit god realm. Even if they weren't here, they could sense the movements around them. If they talked about the Sky Patrol Divine Guards wantonly, they would just be courting death. As for the Zhong family that the cultivator mentioned, it was a cultivation family with a strong cultivator in the spiritual martial realm. However, in front of the Chenyuan sacred ground, they were just ants that could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. If the Sky Patrol Divine Guards used this as an excuse to make trouble for the Zhong family, the Zhong family would definitely be destroyed. A rogue cultivator sneered and said, "In my opinion, it's best for the Sky Patrol Divine Guards to destroy the Zhong family." Over the years, the Zhong family has relied on their strength to bully people. We rogue cultivators have also been forced into a difficult situation. Now that the Qin Emperor has established the Chenyuan sacred ground and the Sky Patrol Divine Guards are monitoring the world, it's a good opportunity to eradicate all these malignant tumors. In my opinion, the Qin Emperor is still a little merciful and didn't kill all the cultivators of those sects and families. For so many years, they have controlled the cultivation methods and resources. Have they ever thought about the difficulties of us rogue cultivators? If it wasn't for this, why would we need to fight so hard for an extremely ordinary cultivation technique? Brother Chen, be careful with your words. Why should I be careful? Do they dare to come and kill me? Now the world has changed. The sects and families no longer exist. Only the Chenyuan sacred ground is left. Do they dare to come and kill me? Brother Chen drank a glass of wine and then shouted loudly. The Qin Emperor has decreed that the cultivators in the world are not allowed to kill at will. Now in the cultivation world, only the Sky Patrol Divine Guards are qualified to kill. No one is qualified to kill. So what if I scold them today? If they have the guts, they can come and kill me. It's worth it if I can exchange my life for the fall of a sect and family. In the past, he didn't dare to be so arrogant. But now, this cultivator was not afraid at all. Killing. In terms of ruthlessness, no one in the world could compare to the Qin Emperor. In his opinion, although the Qin Emperor was ruthless, what he did was very satisfying. Although those sects and families used to be powerful, now in front of the Chenyuan sacred ground, they had to be humble. Someone reminded him, "Brother, don't forget that the Sky Patrol Divine Guards also have people from sects and families. Don't get into trouble." Hey. Brother Chen glanced at the other party and sneered contemptuously. However, he didn't talk much about this matter. He could freely criticize the sects and families, but he couldn't slander the Sky Patrol Divine Guards. Otherwise, no one would say anything even if he was killed. Nowadays, the Sky Patrol Divine Guards could be said to be polarized. The Sky Patrol Divine Guards, composed of rogue cultivators, were the most ruthless to these sects and families. As for the Sky Patrol Divine Guards from sects and families, they were a little different. However, as long as they didn't violate the Qin Emperor's decree and openly oppose the Chenyuan sacred ground, even the Sky Patrol Divine Guards were not qualified to kill people arbitrarily. This was because many cultivators had died during this period. It wasn't just the sects and families that were killed. There were also the Sky Patrol Divine Guards who killed people indiscriminately. It could be said that the current method of the Chenyuan sacred ground was the simplest and most violent. From beginning to end, only a few orders were carried out. Those who disobeyed the sacred ground's decree, kill. Those who slandered the emperor of the sacred ground, kill. Those who disobeyed the law and killed people wantonly, kill. From beginning to end. No matter who you were, if you violated the above 3 rules, you would all be killed. It could be said that, because of the Chenyuan sacred ground and the Sky Patrol Divine Guards, everyone was talking about it. The tea house now was just a condensed shadow. The Sky Patrol Divine Guards purged the world. When all the voices of injustice were suppressed, Li Tianlan's voice was heard. The Chenyuan Academy also began to blossom everywhere. According to Qin Shujian's orders, there was a minimum number of academies in each area, but there was no upper limit. In other words, as long as one had the ability, they could open as many academies as they wanted. However, it was just to satisfy the most basic requirements. They had already exhausted all their manpower and material resources. If they wanted to open more academies, they could only dream about it. After all, in addition to the dean, an academy also needed a large number of teachers. 1 or 2 academies were fine. Now that all the academies in the Eastern continent had opened, there were at least tens of thousands of them. So, 100 teachers in an academy were allocated. This would already require 1,000,000 cultivators. Moreover, as an academy, teachers couldn't be appointed casually. They needed to be assessed. Only those with strength and experience were qualified to be teachers. During this month, the Eastern continent was shaken. Even the imperial court suffered a lot of repercussions. After all, the cultivation world had a close relationship with the imperial court. Many sects and forces even had the imperial court behind them. But the Sky Patrol Divine Guards killed people. It didn't matter who was standing behind them. Anyway, if they disobeyed the orders, they would be killed. For a time, many officials wanted to impeach Qin Shujian, but on second thought, they realized that there was no reason to impeach him at all. First of all, Qin Shujian was not a member of the imperial court. Second of all, he was the human emperor. His status was the same as Emperor Zhao. If they really wanted to impeach a human emperor, they might even be charged with slandering a human emperor. This was not something that could happen. Just because of this, the imperial court had already executed many officials. This time, the others finally understood as well. The reform of the Chenyuan sacred ground wasn't just Qin Shujian's idea alone. Emperor Zhao was also involved. Strictly speaking, this was the joint decision of the two human emperors for the human race. In the Chenyuan hall, Qin Shujian sat in the main seat. Below him sat several elders of the sacred ground. "How are things going now?" He looked at the people below. Qin Shujian said lightly. Now that the sacred ground had just been established, there were many things that he needed to deal with personally. Now was not the time to let go. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xinglan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Chenyuan colleges have been established in all regions of the Eastern continent. The deans and teachers are all in place. However, the problem is that the colleges have not been officially opened because the cultivation methods, martial arts, and various resources are not in place." "How many colleges are there in total?" 13,576 academies, Fang Xinglan replied without hesitation. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. More than 13,500 colleges, which was similar to what he had expected. But at the same time, with so many colleges, the resources needed to be consumed could be said to be massive. After all, the colleges had just been established. All the resources naturally needed to be allocated from the sacred ground. Only when the students of the colleges grew in the future could they feed back to the colleges and finally return to the sacred ground. But before that, what the sacred ground needed to invest in was a massive amount of resources for the development of these colleges. Qin Shujian said, "More than 13,000 colleges require a lot of resources. Now, have all the resources been handed in?" "Your Majesty, all the resources of the various sects are in place and have been stored in the treasury." "What about the cultivation methods and martial arts?" "The same." Qin Yuanbai cupped his hands and said, "In just a short month, everything had been put in place." Needless to say, Qin Shujian also knew that there would definitely be heads rolling in this place. But these things, he didn't care. At this time, those who dared to cause trouble for him were no different from betraying the human clan. So what if they were killed? To put it bluntly, the human clan had no shortage of people. If this batch of people was disobedient, then they would all be killed, leaving only those who recognized the Chenyuan sacred ground and him as the Qin emperor. At that time, after a few years of nurturing, they would be able to start to take shape. In a few more decades, it was almost time for them to return to normal. After all, there was not much strength to speak of in the cultivation world. There were more than 2,000 divine martial artists and 6 heavenly beings. To be honest, if this kind of strength were to spread, it would be mocked by the alien races. All the colleges are conducted according to an assessment system. The graduating students of the Ordinary Realm College can enter the True Realm College, the graduating students of the True Realm College can enter the Spiritual Realm College, and so on. Ben Huang believes that resources should be given priority to the Ordinary Realm College. Although the strength of the martial initiation realm cultivators is low, they are still one of the foundations of the human clan. All cultivators and experts start at this realm step by step. As for the resources of the colleges in other regions, they can be put aside for later, but they can't be too far behind. Qin Shujian looked at the few of them and said, if the resources handed over by the sects are not enough, then they can be collected from the aristocratic families. After all, as part of the human clan, it is natural for them to contribute at critical moments. I think no one will refuse. Furthermore, the disciples cultivated by the colleges will fight for the human clan in the future. The investment now will also be the return in the future. To put it simply, the resources handed over now were the money to buy lives in the future. If the human clan could not cultivate enough experts, then when the alien races attacked, the aristocratic families would only have a dead end. Qin Yuanbai nodded and said, rest assured, Qin Emperor. I know what to do. At this point, his eyes were a little cold. In any case, the Nine Palaces sect had handed over all the resources, and all the sects in the world were no exception. They had not done anything to the aristocratic families. But now it seemed, the Qin Emperor was about to make a move on the aristocratic families. Such an outcome, this was what Qin Yuanbai was happy to see. There was no reason for the aristocratic families to ignore the contributions of the sects. Now, just the matter of collecting resources was enough to make them suffer. As for not giving, Qin Yuanbai sneered in his heart. It was okay if they didn't give. He liked people who disobeyed orders the most. When the time came, the resources would still belong to the sacred ground. Suddenly, Qin Yuanbai liked the current him a little. In the past, he was the sect master of the Nine Palaces sect, but he still had to consider the overall situation. Even if someone disobeyed the orders of the Nine Palaces sect, he could not act recklessly. How could it be like now? Those who disobeyed, just kill them. This method was simple and crude, but it was also extremely carefree, which made Qin Yuanbai a little addicted to it. After all the elders left, Qin Shujian also walked out of the Chenyuan Hall and headed towards the treasury. Inside the many side halls, the treasury was in one of the side halls. Chapter 630. In the treasure vault of the side hall. No one was guarding it. Because Qin Shujian had already set up an array formation in this treasure vault. Without his handwritten instructions, no one else could enter this place. A peak second realm array master, coupled with Qin Shujian's strength, even if a mighty figure was in front of him, it would not be easy to break the array formation. Not to mention, now in the Chen Yuan realm, excluding him, only Qin Yuanbai and the rest were weak. He took a step forward. The array formation was activated. Qin Shujian easily pushed open the door of the side hall. He entered the side hall. There was not much space, only shelves were placed one after another. What was on the shelf wasn't anything special either. Instead, there were storage rings. There were many sects in the world, and all the resources were piled up together, which took up too much space. Therefore, these resources would be stored in storage rings. But even so, the number of storage rings in front of him was not small at all. After Qin Shujian scanned with his divine consciousness, he was also a little surprised. More than 200,000 storage rings, it seems that these sects are quite rich. Qin Shujian shook his head and sighed. But he also understood. The more than 200,000 storage rings in front of him included cultivation methods and martial arts. But even if he abandoned cultivation methods and martial arts, there were no less than 200,000 storage rings filled with resources. The entire main hall. It was divided into two parts. 2/3 of the area was for storage rings of resources. 1/3 of the area was for storage rings of cultivation methods and martial arts. The purpose of Qin Shujian's visit this time. It was for cultivation methods and martial arts. The establishment of the Sacred Land. The establishment of the Sacred Land Academy. All aspects had been prepared, except for the cultivation methods and martial arts. In Qin Shujian's opinion, although there were many cultivation methods in the world, some were strong and some were weak, and each cultivation method was suitable for different people. As a result, It would greatly increase the difficulty of teaching in the academy. It would also greatly hinder the goal of preaching to the world. Therefore, what Qin Shujian wanted to do now was to collect all the cultivation methods in the world and deduce cultivation methods that were suitable for the human race to cultivate and could be passed down. This was the main reason why he collected all the martial arts in the world. The others thought Qin Shujian's purpose of collecting cultivation methods and martial arts was to monopolize them. In fact, his real purpose was to deduce martial arts. There is still a long way to go. Looking at the tens of thousands of storage rings, Qin Shujian suddenly sighed with emotion. There were so many storage rings. Even if there were only 10,000 books in each storage ring, there would still be millions of books. If he had to rely on one person to flip through and integrate them, it was extraordinarily difficult. Fortunately, now that Qin Shujian was strong enough, he had the confidence to do such a thing. His divine will left his body. One after another, Qin Shujian appeared out of nowhere. This was the incarnation of the spirit god. It was the standard method of the god martial arts realm. However, ordinary divine martial realm cultivators could only use their spiritual deity to create one or two incarnations. But now, Qin Shujian. Yet, he was able to create over 100 clones at once. Time to work. Qin Shujian felt a little strange when he saw so many copies of himself. However, he quickly suppressed this strange feeling and said, "Let's go." Yes. Many incarnations nodded. Then, they picked up one storage ring after another and took out the martial arts in it to read. The incarnation of the spirit god. It could also have the function of the system. Every time it read a martial arts cultivation method, it would turn into a stream of light and disappear. In order to avoid being noticed by others, Qin Shujian also deliberately put the Godslayer in his yard and did not bring this little friend with him. A month had passed. More than half of the tens of thousands of storage rings had been emptied. The rest of them were not emptied. It was not because he didn't have time to learn them, but because those cultivation methods and martial arts were repeated and conflicting, so the second reading was no longer effective. Qin Shujian put down the martial arts in his hand. Then, he took back all the incarnations. Powerful memories exploded in his mind. Fortunately, his spirit god was strong enough. Because of these exploding memories, his spirit god was not affected. He stood there for an unknown period of time. Qin Shujian moved his body and felt the memories in his mind. Then, he looked at the dense cultivation methods and martial arts on the attribute panel. There was no end to them at all. A bitter smile appeared on his face. There are so many cultivation methods and martial arts this time. Fortunately, this attribute panel doesn't need to drag anything. I can see where I want to see. Otherwise, if I want to find the cultivation method I want in the future, just the time spent on searching would be enough to give me a headache. He shook his head. Qin Shujian opened the main hall and walked out again. At this time, in the Qian Yuan Hall, several elders were already sitting there. It was unknown what they were discussing. Seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, they all stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Emperor Qin." What are you discussing?" After sitting down on the main seat, Qin Shujian said calmly. He had consumed a lot of energy during this period. In addition, the Qian Yuan Hall itself had the effect of blocking perception, so he didn't hear much. Qin Yuanbai cupped his hands and said, "Emperor Qin, during this period of time, the remnants of the sects formed an alliance and kept attacking the various academies, causing a lot of impact. We are now discussing countermeasures." Tell me." Qin Shujian was expressionless. Seeing this, their hearts skipped a beat, but they still told him the truth. After all, these things. They couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. After a while, Qin Shujian finally understood the whole story. The so-called remnants of the sects. They were the sects that didn't obey the orders of the Holy Land and were finally wiped out by the Sky Patrol. Because the Sky Patrol didn't kill them all, they spared some people who didn't participate. As a result, these people held a grudge and formed the Qin Destruction Alliance. There were no experts in this alliance. But there were also a large number of spirit martial realm cultivators. The people who destroyed the Qin Destruction Alliance never attacked the academies with spirit martial realm cultivators. They only attacked the academies with weaker strength. Although there were many Sky Patrol. But there were also a lot of academies. Coupled with the fact that the whereabouts of the people who destroyed the Qin Destruction Alliance were uncertain, it was difficult to grasp the specific trajectory. As a result, the other party attacked many academies and caused a lot of casualties. That's right. Casualties. The impact that Qin Yuanbai said was actually very tactful. After understanding the whole story, Qin Shujian's face was expressionless as he said coldly, that is to say, a bunch of spirit martial realm rebels were able to lead you guys astray, causing my Chen Yuan Academy to suffer a great loss. Originally, I thought that since you guys were able to reach the celestial realm, you guys wouldn't be lacking in any aspect. It was also because of this that Ben Huang gave you the positions of Holy Land Elders and Supervisor Angels. But now it seems that Ben Huang is very disappointed. His voice was very calm. But in the ears of Qin Yuanbai and the others, they felt cold all over. A great fear surged into their hearts, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Emperor Qin, please calm down. Ben Huang needs an explanation. Qin Shujian looked at them with cold eyes. Several people looked at each other. Finally, Fang Xinglan stood up and said, Emperor Qin, it's not that we didn't do a good job. We really needed the aristocratic families to secretly protect those remnants, causing us to suffer a lot of obstacles. If those aristocratic families didn't participate, those sect remnants would have been eradicated long ago. He took all the blame. He threw all the blame to those aristocratic families. Qin Shujian said, why didn't you kill them? The aristocratic families do things secretly. Although we know that they are secretly protecting them, we don't have any actual evidence. If we kill them indiscriminately, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Fang Xinglan braced himself and said. Although the Sky Patrol had killed so many people during this period of time, it was reasonable to kill them. If all the aristocratic families were killed indiscriminately, then the Chenyuan sacred ground would really be tyrannical. Of course. Fang Xinglan didn't dare to say more. Although he had a good relationship with Qin Shujian, that was in the past. The other party was now the Emperor Qin. He was just a small celestial being and an elder of the Holy Land. It was good enough that he could speak in front of him. As for other things, Fang Xinglan still didn't want to touch this bad luck. Qin Shujian sneered and said, you seem to have forgotten that Ben Huang's words are an edict, and the Chenyuan sacred ground is the evidence. Anyone who disobeys the orders of the sacred ground and Ben Huang's edict is a traitor to the human race. Ben Huang doesn't need to tell you how to deal with traitors. Yes. Fang Xinglan and the others looked at each other and finally bowed their heads and said. Qin Shujian looked at the few people below him and said in a cold voice, pass down my order. Do everything you can to apprehend the traitors. If you catch any traitor, take his soul and search his soul. Find out who is harboring the traitors and the barbarians. If you don't want to be implicated, then obediently hand over the traitors to the Sky Patrol. In addition, if you refuse to cooperate with the Sky Patrol, you will be exterminated. If anyone dares to disagree, kill them. Yes, Emperor Qin, Fang Xinglan and the others said in unison. When they raised their heads, at some point, Qin Shujian had already left. In Chenyuan Hall, everyone's expression was different. Qin Yuanbai looked at them and said with a sneer, I have said long ago that the Qin Emperor is decisive and must be focused on killing. You can't do it because you are afraid of being cursed. Now, you still have to do it. If you can solve this matter early, you won't be blamed by the Qin Emperor. Brother Qin, have you ever thought that if you do this, there will be a river of blood? A beautiful woman in a palace dress looked at Qin Yuanbai and said in a deep voice. Qin Yuanbai glanced at her and said indifferently, Elder Shen is still too indecisive. So what if blood flowed like a river? How can any reform be without blood? Could it be that we didn't kill enough people when the Holy Land was established? Since we have already done it, why pretend to be merciful? It's just a joke. Brother Qin, do you know that if you do this, there will be more deaths than before? Shen Huaye's beautiful eyes flashed with anger as she questioned. This order was given by the Qin Emperor. If you don't respect the Qin Emperor, it is tantamount to betraying the clan. Elder Shen, I only hope that when the Qin Emperor blames you, you can still be so noble. Qin Yuanbai smiled disdainfully and immediately left. In his opinion, Shen Yue was a bitch, but she still wanted to maintain her chastity. She could become a celestial. Who didn't have a few lives on their hands? Killing one was killing. Killing 10 was killing. Killing 10,000 was also killing. Since it was all killing, what was the difference? However, Qin Yuanbai also hoped that the other party would continue to be so noble. When the time comes, he would complain about her in front of Qin Shujian. Maybe the sacred ground would have one less elder and the power in his hands would be greater. Qianyuan sacred ground. It was not the sect of the past. This was the supreme sacred ground that ruled the cultivation world. The power in the hands of each elder was not comparable to that of the past. Even the sect masters of the top sects could not compare with the current elders of the sacred ground. Not to mention the elders, even the deacons of the sacred ground were not much weaker than the sect masters of the top sects. It could be said that, at Qin Yuanbai's position, every additional bit of authority was equivalent to a gargantuan benefit. So, in his opinion, 6 elders were still too many. If it was possible, it would be best if there were a few fewer. In this way, he could have more benefits. After Qin Yuanbai left, Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng also slightly cupped their hands and then left. Ji Yuanliang also left behind. Soon, there were only 2 people left in Chenyuan Hall. One was Shen Yue, and the other was Kui Huai. Looking at the angry Shen Yue, Kui Huai shook his head slightly and said softly, Elder Shen, times have changed. Now the Chenyuan sacred ground is the only one in the world. Anyone who is an enemy of the sacred ground will not have a good end. Although you and I are diviners, in the eyes of some strong people, we are just ants. If we don't go with the flow, we will definitely be smashed to pieces. Even if you think about yourself, you should also think about the inheritance of your lineage. Unlike others, Kui Huai and Shen Yue had some friendship. In the past, the 2 sects had a lot of transactions and cooperation. They were both diviners. Kui Huai also had some thoughts in his heart. Hearing Shen Yue's words, Shen Yue's beautiful face alternated between green and white, and no one knew what she was thinking. Kui Huai said, moreover, the Qin Emperor's order this time may not necessarily lead to many casualties. As long as those aristocratic families are sensible, there will be no problem. But if they are not sensible, then their deaths will be the will of heaven. The human clan is now surrounded by enemies. If we want to protect the East Continent, we must make changes. That's all I have to say. I will take my leave first. After that, Kui Huai slightly cupped his hands and left. He couldn't persuade too much. Those who really understood would naturally understand. But if they didn't, it would be a waste to say more. And she could become a diviner. Kui Huai's emotional control was more rational. He also had a lineage behind him. If he angered Qin Shujian for Shen Yue, he would just be courting death. Following Qin Shujian's order, the heavenly patrol guards also began to move. In a courtyard, 20 Sky Patrol guards, 3 Sky Patrol divine generals, and 1 Sky Patrol commander gathered together. In front of them, there was a person covered in blood lying there like a pool of mud. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would be no different from a dead person. Pull out his spiritual deity and search his soul. Zhu Yang looked at the others with a cold expression and said faintly. Suddenly, Yang Xiu, who was standing on the side, took a step forward and directly pinched the other party with a vital essence hand. Then, the other party's physical body, which was on the verge of destruction, suddenly exploded. The moment the other party's physical body exploded, his spiritual deity came out of his body, and a mysterious wave spread out. Immediately afterward, the spiritual deity, who was about to be destroyed because of the explosion of his physical body, was directly imprisoned in place. The cultivator's eyes were confused for a moment, but he soon sobered up. His face was full of anger and horror. Zhu Yang, you are willing to be the dogs of the Chenyuan sacred ground and kill your fellow cultivators. Even if I die, I will never let you go. You are about to die. Why talk so much? Zhu Yang sneered, then came in front of the other party's spiritual deity and directly covered the top of his head with his palm. Let me see which family dares to protect you. Don't even think about it. The cultivator was terrified and was about to explode his spiritual deity. However, Zhu Yang was a great cultivator in the god martial realm. How could a cultivator in the spirit god realm be qualified to explode his spiritual deity in front of him? Boundless mighty power descended upon them. The cultivator was directly imprisoned. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhu Yang put down his palm. At this time, the cultivator's spiritual deity had become illusory. Although it was illusory to begin with. Now, it was even more illusory, as if it would shatter at any time. Zhu Yang glanced at the other party disdainfully and said to a divine general, "Put away his spiritual deity. Don't lose it." After this matter, if the supervisor angel and Emperor Qin want to verify the authenticity of the matter, they will need to use him. Okay. A divine general of the Divine General Patrol took out a jade bottle and directly put away the cultivator's spiritual deity. This was a spirit qi bottle that contained a spiritual deity. It was also forged by the Chenyuan sacred ground for use at this time. All the sects in the world belonged to the Chenyuan sacred ground. Similarly, all the forgers in the world belonged to the Chenyuan sacred ground. Other forgers were fine, but forgers above the master level were qualified to stay in the sacred ground to cultivate. And these treasures that contained spiritual deities, they were forged by those forgers. Yang Xiu looked at the commander of the divine guards and said in a deep voice, "Do you know who is protecting the survivors this time?" The Zhao family of the Beichuan Grand Region. Zhu Yang spat out a few words. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. The Zhao family of the Beichuan Grand Region, it was a famous family in the cultivation world. Although in terms of strength, it was not as good as those big sects in the big regions, there were still 2 cultivators in the god martial realm in the family. There were also many strong cultivators left. A divine guard said in a deep voice, "The Zhao family is not weak. If we act rashly, I'm afraid we won't get any benefits." They were not weak either. Zhu Yang was a strong cultivator in the god martial realm. He also had 3 divine generals in the 7th level of the spirit martial realm and 20 divine guards in the airborne realm. But against a big family like the Zhao family, they were still not strong enough. Yang Xiu sneered and said, "What are you afraid of? Since the establishment of the divine guards, we have never been afraid of anyone. It's true that the Zhao family has 2 cultivators in the god martial realm, but they are only in the early stage of the god martial realm. Commander Zhu is a great cultivator in the middle stage of the god martial realm. He has no problem dealing with those 2. Do you think the remaining cultivators of the Zhao family can stop our divine guards?" Hearing this, the others did not refute. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zhu Yang. No matter how much they discussed, the one who really made the decision was still Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang pondered for a while and said to one of the divine guards, "Send a message to the divine guards in the northern spirit region. The rest of you, follow me to the Zhao family to kill the rebels." Yes. Yang Xiu and the others were excited. Destroy the family. This was the most exciting thing for them. Because to destroy any family, they only needed to pay a part of the resources, and the rest would be divided equally among the participants. This was a rule that everyone tacitly agreed upon. After all, benefits were the only thing that could truly unite everyone. For such a practice, even the supervisor angels above all turned a blind eye to it. As long as they did not take much, then there would be no problem. But if it exceeded 20%, the supervisor would intervene. It was precisely because they knew this rule. That was why Yang Xiu and the others were so excited. For a large family, 20% of the benefits was enough for each of them to earn a lot. Thinking of this, a divine general of the divine guards in the northern spirit region said, "Commander, if the divine guards in the northern spirit region are involved, each of us will get a lot less resources. Why don't we take care of it ourselves?" One more mouth meant that they and the others would get less. Not everyone was willing to share their benefits with others. Zhu Yang glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "Don't underestimate the Zhao family. You spend money to buy peace. If we fail miserably, the Qin Emperor or the supervisor will blame us. You and I won't be able to escape." Compared to the supervisor's blame, he was more afraid of the Qin Emperor's blame. Everyone in the human clan knew that the Qin Emperor of the Qianyuan sacred ground was an iron-blooded figure. Ever since the Qin Emperor became famous, anyone who dared to oppose him would definitely die. After the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground, in just 1 or 2 months, the number of cultivators who died had reached tens of thousands. And this? It was all the orders of the Qin Emperor. Zhu Yang understood that if he angered the Qin Emperor, he would only have a dead end. So, he did not dare to gamble. If the attack on the Zhao family failed and the divine guards suffered heavy losses, he, as the commander, would be guilty of failing his duty. Speaking of the Qin Emperor and the supervisor, the other heavenly patrols fell silent. Zhu Yang did not dare to provoke people, so how could they dare to provoke them? Beichuan Grand Region. The Zhao family. Since the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground, all the sects in the world belonged to the sacred ground. Even the aristocratic families that did not belong to the sects suffered a great impact. Because many aristocratic families, they were all related to the sects. Now that the sects did not exist, there was a certain loss for the aristocratic families. Not to mention, Qin Shujian also ordered to dig out enough resources from the aristocratic families to support Qianyuan College, which made many aristocratic families resentful. At night, the Zhao family was brightly lit. Zhao Huayan sat on the main seat, and the rest were the elders of the Zhao family and several outstanding direct descendants. Has there been any movement from the divine guards of the Beichuan Grand Region recently? Zhao Huayan looked at a handsome young man and asked in a deep voice. This was his son, Zhao Xingyi. At such a young age, he was already a cultivator at the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm. He was the future successor of the Zhao family and a genius who was expected to lead the Zhao family to greater glory. After all, Zhao Xingyi was less than 40 years old. He was already at the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm. In the future, he would definitely break through to the divine martial realm. There was even a glimmer of hope that he could become a celestial being. So, in order to cultivate Zhao Xingyi, Zhao Huayan had already handed over many family matters to him. He even let him have a hand in many things. Hearing this, Zhao Xingyi cupped his hands and said, "The divine guards have been searching for those sect disciples during this period of time. They heard that Qin Shuang came out of seclusion and was angry because of this matter, so the divine guards increased the search efforts. Also, I heard a piece of news, but I can't confirm whether it's true or not." "What news?" Zhao Huayan frowned and asked. The only thing he didn't like about this son of his was that he sometimes stuttered when he spoke. Zhao Xingyi said, "I heard that Qin Shuang ordered a large-scale search of those sect disciples. If they are caught, they will all be searched. As long as the protector is found, there will be no mercy." The divine guards also spread the news, asking some families to take the initiative to hand over their sect disciples to avoid punishment. The 3 tribes. As soon as this sentence came out, many people's expressions changed. Zhao Huayan waved his hand and motioned for Zhao Xingyi to sit down. Then he looked at the other elders and asked, "Do you think the order of the Qianyuan sacred ground is true or false?" "It's hard to say. Qin Shuang is famous for his ruthlessness. If what he said is true, then this matter can't be false," an elder of the Zhao family said in a deep voice. Hearing this, someone else objected, "Even if there is a family protecting them, it is only because of the old sect. It is a joke to have to destroy the 3 tribes because of this. Do they really think that the Qianyuan sacred ground is the sky of the human race? Even when the feudal lords rebelled in the past, Emperor Zhao was not so ruthless." Hearing this, some people also nodded slightly. Indeed, if the Qianyuan sacred ground really did this, then many people would die. If they really killed too many people, it was bound to cause a backlash. In their view, the significance of the existence of the Qianyuan sacred ground was to rule the cultivation world. If the cultivators of the world were dissatisfied with the sacred ground, then the Chenyuan sacred ground could not exist even if there was a human emperor. Could it be that Qin Shi Huang could kill all the cultivators in the world? Thinking of this, they all sneered in their hearts. Zhao Huayan's face was silent, as if he was thinking about something. In the lobby, his voice gradually became softer and softer. After a long time, Zhao Huayan looked at Zhao Xingyi and said lightly, "Tell them not to do anything during this period of time. Wait until everything calms down before making other considerations." After that, he looked at the other elders and said, "Now that the Chenyuan sacred ground has a large territory, even if our Zhao family is not afraid, there is no need to confront them head-on. Let's just endure for a while." "I think there is no need to endure." A cold voice sounded, causing everyone's expression to change. "Who is it?" Zhao Xingyi suddenly stood up and stared at the entrance of the lobby. At the same time, the other elders also looked dignified and looked at the source of the voice. They only saw a middle-aged man in a white robe with a token on his waist slowly walking in from the outside. As the middle-aged man stepped into the lobby, a boundless might surged forth like a tidal wave, causing everyone to retreat one after another. It was not until Zhao Huayan stood up that this momentum was completely offset. The Sky Patrol. The eyes of the Zhao family's master were extremely dignified. The middle-aged man in a white robe said indifferently, "Zhu Yang, the commander of the Sky Patrol, is here on the order of Emperor Qin to kill the rebels." His voice was cold. As a result, the temperature in the lobby dropped a few degrees. Zhao Huayan's dignified face suddenly smiled and said, "Commander Zhu, I'm afraid you have come to the wrong place. Our Zhao family has always supported the Chenyuan sacred ground and Emperor Qin. How can we be rebels? In my opinion, Commander Zhu must have misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Zhu Yang shook his head and said indifferently, "The Sky Patrol has never misunderstood anything. Zhao Huayan, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for taking the wrong path and causing the Zhao family to fall into eternal damnation." As his words fell, at this time, outside the lobby, a terrifying aura broke out, followed by a massacre. The shouts of killing outside could be heard. Zhao Huayan's face became ugly. "Zhu Yang, how dare you come to my Zhao family to kill people? Why not?" Zhu Yang smiled slightly. Immediately, he took a step forward and blasted a palm toward Zhao Huayan. "Today, I'll see how strong you are as a god martial arts realm cultivator. All of you, retreat." Zhao Huayan roared and did not dodge Zhu Yang's attack. Boom, the two palms collided. A terrifying gust of wind blew and the entire lobby was blown away by this power. In an instant, it turned into dust. At the same time, Zhao Xingyi and many elders of the Zhao family all left at the same time and charged outside. The Sky Patrol attacked the Zhao family. It was definitely not just Zhu Yang who came. They also clearly felt the aura that broke out outside just now. Now, the lobby was broken. The blocked vision also became clear. Immediately, they saw the experts of the Zhao family fighting with the Sky Patrol. On the ground, many people of the Zhao family had already fallen. "By the order of the Qin Emperor, the Zhao family shall be exterminated." Yang Xiu roared angrily and swung out his spear, forcefully knocking back a Zhao family elder who was coming at him. Then, he took a step forward and the terrifying power caused the air to ripple. The spear turned into a rainbow and shot out, causing the expression of the elder of the Zhao family, who was in the 7th level of the spirit martial realm, to change. Without even thinking about it, he called out a spiritual weapon and fought with the opponent. However, the elder of the Zhao family was in the 7th level of the spirit martial realm, while Yang Xiu was in the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. In terms of killing methods, Yang Xiu, as a rogue cultivator, had experienced countless battles in the cultivation world. The elder of the Zhao family had lived like a prince for many years and didn't really have many opportunities to fight. His strength was inferior. In addition, he was crushed in terms of experience. All kinds of differences were added together, causing the elder of the Zhao family to be at a disadvantage in just one exchange. On the other side, Zhu Yang was already fighting with Zhao Huaiyan. The two of them fought in the void, and their terrifying auras spread out in all directions. Your Zhao family still has a god martial realm. Why didn't he come over? Is he waiting for me to kill you and then come out to collect your corpse? Zhu Yang sneered as he attacked. He was a cultivator in the 5th level of the god martial realm. Zhao Huarian in front of him was only in the 2nd level of the god martial realm. True strength. Naturally, it wasn't as good as him. Zhao Huarian didn't answer and just silently dealt with Zhu Yang's attacks. He knew that since the Sky Patrol had already attacked, there was no chance of survival. Therefore, Zhao Huarian didn't think that today's matter would be so easily let go. Zhu Yang wanted to kill him. He also wanted to kill Zhu Yang. At this moment, a powerful aura rose from below. An old man flew into the air. His true essence swept out and his finger force cracked the sky and the earth. Zhu Yang was greatly alarmed. He didn't even think about it. He forced Zhao Huarian back with a palm strike, took a step away from his original position, and blasted out with a palm strike. The palm strike collided with the finger force. Suddenly, there was a burst of wind. The old man who had just flown into the air was shaken by this force and fell from the sky. Zhu Yang was also shaken to the point that his combat strength was unstable. Buzz, at this moment, a shocking sword chi erupted. The sword chi left as quickly as it came. Zhu Yang didn't have time to think and could only dodge to the side. He felt a pain in his chest. The sword chi had already penetrated his body and blood bloomed on his chest. A doctrine artifact. Feeling the pain in his chest, Zhu Yang's face turned pale. The sword chi just now passed through the right side of his chest, and his heart was in the left side of his chest. He had barely avoided a vital point. However, the sword chi was fierce and still raged on the wound, preventing it from healing. Zhu Yang's strength instantly dropped by a level. On the other side, Zhao Huarian held a snow-white long sword in his hand and looked at Zhu Yang with a sneer. Zhu Yang, do you really think that a cultivator in the 5th level of the divine martial realm can destroy my Zhao family? Today, all of you are destined to die here. He had a doctrine artifact in hand and the other party was already injured. Zhao Huarian was very confident that he could kill Zhu Yang. At this moment, the old man who fell from the sky had also flown into the air and landed behind Zhu Yang. In front of him was Zhao Huarian, and behind him was the old master of the Zhao family. Both of them were great cultivators in the divine martial realm. For a moment, he had already fallen into a dangerous situation. However, Zhu Yang didn't show much fear. Instead, he stared at Zhao Huarian and said coldly, "Your Zhao family dares to be enemies with the Qianyuan sacred ground. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Qin Emperor? So what if the Qin Emperor is angry? He is nothing in my eyes. After I kill you, my Zhao family will find another place to hide. The world is big. Do you really think that the Qianyuan sacred ground can cover the sky with one hand?" Zhao Huarian smiled disdainfully. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhu Yang. Forget it. I don't need to talk to a dead man. Today, your Sky Patrol is destined to be destroyed here. After that, Zhao Huarian was about to make a move. But just as he was about to make a move, he saw that Zhu Yang didn't panic. Instead, there was a bright smile on his face. Yes, there is indeed no need to talk to a dead man. Brother Hu, please make your move. After that, the void shook. A man came from the sky. His terrifying power swept across the world, making the two divine martial artists of the Zhao family change their expressions drastically. Hu Feng. Zhao Huaiyan's face was extremely ugly. Hu Feng, the commander of the Sky Patrol of the Northern Spirit region. He was even more powerful than Zhu Yang. In the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty, there was a commander of the Sky Patrol in all the major regions. Zhu Yang was in the Beichuan Grand region, and Hu Feng was in the Northern Spirit region. But Zhao Huarian didn't expect that. Zhu Yang would still be so cautious. When he was dealing with his Zhao family, he even called Hu Feng over. Hu Feng stood in the air, looked at Zhu Yang who had a hole in his chest, and said in surprise, "Brother Zhu, it seems that the situation is not good. There's nothing I can do about it. I was tricked by the Zhao family's Dao artifact." Zhu Yang said with a face full of misfortune. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation didn't allow it, he wouldn't want to embarrass himself in front of Hu Feng. Following that, he said again, "How many people did Brother Hu bring this time?" 3 Sky Patrol Divine Generals and 50 Sky Patrol Guards. Is that enough? Enough. Zhu Yang revealed a cruel smile, then looked at Zhao Huarian and the others who had ugly expressions on their faces, and said, "Brother Hu should have heard what this patriarch of the Zhao family said just now." "Of course I heard it. Disrespecting the sacred grounds, disrespecting the Qin Emperor, what should we do? This is betraying the human clan, and should be sentenced to death." Hu Feng spat out a few words, and an invisible killing intent spread out in the air. To this, the 2 divine martial artists of the Zhao family immediately felt a great deal of pressure. After Hu Feng appeared, they already knew that they couldn't do it. So, the 2 of them no longer had the thought of killing Zhu Yang. They only thought about how to find an opportunity to escape, and at the same time, let more disciples of the Zhao family escape. There was no other way. Even if Zhu Yang was injured, he was still stronger than the patriarch of the Zhao family. As for Zhao Huarian himself, even with a Dao artifact in hand, he was not confident that he could deal with Hu Feng. Because Hu Feng was very strong. He was a true expert of the late stage of the divine martial force. And he was only at the early stage of the divine martial force. There was a difference of 6 or 7 small realms between the 2 of them. It was still a bit difficult to rely on a one-seal Dao artifact to make up for it. More importantly, with the addition of the Sky Patrol Guards of the Northern Spiritual Region, the Zhao family had already fallen into a complete disadvantage. If this continued, the Zhao family would definitely lose. Kill. The 2 of them looked at each other, and Zhao Huarian suddenly attacked, charging towards Hu Feng. As for the patriarch of the Zhao family, he also attacked Zhu Yang. A futile struggle. Looking at Zhao Huarian who was attacking him, Hu Feng's expression was indifferent, but his eyes became serious. A cold blade light cut through the darkness. Then, there was an earth-shattering collision. Sparks instantly. A terrifying power erupted. Zhao Huarian took a step back, but in the next moment, he attacked again. Hu Feng glanced at the long blade in his hand. It was not damaged at all. While his heart relaxed, he also charged over. Boom, boom, boom. A great battle broke out. Both of them were great cultivators of the divine martial force realm. Hu Feng's cultivation completely crushed Zhao Huarian. As for the divine weapon, although he did not have a Dao artifact in hand, he still had a top high-grade spirit artifact. In terms of power, although it was not as good as a Dao artifact, it was not much weaker. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Zhao Huarian to gain the upper hand with a Dao artifact. On the other side, Zhu Yang was also fighting with the patriarch of the Zhao family. Although he was already injured, his strength did not decrease much. Against a cultivator of the 2nd stage of the divine martial force, he still had the upper hand. Suddenly, Zhu Yang had a bad premonition in his heart. Without waiting for him to think much, he heard the patriarch of the Zhao family in front of him suddenly explode. Under the impact of the terrifying power, the qi that he had just raised was directly shattered. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Everyone's movements paused, just in time to see the scene of the other party's self-destruction and Zhu Yang falling from the void. Patriarch. There were elders of the Zhao family with a sorrowful expression. A sudden change. Many people did not expect it. It was also at this time. The sadness in Zhao Huayan's eyes disappeared in a flash. The Dao artifact sword in his hand flew out and directly exploded in front of Hu Feng. The self-destruction just now distracted Hu Feng. The Dao artifact's self-destruction at this moment was even more unexpected. Immediately, Hu Feng fell into a serious injury. If he was not wearing a spirit artifact armor, the self-destruction of the Dao artifact just now was enough to kill him. However, the self-destruction of the Dao artifact also caused Zhao Huarian to suffer a great impact. He looked at Hu Feng who was seriously injured but did not die. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, but he did not have the intention to go over and finish him off. He directly stepped down into the air and forced a sky patrol guard to retreat. Immediately, he grabbed Zhao Xingyi and fled into the void. P.S. It's not that I like to update at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It's because I just finished writing at 2 or 3 o'clock that I update at this time. Chapter 631. Hu Feng's appearance. It completely shattered Zhao Huayan's fantasy. Originally, he thought that if Zhu Yang was the only one in the God Martial Arts realm, the two in the God Martial Arts realm of the Zhao family and the Taoist artifact would be enough to kill him. As long as he could kill Zhu Yang, then he could kill the rest of the Sky Patrol. When the time came, the Zhao family would leave the Beichuan Grand Region and even the entire Beiyun Mansion. Although the human clan now occupied the eastern continent. But in fact, there were many places in the eastern continent that the human clan had not touched. Not to mention other things. The endless mountain range, which was once occupied by the demon clan, was now abandoned and had become a place for the demon beasts to settle down. When the time came, once the Zhao family entered the endless mountains, even the Chenyuan sacred ground could not do much to them. A long time ago, Zhao Huarian had secretly arranged for the Zhao family to leave a foundation in the endless mountains, just in case. If something really happened to the Zhao family, they would have a place to live. After all, they were against the Chenyuan sacred ground. Sooner or later, they would be exposed. The reason why Zhao Huarian did not lead the entire Zhao family to retreat. First, it was because the matter had not been exposed yet. If they retreated in advance, it would be equivalent to directly abandoning the Zhao family's huge foundation. No one would be willing to accept that. Second, once the Zhao family retreated, they would no longer have the ability to be enemies with the Chenyuan sacred ground or cooperate with the remaining sects. So, Zhao Huarian had not done anything. Until now. When the Sky Patrol came, he knew that there was no way to hide the matter. He wanted to kill Zhu Yang and the others and lead the entire Zhao family to retreat. As for the source of his confidence in killing Zhu Yang, it was the Taoist artifact of the Zhao family. As early as 100 years ago, the Zhao family's half-step Taoist artifact had been upgraded to a real Taoist artifact. Zhao Huarian had kept this news a secret and had always concealed it. So, until now, no one knew that the Zhao family had a real Taoist artifact. It could be said that Zhao Huarian was well prepared. But the only thing he did not expect was that Zhu Yang would be so cautious. When he attacked the Zhao family, he even dragged Hu Feng over as well. Although Zhao Huarian had not joined the Sky Patrol, he had a good understanding of the Sky Patrol. Every region had a fixed Sky Patrol, and it was rare for the Sky Patrol to interfere with the affairs of other regions. Unless it was because he had encountered an enemy that he could not defeat. But the Zhao family had never exposed their real trump card, and they never expected that Zhu Yang would be willing to lower his face to contact Hu Feng. Everything happened too quickly. The intervention of the Northern Spiritual Region's Sky Patrol caused the Zhao family to completely collapse. Zhao Huarian was the head of the Zhao family after all, and he was also a decisive person. When he realized that he couldn't do it, he had already made up his mind to sacrifice the rook to save the king. The old patriarch of the Zhao family and his Dao treasure self-destructed, severely injuring Zhu Yang and Hu Feng. Zhao Huarian grabbed Zhao Xingyi and fled. In his opinion, the Zhao family was going to be gone. Compared to the rest of the Zhao family, Zhao Xingyi was undoubtedly the last hope of the Zhao family. As long as this direct descendant was still around. In that case, the Zhao family wouldn't be considered destroyed. Moreover, with his talent, he might be able to grow to an unprecedented height in the future and rebuild the Zhao family. As such, Zhao Huarian left without hesitation. Boom! The long spear pierced through the air, sending that Zhao family's elder flying while coughing up blood. Shortly after, the impact of his divine sense caused the Zhao family elder to feel a splitting pain in his head. Immediately after, a cold light flashed. The long spear pierced through his body. Ah! The Zhao family elder let out a shrill scream as he was nailed to the ground by the long spear. Yang Xiu looked coldly at the Zhao family elder who was struggling on the ground, and then looked at the seriously injured Zhu Yang and Hu Feng. In his heart, he was already filled with killing intent. The biggest target of this attack on the Zhao family was the patriarch, Zhao Huarian. But he didn't expect that Zhao Huarian would be so decisive as to directly injure the two commanders and retreat with the direct descendant of the Zhao family. Yang Xiu wanted to stop him. But there was no other way. He probably couldn't hide this matter even if he wanted to. He destroyed the Zhao family but let the most important person escape. If this matter spread to the Chenyuan sacred ground, he might be punished. For this, Yang Xiu was also helpless. He could only vent his anger on the Zhao family. On the other side, Zhao Huarian fled with Zhao Xingyi. The shouts and screams behind him indicated that a fierce battle was taking place in the Zhao family. But he didn't stop at all. From the moment he retreated, the entire Zhao family had become his abandoned pawn. As long as he left here first and escaped through the portal before the news spread completely, he would have a chance to get rid of the Chenyuan sacred ground. The endless mountain range was a way to hide. The other 3 continents. It was also Zhao Huayan's goal. If I can't hide in the endless mountain range, then I will go to the 4 continents and seek refuge with other races. I don't believe that there is no place for me in this big world. His face was ferocious. So what if he betrayed the human clan? The Zhao family was destroyed. So what if he defected to the enemy? Zhao Huarian was not afraid that other races would not take him in, especially those who were hostile to the human clan. As long as he was willing to go, those races would never refuse. Among other things, based on his understanding of the Baiyun mansion and the human race, this piece of information was enough to tempt the other races. No matter what, it was necessary to enter the endless mountain range. All of a sudden, Zhao Huarian stopped in his tracks. In front of him, a middle-aged man in light gold clothes was standing with his back to him. It was supposed to be a simple back view. But in the eyes of Zhao Huarian and Zhao Xingyi, it was like an unattainable mountain, making the two of them feel extremely heavy. A celestial. At this moment, Zhao Huayan's face was extremely ugly. As for Zhao Xingyi, there was already despair in his eyes. A celestial. The Chenyuan sacred ground had already sent a celestial to intercept him. For him, this was already a dead end. When the man turned around, Zhao Huayan's pupils shrank again. Qin Yuanbai. Among the 6 sacred ground elders, he was the strongest one. At this moment, Zhao Huarian no longer had a trace of luck in his heart. Looking at Qin Yuanbai, he smiled sadly and said, I didn't expect that a small Zhao family could make an elder of the sacred ground personally take action. I am really touched and honored. Patriarch Zhao, there is something wrong with what you said. Qin Yuanbai said lightly. Hearing this, Zhao Huarian was shocked and said tentatively, Elder Qin, are you not here to destroy my Zhao family? I am indeed here to destroy your Zhao family, but my current identity is not a sacred ground elder, but a supervisor. Qin Yuanbai looked serious and corrected him. A sacred ground elder was a sacred ground elder. A supervisor was a supervisor. In his view, the 2 identities were completely different. The hope that had just risen in Zhao Huayan's eyes was extinguished in an instant. He realized. He seemed to have been fooled by Qin Yuanbai. Looking at Zhao Huayan's face, Qin Yuanbai shook his head slightly and said, You won't understand even if I tell you. But it doesn't matter. A dying man doesn't need to know so much. The Zhao family has betrayed the human clan. I just don't know if Patriarch Zhao has any last words. The winner takes all. There is nothing to say. If you really want to give me a chance, please let me go. Zhao Huarian shook his head, then looked at Zhao Xingyi and said, I can't do that. Qin Yuanbai shook his head. The next moment, his aura crushed the void as a giant hand covered the 2 of them. Looking at that vast and mighty aura, Zhao Huayan's eyes were filled with despair, but he didn't really wait for death. Boom. Terrifying vital essence erupted. Zhao Huarian brazenly attacked Qin Yuanbai. It was just his full blow. In front of the big hand, it couldn't set off any waves. It was easy. Qin Yuanbai blasted the 2 of them away. In an instant, Zhao Huiyan fell to the ground. In front of this power, Zhao Xingyi's body directly exploded, and a mist of blood drifted. Then, Qin Yuanbai took a step forward and pointed. Zhao Huiyan's head was pierced. The patriarch of the Zhao family's eyes were unfocused, and he had completely died. On the other side, Qin Yuanbai's power shook heaven and earth. Even though they were hundreds of miles apart, the other cultivators could clearly feel it. Originally, Zhu Yang and Hu Feng thought that Zhao Huiyan had escaped and felt regretful. But now that they felt this power, the two of them looked at each other and saw the same guess in each other's eyes. An elder of the sacred land had made a move. This was the only thought in their minds. It was very simple. Now in the cultivation world, all the celestials had surrendered to the Qianyuan sacred land. It could be said that, below the heaven list, there was no wild celestial who could avoid detection. Unless that celestial was not in the eastern continent, not in the human clan. Or else, he would definitely be on the list. So, at this moment, the power of a celestial erupted. There was no doubt that an elder of the sacred land had made a move. Thinking of this, Zhu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Zhao Huiyan is dead. Sigh, the two of us joined forces and still let Zhao Huiyan escape. This matter can't be justified. Hu Feng was not so optimistic. He was at the late stage of the divine martial realm, and Zhu Yang was at the middle stage of the divine martial realm. In the end, they let an early stage divine martial realm cultivator escape. If this matter spread out, it was a small matter to lose face. If others thought that they were incompetent, it would be a real big deal. Hearing this, the smile that had just appeared on Zhu Yang's face also stiffened. Indeed, it was too early for him to be happy. If that elder came to blame them, they would be in big trouble. Just based on the aura alone, Zhu Yang wasn't sure which elder of the Holy Land would be coming. Not long after, someone stepped through the air and arrived, holding a broken corpse in his hand. When Zhu Yang and Hu Feng saw who it was, they were shocked. Then, they also saw the body in the other party's hand. Zhao Huiyan. All kinds of thoughts emerged in their minds, but they did not hesitate. They stepped forward and saluted. Zhu Yang, Hu Feng, greets the supervisor angel. Zhao Huiyan has been executed, and all the remaining people of the Zhao family have been killed. Qin Yuanbai looked at the two miserable people and did not say anything. Instead, he threw Zhao Huiyan's body and said indifferently, "Yes, Master." The two of them relaxed and immediately bowed to accept the order. Qin Yuanbai did not blame them. This allowed them to completely relax their anxious hearts. Then, two great cultivators of the divine martial realm joined the battlefield. The Zhao family, which was already at an absolute disadvantage, completely collapsed. When the experts of the Zhao family saw Zhao Huiyan's body and Qin Yuanbai standing in the air, they were so scared that they wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. Everything was done by Zhao Huiyan alone. I have no intention of betraying the human clan and disobeying the orders of the sacred land. Please spare my life, Elder Qin. Yes, all of this was Zhao Huiyan's idea. We are innocent. Mercy. Many experts of the Zhao family begged for mercy. Qin Yuanbai looked indifferent and said coldly, "By the order of the Qin Emperor, anyone who betrays the human clan will be punished by the barbarian tribe." As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Zhao family were completely desperate. Barbarian tribes. Such a punishment was enough to uproot the entire Zhao family. No one could escape. Not only that, even the other forces would be implicated. On this day, the Beichuan Grand Region was shaken. The Beiyun Mansion was shaken. The Zhao family of the Beichuan Grand Region was destroyed by the Sky Patrol. Two cultivators of the divine martial realm died tragically, and all the remaining members of the Zhao family were killed. Not only that, several other families that were related to the Zhao family by marriage were also destroyed by the Sky Patrol. In just one day, in the Beiyun Mansion, several cultivators of the divine martial realm, hundreds of cultivators of the spiritual martial realm, and countless others died. On this day, the Sky Patrol killed many people in the Beiyun Mansion, which made countless families tremble in fear. The news spread. Once again, the cultivation world was shaken. How dare the Chenyuan sacred ground do this? How dare they do this? Barbarian tribes, what a ridiculous thing to do. Some cultivators were shocked. They couldn't believe that the Chenyuan sacred ground dared to be so inhumane and kill so many cultivators. However, most of the cultivators were terrified. They found that the Chenyuan sacred ground's order was not just for show. Now that the Zhao family was destroyed, several families were implicated. What about the next one? Which family would it be? Now everyone could see that the Qin emperor was really ruthless. He didn't care about the feelings of others at all. He had the intention of killing all the cultivators who opposed him. If they really encountered such a person, no matter how angry those cultivators were, they would inevitably feel fear. However, the movement of the Baiyun mansion didn't completely make some families despair. In the following month, in the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty, hundreds of families were destroyed by the Sky Patrol. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators died. At this moment, all the cultivators in the world were terrified. Some of the families who originally wanted to struggle took the lead to cut ties with the remnants of the sects. Some killed the remnants of the sects and handed them over to the Sky Patrol. As a result, the remnants of the sects that gave the Chenyuan colleges a headache were destroyed. The Qin emperor's methods are really ruthless. Marquis Baiyun looked at the information in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. He originally thought that he knew enough about Qin Shujian. But now it seemed there were still too many things he didn't understand. In the past month, the Baiyun mansion was in turmoil. Although the Sky Patrol killed the people of the families, Marquis Baiyun ruled the Baiyun mansion. How could it not be affected at all? Now that the people of the Baiyun mansion are in turmoil, what should we do? Li Guang'an's face was ugly. He didn't expect that the Chenyuan sacred ground would make such a big move. It was so big that it shook the entire 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty. Originally, Li Guang'an wanted to make things difficult for Qin Shujian. But when he thought of the power of the Sky Patrol, he suppressed this idea. He couldn't afford to offend them. He was just a small guard of the Baiyun mansion. He couldn't afford to offend the Chenyuan sacred ground. It wasn't just him who couldn't afford to offend them. Even the Marquis might not dare to offend the Chenyuan sacred ground. After all, when it came to status, Marquis Baiyun was only a marquis, while Qin Shujian was the human emperor. Their statuses were not on the same level. Hearing this, Marquis Baiyun shook his head and said, "The Chenyuan sacred ground has killed almost all the people who should be killed. As long as the Chenyuan sacred ground stops, the turmoil in the Baiyun mansion will gradually subside. The Qin emperor is more unwilling to see the human race in turmoil than you and me. That's why he used such means to suppress all the voices of injustice. As long as everyone was frightened by the killing, then the human race would no longer be in turmoil. Such means." Marquis Baiyun understood, but he couldn't do it. It was very simple. When it came to killing decisively, he could do it. But during this period of time, the Chenyuan sacred ground's actions could no longer be described as decisive. It could even be called tyranny. However, Marquis Baiyun could also understand Qin Shujian's thoughts. Therefore, he didn't interfere too much. What he couldn't do, the Qin emperor could do it. In that case, he might as well let the Qin emperor do it. Immediately, Marquis Baiyun looked at Li Guang'an, Su Mingyang, and the others and said in a deep voice, "Now that the human race is in a difficult situation, the god martial arts realm can be of great use. Don't pay too much attention to things during this period of time. If there is a chance, try your best to break through to the celestial being realm. If you can break through to the celestial being realm, you can play a little role in the upcoming war. Or else, when the war starts, the god martial arts realm can be destroyed with a wave of the hand. To be able to become a general of the Baiyun mansion, Li Guang'an and the others were not ordinary god martial arts realm cultivators. Each of them was at the late stage of the god martial arts realm or even at the peak. Such people There was hope for them to break through to the celestial being realm in the future. Especially now that the rules of heaven and earth were perfected, the spirit energy had increased greatly. It was much easier for a cultivator to break through to the celestial being realm from the god martial arts realm. Hearing this, they all nodded and said, "We understand." Several big battles. The situation was controlled by the celestial being realm cultivators. Cultivators who were not celestial beings were not qualified to intervene at all. They also understood. The god martial arts realm was indeed nothing in the 4 continents. In the past, it was fine when the heaven and earth restriction was not opened in the east continent. There were only a few celestial beings in the world, and the god martial arts realm was the top. But it was different now. In the major continents, there were many celestial beings. As for the god martial arts realm, the number of them was unimaginable. If they did not break through, they were destined to be eliminated. At this time, Xiao Hong cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, now that Chenyuan Academy has been established everywhere, it seems that the Chenyuan Sacred Ground intends to make cultivation methods completely public." Of course. Marquis Baiyun's eyes were a little inexplicable. In the end, he seemed to be a little emotional. The purpose of Emperor Qin is to preach to the world. Preach to the world. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Preach to the world. They knew this. But what did this have to do with what the Chenyuan Academy was doing? Marquis Baiyun said, "Do you think that there are only cultivators in the world? Or that in your eyes, cultivators are the only ones you can see?" Buzz, as soon as these words came out, everyone was shaken to the core. Li Guang'an looked horrified and said in disbelief, "Marquis, do you mean that the Chenyuan Academy wants to make all the cultivation methods public and let all the humans set foot on the path of cultivation? Preach to the world." So this was what he meant by preaching to the world. He thought it was the world. It was completely different from the world that the Chenyuan Sacred Ground was talking about. Marquis Baiyun did not speak. He did not admit it, nor did he deny it. After a long time, he said slowly, "Don't stop what the Chenyuan Academy is doing. If the Chenyuan Sacred Ground wants to preach to the world, let them do it. As for success or failure, it depends on the ability of Emperor Qin." Preaching to the world. It was easy to say, but in fact, it was very difficult. Cultivation methods were a problem. Talent, aptitude, and even resources were a problem. Compared to geniuses, there were more mediocre people in the human race. If there weren't so many problems, the great Zhao would have preached to the world long ago. Therefore, in Marquis Baiyun's opinion, the Chenyuan Sacred Ground's idea was good, but whether they could do this was another problem. However, if they really succeeded in preaching to the world, Marquis Baiyun was not sure whether he agreed or disagreed. He waved his hand and asked Li Guang'an and the others to leave. Marquis Baiyun suddenly said, "If the preaching to the world is successful, how much time will the demon abyss take?" 100 years at most. Zhu Bing's voice sounded, and his tone was a little inexplicable. 100 years at most. Marquis Baiyun's expression was solemn. Zhu Bing said 100 years at most, which meant that this matter might be brought forward. The arrival of the demon abyss. It was unstoppable. 100 years or a few hundred years, based on the current situation of the human race, didn't seem to make much difference. After all, there weren't many heavenly beings in the human race now. Not to mention true immortals. Even if the human race was given another 1,000 years, how many true immortals could be born? It was just that, the time was shortened so quickly. It was really too fast. Time is too fast. Marquis Baiyun sighed. It was too fast. But it was impossible to stop the Chenyuan Sacred Ground from preaching to the world. The voice in the sea of consciousness said, "In fact, it's not completely true. If all the human race cultivates, although it will shorten the time it takes to reach the demon abyss, it will also greatly increase the luck of the human race. In this way, the human race may be able to produce more strong masters in a short time. It's just." In the end, Zhu Bing stopped talking. Marquis Baiyun could understand what the other party meant. No matter how many strong masters were born, it was impossible to compare with the ancient times. Even the ancient times had been defeated. The human race's current chances of winning were indeed not high. After thinking about it, Marquis Bayun also felt a little headache. Immediately, he simply stopped thinking about this problem. When the boat reached the bridge, it would cross the bridge. When the demon abyss really came, then it would come. Qianyuan sacred ground. For more than a month, Qin Shujian had been in seclusion. It was said that he was in seclusion. But it wasn't completely true. He just sat quietly in his small courtyard for more than a month. He didn't know how much time had passed. Qin Shujian's body shook slightly, and his originally dazed eyes gradually glowed with new vigor. At this moment, millions of cultivation methods and martial arts had been completely integrated by him. In his mind, many cultivation methods and martial arts had all dissipated. Instead, there were two brand new cultivation methods and martial arts. Immediately afterward, Qin Shujian flew into the air and directly grabbed two stones that were 100 feet in size from an uninhabited mountain peak. Finally, the stone powder fell. Not long after, two flat stone steles that were 100 feet in size had been formed. Boom, the stone steles fell. They fell directly in front of the human emperor's palace. Immediately afterward, Qin Shujian used his hand as a pen and wrote something on it. Not long after, then, he saw that there were a few big words engraved on the two stone tablets. The universe Tao-seeking scripture. The human emperor's immortal slaying technique. The former was a cultivation method, while the latter was a martial art. As the few big words were carved, the two stone steles that were supposed to be made of ordinary materials became different at this moment. At the same time, the destiny of the human race shook. It seemed that the appearance of the two stone steles had caused some shocking changes. In the sea of consciousness, the heaven list flew out uncontrollably. Immediately afterward, the long river of destiny of the human race was vast and mighty, running through the entire eastern continent. Qin Shujian felt something. Looking at the destiny of the human race above his head, he said loudly, "From today onwards, the Qianyuan sacred ground will preach to the world that all humans can practice cultivation methods and martial arts, step onto the path of cultivation, and seek immortality." As soon as he finished speaking, the two stone steles shone brightly. Immediately afterward, countless light spots fell from the destiny of the human race and scattered in every corner of the eastern continent. Every light spot fell. In the end, it would turn into a stone stele that stood on the ground. At this moment, many experts in the world raised their heads to look at the sky. Soon after, they chased after the falling light spots. Zhongzhou Imperial City. Two light spots fell toward the imperial palace. Emperor Zhao raised his head and looked at the two light spots. With a wave of his hand, he took them down. The light spots dissipated. They turned into two stone steles. Many of the palace maids and eunuchs serving the palace maids and eunuchs were inevitably shocked when they saw the falling stone tablet. As for Emperor Zhao, at this moment, his gaze fell on the stone steles. Two stone steles. On one side, he wrote the universal Tao-seeking scripture. On the other side, he wrote the human emperor's immortal slaying technique. As his gaze fell on them, a piece of information quickly appeared in his mind. It was the content of the universal Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique. After a long time, Emperor Zhao came back to his senses from this piece of information. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The universal Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique are amazing. With these two cultivation methods and martial arts, the human race will prosper. At this moment, the destiny of the human race was vast and mighty. Emperor Zhao didn't expect that Qin Shujian could really comprehend such powerful cultivation methods and martial arts in such a short time. The universal Tao-seeking scripture. The human emperor's immortal slaying technique. In Emperor Zhao's opinion, these two cultivation methods and martial arts had reached the divine realm. However, these two cultivation methods and martial arts were incomplete. On the stone steles, only the divine martial chapter was recorded. As for the rest, it seemed to have been cut off by someone. Emperor Zhao didn't need to think to know who cut off these two cultivation methods and martial arts. Comprehending a divine realm cultivation method. He shouldn't be so shocked. After all, although divine realm cultivation methods were mysterious, as long as a heavenly being cultivator combined their own conditions, there was a high chance that they could create a complete divine realm cultivation method. But the problem was, the universal Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique were very mediocre. What was mediocre? It was neutral, peaceful, and impartial. Any cultivation method was actually biased. Some people could get twice the result with half the effort, while others could get twice the result with half the effort. Of course, talent was one of the reasons. But in fact, there was another problem, and that was the compatibility of the cultivation method. Some people were born unsuitable to cultivate that kind of cultivation method, but some people were born with it. One had to know. People who created cultivation techniques usually combined them with their own conditions. Therefore, the cultivation techniques they created were also the most suitable for themselves. As a result, it would create a flaw that wasn't a flaw. But in Emperor Zhao's eyes, the universal Tao-seeking scripture didn't have such a problem. This cultivation method was very mediocre. In other words, any human who cultivated it was the same. It was very mediocre. It didn't mean that the cultivation method was really trash. On the contrary, to a certain extent, mediocre was another kind of perfection. The Chenyuan sacred ground wanted to preach to the world. The most fundamental problem for all humans to embark on cultivation was the cultivation method. Now, the universal Tao-seeking scripture had appeared. In Emperor Zhao's view, the Chenyuan sacred ground had already taken the most crucial step on the road of preaching to the world. As for the human emperor's immortal slaying technique, this was an offensive martial art. Among the many divine realm cultivation methods, this martial art wasn't very outstanding. But if it was combined with the universal Tao-seeking scripture, its power would directly rise to a level. Thinking of this, Emperor Zhao couldn't help but sigh. With these two cultivation methods and martial arts, the status of the Chenyuan sacred ground is unshakable. It's just that the way Emperor Qin named it is too deliberate. Looking at the words on the stone tablet, his expression was slightly strange. The universal Tao-seeking scripture was obviously referring to the Chenyuan sacred ground. As for the human emperor's immortal slaying technique, it was even more obvious. However, Qin Shujian was tactful and didn't directly name it Emperor Qin's immortal slaying technique. Emperor Zhao could foresee these two cultivation methods and martial arts would come out, even if the Chenyuan sacred ground was destroyed in the future, or if the Qin emperor died. The names of these two would be passed down in the human clan. Unless the human clan no longer cultivated the universal Tao-seeking scripture and the emperor immortal slaying technique. Or else, it was impossible to erase the traces of the existence of these two. Chenyuan sacred ground. With the mighty fate of the human clan and the appearance of the two stone tablets, the entire Chenyuan realm was shaken. All the cultivators who stayed in the sacred ground, after noticing the commotion, they all rushed over at the same time. Not only that, even the elders of the Holy Lands who were cultivating in the Emperor's palace were alerted by the commotion. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already left, leaving only the two stone tablets there. When the fate of the human clan shook just now, the voice that came out was the voice of Emperor Qin. It should be. Could it be that Emperor Qin created some powerful cultivation method that caused the fate of the human clan to shake? Many cultivators' expressions changed slightly. When they arrived at the Emperor's palace, they saw the two stone tablets in front of the palace gate. Universal Tao-seeking scripture, Emperor immortal slaying technique. Looking at the words on the stone tablets, those cultivators were also stunned. They knew that Qin Shujian had created a cultivation method. It was just that they didn't expect the name of this cultivation method would be so straightforward. More and more cultivators gathered. Some of them couldn't help but spread out their divine consciousness, wanting to comprehend it. Just as many cultivators were studying the stone tablets. Yin Bancheng and Fang Xinglan also suddenly appeared. They didn't pay attention to the others, and instead, their gazes directly landed on the stone tablet. 2 stone tablets. There was a hell-like power spreading out. However, this power was not worth paying attention to in front of the 2 celestial beings. What really concerned them was the content on the stone tablets. Yin Bancheng looked at the stone tablets with a look of surprise and doubt. There are only names on the stone tablets, but there is no content. Could it be a will inheritance? A cultivation method passed down by will? It wouldn't be a simple cultivation method. Moreover, just by looking at the power of the 2 stone tablets, it was obvious that these 2 cultivation methods and martial arts were different. Without hesitation, Yin Bancheng immediately touched the stone tablets with his divine consciousness. After a long time, only then did he completely wake up. Feeling the content in his mind, his eyes were full of amazement. What a universal Tao-seeking scripture, what a emperor immortal slaying technique. These 2 cultivation methods and martial arts are directly connected to the celestial beings. Once this method is released, the human race will prosper. It was also a divine conduit cultivation method. Yin Bancheng suddenly realized that the divine conduit cultivation method he created was completely incomparable. He tried to circulate the universal Tao-seeking scripture. Then, his expression became even more shocked. This cultivation method can be converted to other cultivation methods at any time. Impossible, how can this be? Yin Bancheng was in a daze. What did this mean? It meant that if other cultivators used the universal Tao-seeking scripture to lay a foundation, in the future, if they wanted to convert to other cultivation methods, they wouldn't need to spend time grinding bit by bit. They could directly graft other cultivation methods, and vice versa. Such a discovery. It made Yin Bancheng's breathing quicken. It wasn't just him. At this moment, the breathing of the people surrounding the stone tablets also became rapid. This is a divine conduit cultivation method. There's hope for me to break through to the celestial beings. Haha, I've been begging for thousands of years, but I didn't expect to see the mystery of the celestial beings at this moment. I have no regrets in this life. Once this cultivation method is released, the Chenyuan sacred ground will definitely pass it down for generations. Many cultivators were excited, and some even had tears in their eyes. A divine conduit cultivation method. This was a divine conduit cultivation method. For many cultivators, a divine conduit cultivation method was their lifelong desire. However, it was difficult to find one. Although Qin Shujian established the Chenyuan sacred ground and preached to the world, in reality, those cultivators who were not from the top sects still hadn't seen a divine conduit cultivation method. At this moment, the universal Tao-seeking scripture was released. Only then could they truly resolve their regrets. At this moment, many cultivators had already involuntarily circulated their vital essence and converted their cultivation methods to the universal Tao-seeking scripture. On the other side, the emperor immortal slaying technique was also being comprehended by others. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian also had a faint smile on his face. The stone tablets in the Chenyuan sacred ground were the main body of the world's stone tablets. The cultivation methods and martial arts inscribed in them were also the most complete. As for the stone tablets in the East continent, he deliberately cut off the divine chapter. The purpose was very simple. Anyone who cultivated the universal Tao-seeking scripture and wanted to break through to the celestial being level would need to enter the Chenyuan sacred ground to have a chance of learning the subsequent cultivation methods. In this way, the prestige of the Chenyuan sacred ground would inevitably rise to a higher level. However, Qin Shujian was also thinking about a problem now. The universal Tao-seeking scripture and the emperor immortal slaying technique. Aren't these 2 names too euphemistic? Should I change them? P.S. The Chidian chapters are charged according to the number of words. The more words, the more expensive it is. The less words, the cheaper it is. Recently, some people have said that because the chapters are expensive, they look down on it. In fact, it's the same. I update 27,000 chapters a day, divided into 9 chapters and 3 chapters. There's no difference in subscription consumption. Chapter 632. At first, Qin Shujian wanted to change the names of the two cultivation methods to the Heaven Dao Seeking Scripture and the Qin Emperor's Immortal Slaying Technique. But after thinking about it, the name was too straightforward and a little shameful. So he changed it slightly. Now that the cultivation methods and martial arts had been completely released, it was impossible to change them. Regarding this, Qin Shujian shook his head. Anyway, it's about the same. No one should be so stupid as to not know how to link the two together. People were alive. There had to be some goal. Even Qin Shujian himself wasn't sure if he would be able to live forever. What if he died? Then he had to leave something behind for future generations to remember him. The simplest and most direct. It was the inheritance of cultivation methods and martial arts. Since ancient times, how many human emperors had there been? Qin Shujian estimated that there were at least 800 if not 1,000. After all, even if every human emperor was a true immortal and could live for 120,000 years, it had been at least millions of years since ancient times, or even longer. But in fact, the human race had no memory of the past human emperors. Someone as strong as the Emperor of Heaven. There were not many people who truly understood. As for the ancient Emperor Xia, it was even more so. Qin Shujian now had hope. Even if 1,000,000 years later, someone cultivated the Heaven and Earth Dao Seeking Scripture and the human emperor's Immortal Slaying Technique, they would still remember that this was created by the former Emperor Qin. But, does the human race still have 1,000,000 years? Thinking of the impending great calamity, Qin Shujian's expression was a little inexplicable. He couldn't survive this great calamity. There was no such thing as 1,000,000 years for the human race. Then, Qin Shujian looked at his attribute panel. Soon, he found the Heaven and Earth Dao Seeking Scripture and the human emperor's Immortal Slaying Technique. From the attribute panel, he hadn't really started cultivating these two cultivation methods and martial arts. But in fact, Qin Shujian knew very well that he had already reached perfection in the Heaven and Earth Dao Seeking Scripture and the human emperor's Immortal Slaying Technique. As long as he was willing, then the Heaven and Earth Dao Seeking Scripture could directly soar to perfection. But this way, the Guiyuan ancestral code would be useless. Because compared to the Heaven and Earth Dao Seeking Scripture, the Guiyuan ancestral code had already reached a more comprehensive level. In other words, the origin returning ancestral canon had already developed his physical body to its limits. As for the Universe Dao Seeking Scripture, it was actually contained within the origin returning ancestral canon. Once he switched to cultivating the Heaven and Earth Dao Seeking Sutra, not only would Qin Shujian's strength not increase, it might even weaken. As such, he would not cultivate this cultivation method that he had created himself. Compared to what the system had deduced, Qin Shujian knew that the Heaven and Earth Dao Seeking Scripture that he had derived from collecting all the cultivation techniques in the world was still inferior to the ancestral scripture. However, he was confident that this cultivation method would be more profound than most spirit conduit realm cultivation methods. As for the human emperor's Immortal Slaying Technique, there was no such problem. The so-called human emperor's Immortal Slaying Technique was actually a supreme saber technique that Qin Shujian deduced by combining the saber techniques that he had originally cultivated and then integrating the general principles of saber techniques in the world. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the source of life again. After such a period of time, the life source had officially broken through the threshold of 200 billion. Forging Ancestral Canon. Celestial Light Alchemy Tome. These two special martial arts had already shown signs that they could be upgraded when the life source reached 100 billion. However, Qin Shujian did not touch them. Whether it was upgrading the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome or the Forging Ancestral Canon. For him, they were not of much use. The peak of the third realm of the Array Dao Grand Master realm, Qin Shujian estimated that he should be able to deal with the Nirvana realm or the 10th level of the Celestial Being realm. But for him, even if he did not use the formation, he could still kill ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators. Even if there were more formations to assist him, his strength would not increase by much. It was better to accumulate the life source and wait until he broke through to the 6th level of the celestial being realm. At that time, his strength would increase even more. Soon. Looking at the constantly beating life source, Qin Shujian estimated that it should not be long before it was upgraded. He exited from the attribute panel. He then looked at the human emperor's palace. Ever since the Qianyuan realm recognized him as its master, in the entire small world, Qin Shujian could easily see anywhere he wanted. Is it possible for these 2 stone tablets to become Zhu Bing? He suddenly had a thought. Because Qin Shujian suddenly felt a strong power of faith on the stone tablets. Godslayer said faintly, "Yes, the key to Zhu Bing lies in the power of faith. Your 2 stone tablets carry 2 imparting cultivation methods. As long as more and more people worship and cultivate, then, the power of faith will gather on the main tablet through the subsidiary tablets in various places of the human race. Over time, there is a high chance that it can become Zhu Bing." To be honest, he did not expect that Qin Shujian would really have the chance to get 2 Zhu Bing. Even if it was the 1000 mountain blood, Godslayer did not think that Dao artifact had any hope of growing into Zhu Bing. After all, how could Zhu Bing be so easy to achieve? One must possess sufficient power of faith, as well as the will of the people. Only then would one be able to transform a divine armament into an ancestral armament. However, the god-slaying saber saw its past self on the stone tablet. In other words, these 2 stone tablets were actually the embryos of Zhu Bing. However, whether or not they would be able to truly become ancestral armaments was uncertain. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "It would be good if the Qianyuan sacred ground could have 2 more Zhu Bing. I feel that the fate of the human race is gathering and it is getting stronger and stronger. If I'm not wrong, as long as the whole nation cultivates, the fate of the human race will become stronger." This time, the creation of the cultivation method indirectly brought about benefits that he did not expect. The first was that the appearance of the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal killing technique would cause the fate of the human race to shake. This showed, these 2 cultivation methods and martial arts seemed to have been created for the human race. What Qin Shujian did not expect, the fate of the human race would increase greatly. At this time, in the Sea of Consciousness, the aura emitted by the Heavenlist was even more vast. Together with Godslayer, it suppressed the Sea of Consciousness and stabilized it. The Sea of Consciousness was stable. This proved that it was difficult for other people's spiritual deity attacks to shake his spiritual deity. Similarly, his spiritual deity attacks could also become more powerful. Because of this, the Sea of Consciousness was originally guarded by Godslayer. This Zhu Bing swallowed the sword Qi, which made Qin Shujian's spiritual deity much stronger. Combined with the spirit severing, the power of the spiritual deity also increased a lot. Sitting in the courtyard, Qin Shujian looked up at the sky, where the long river of laws was mighty. The Qianyuan sacred ground was established. The preaching to the world had also begun. What else haven't I done, except to improve my realm? Every once in a while, he would think about what else he needed to do. Because too many things had happened during this time. If he didn't tidy up, Qin Shujian was a little confused. The first problem is the Dharma Eye. I don't have any information about the chaser. In the past, I didn't know, but now I know that the Dharma Eye actually touches upon the power of laws. Therefore, the expert who left the Dharma Eye is definitely not a simple person. If I'm not wrong, the other party is at least a true immortal. But if that's the case, then there are a few problems in front of me. The first is whether the chaser is a person or an organization. But since Godslayer has never heard of the chaser, there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that the chaser has another name, and the second is that the chaser is at least a force from ancient times. Qin Shujian had never given up on finding out more about his pursuers. Because Xia Chao once said, the ancient human emperor had a bronze token. In other words, the chaser existed at least in ancient times. But judging from the Godslayer's ignorance, he was basically sure that the chaser came from ancient times. Qin Shujian had a hunch. The chaser must have a big secret. If he could find the chaser's inheritance, then his strength would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, There was no way to find this clue for the time being. Because until now, there was no trace of the chaser at all. However, Qin Shujian had already planned to use his identity as the human emperor to get the entire human race to find the bronze token. It would be best if there was an effect, but if there was no effect, then there was really no other way. And this way, the bronze token would definitely be in everyone's sights. The others would be fine. If the players got it, they might not hand it over. Soon, Qin Shujian temporarily put the bronze token matter aside. The second thing should be that the various races are suppressing the human race. If the human race wants to leave the eastern continent, they still need to communicate with the other races. I'm not sure about the situation in the southern and northern continents for now. However, I can try to talk to the western continent's nine-headed dog clan. But the Black Emperor, this traitor, has sided with me. I wonder if the Dog Emperor will have any prejudice. He thought about the two races abandoning the Blackstone Condor clan. If he killed the Black Emperor, there wouldn't be this problem. But the problem was that the Black Emperor had sincerely surrendered, and Qin Shujian had no reason to reject him. After all, it would be a waste not to take a free fighter. Other than these two things, Qin Shujian realized that he didn't seem to have anything more important to do. No. Originally, he had planned to show off in front of his people by refining pills and then get a few alchemists over. But now, Qin Shujian realized that there was no need for that. All the cultivators in the world were his, and so were the alchemists. Then there was no need to waste time to show off in front of others. All of a sudden, the Qian Yuan realm shook slightly again. Immediately after, Mu Yang's incarnation appeared and said with a serious face, "Emperor Qin, there are demons outside the Qian Yuan realm attacking, causing the Qian Yuan realm to shake. You can sense it." Qin Shujian looked surprised. He was in charge of the Qian Yuan realm, so the attacks of the demons could not be hidden from his eyes and ears. However, what Qin Shujian did not expect was, the other party could also know. Mu Yang said truthfully, "The Eldar is a pure and spiritual race, born to oppose the demons. The demons are the embodiment of darkness, so I can sense the existence of the demons. And at this time, my roots have already gone deep under the Qian Yuan realm, so I can naturally sense the evil aura." "So you're saying that you can deal with the extraterrestrial demons?" Qin Shujian thought of a possibility. Mu Yang nodded and said, "Yes, the demons are the opposite of the Eldar. The Eldar can restrain them, and the demons can restrain the Eldar. It's just a matter of strength." "Well, you can leave first." "Yes." After Mu Yang left, Qin Shujian asked, "Senior, is what he said true? Didn't they agree? Only the rules could deal with the demons. How could the Eldar deal with them?" He was not sure if it was true or not. He had to confirm it with the Godslayer. The Godslayer hesitated for a moment, then said, "There seems to be such a thing. I forgot to tell you, in fact, the Heavenly Court was once a small world, and there were powerful demons that attacked the Heavenly Court. Later on, oh, that's right. Now that I think about it, it was that old ancestor of the spirit race who stepped in and killed multiple true immortal evil fiends single-handedly. You have to know that the demons are very difficult to deal with. Once infected, it will be like maggots attached to the bones. However, the Patriarch of the Eldar was not affected at all. The human emperor seems to have said that the Eldar and the demons are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The memory was too long ago. If Qin Shujian had not mentioned it, he would not have remembered it. The main problem was still, the human emperor had just casually mentioned it, so the Godslayer did not pay too much attention to it. Qin Shujian was silent for a moment. It was good news that the Eldar could deal with the demons. After all, the Qian Yuan realm was only a small world. It was not impossible for it to be invaded by demons. If there was a powerful Eldar in charge, it could make the Qian Yuan realm more stable. Unfortunately, Mu Yang has not even reached the Saint realm. His strength is still too weak. If he wants to be useful, he has to at least break through to the 7th level of the celestial being. Because of the shaking of the Qian Yuan realm, all the cultivators in the Qian Yuan realm were startled awake. They had not encountered the demons. They were not aware of the existence of the demons. Now that the Qian Yuan realm was shaking, It was an unknown fear for these cultivators. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's 10,000-foot-tall Dharma body immediately attracted everyone's attention. May I ask what happened to the Chen Yuan realm? Why is it shaking? Ji Yuanliang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the others were also waiting for Qin Shujian's answer. Qin Shujian did not hide anything and said lightly, the Chen Yuan realm is in the extraterritorial void. There are demons in the extraterritorial void. Now the demons are attacking the Chen Yuan realm. However, the Chen Yuan realm is stable. Such attacks will not cause any impact. You don't have to panic. After that, the Dharma body dissipated. The others looked at each other. Demons from the extraterritorial void. For them, this news was completely unexpected. Even Ji Yuanliang and other celestial being experts, they had never heard of the extraterritorial void. They had heard of the demons. They were products of the demon abyss. They were not sure if the extraterritorial void had anything to do with the demon abyss. Fortunately, the Chen Yuan realm did not shake for long before it regained its calm. Seeing this, the others were relieved. On the other side, under the influence of the human clan's luck, the stone tablet appeared in all the Chen Yuan colleges and randomly landed anywhere in the eastern continent. It was spring plowing. Many commoners were busy farming. However, the human clan's luck was vast and mighty, causing these people to stop what they were doing and look up at the sky. As a world with cultivators, although these commoners were mortals, they were not surprised by the occasional miraculous occurrences. An old farmer opened his eyes and looked sideways at the person beside him, saying, "Is this the voice of the Qin Emperor?" The Qin Emperor. To be honest, these people were unfamiliar with this name, but they were also familiar with it. So they were familiar with it. It was because of the information transmitted to them when the human clan's luck shook. Compared to Qin Shujian, the ordinary people knew more about the Zhao Emperor. After all, the imperial court ruled the world, and the Zhao Emperor was the supreme existence. The people might not know about the cultivators and who was the most powerful in the world, but they definitely knew which country they were from and who the Saint Emperor was. Look, there's something left behind. Sigh, it seems to be a stone tablet. Quick, let's go and take a look. It might be some treasure. As the stone tablet fell, the people were stunned for a moment. Then, they threw away the tools in their hands and ran toward the stone tablet. A divine item fell from the sky. It might be some incredible treasure. If that was the case, if they could get it, it might be a great benefit. They came in front of the stone tablet. Someone looked at the words on the stone tablet with a puzzled expression. Is there anyone who can read? Do you know what's written on it? Sigh, I don't know. What's written on it? I don't know. The onlookers looked at the stone tablet with confusion and doubt in their eyes. However, some people looked at the words on the stone tablet and touched it involuntarily. However, as soon as their hands touched it, the person fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people turned pale with fright. Oh no, it's a demon. Everyone, back away. Is the second son of the Zhong family dead? Quick, go and get a doctor. Those people hurriedly carried the fainted farmer away. The remaining people looked at the stone tablet. Their eyes were full of fear, but they couldn't help but be curious. Similar situations, they appeared one after another in the eastern continent. Whenever people touched the stone tablet, they would involuntarily faint. But it wouldn't take long for them to wake up again. And the people who woke up, memories of cultivation methods and martial arts would appear in their minds. Just like that, the two cultivation methods and martial arts, the universal Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique, were directly spread among the human race. The universal Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Liu Qinghong's eyes flickered. From other people's mouths, he knew that the martial arts recorded on the stone tablet were at the divine level. But because the cultivation method was incomplete, it only stopped at the divine martial technique. It was said that the final divine martial technique could only be learned in the Chenyuan sacred ground. But these were not important. What was important was What was recorded on the stone tablet were peerless cultivation methods and martial arts. That's right. For the players, the cultivation methods and martial arts on the stone tablet were the best of the best. At least for the players at this stage. It was almost impossible to obtain such cultivation methods and martial arts. Thinking of the rumors, Liu Qinghong looked at the stone tablet in front of him, and his eyes gradually became fiery. I'm only cultivating a mid-level spiritual level cultivation method now. Once I reach the 6th level of the spiritual martial realm, it's basically the end. At that time, I'll have to find a higher level cultivation method to replace it. If I can cultivate the universal Tao-seeking scripture, then I won't have to worry about the cultivation method of the celestial being. In the past, I would have to do a lot of tasks to get a cultivation method of this level. Now it's out in the open for people to learn. It's surprising. Although he was emotional, Liu Qinghong wouldn't refuse such a good thing. The cultivation method in the game. It wasn't as simple as a simple game cultivation method. It could be used in reality. In other words, if he could get the universal Tao-seeking scripture here, then in reality, he could cultivate to the divine martial realm without having to worry about the cultivation method. And if he could enter the Chenyuan sacred ground in the future, there was also a chance to get the follow-up cultivation method. In other words, the cultivation method of the celestial being would be complete. Thinking of this, Liu Qinghong immediately sent his divine sense down. Soon, everything about the universal Tao-seeking scripture appeared in his mind. What an exquisite cultivation method. It's really not something that the cultivation method I'm currently cultivating can compare to. Looking at the cultivation method in his mind, Liu Qinghong had a faint smile on his face. Immediately after, he was trying to transform the cultivation method he was cultivating into the universal Tao-seeking scripture. White light appeared. Liu Qinghong looked at the surrounding scene with a blank expression. He recognized that this was the place where he was bound to the resurrection point. Who am I? What happened? How did I die? Liu Qinghong was dumbfounded by the 3 consecutive questions. Soon, he recalled what had happened to him. I remember that I seemed to have cultivated the universal Tao-seeking scripture and then resurrected. Could it be that there was a problem with the cultivation? Looking at his attribute panel, Liu Qinghong fell into doubt. Immediately after, he operated the cultivation method again. Bang, his body exploded. After a long time, Liu Qinghong was resurrected. At this moment, his face was as dark as ink and extremely ugly. What's going on? Why can't I cultivate the universal Tao-seeking scripture? Could it be that this cultivation method can't be cultivated at all? But that's impossible. Why can other humans cultivate it but not me? Liu Qinghong was about to go crazy. He died twice for no reason and dropped 2 realms. He fell directly from the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm to the 1st level of the spiritual martial realm. Just a little more. He was about to return to the real martial realm. Liu Qinghong simply couldn't accept such a change. If there was a problem with the cultivation method. There were so many people in the Eastern continent who cultivated the universal Tao-seeking scripture. Why was there nothing wrong with it? If there was a problem with the cultivation method, it shouldn't be him who died. Besides, this cultivation method was created by Emperor Qin. How could there be a problem? He doubted himself. Liu Qinghong then tried to cultivate again. Bang, white light flashed. He was resurrected. At this moment, Liu Qinghong withdrew his thoughts. Looking at the realm that had fallen to the 10th level of the true martial realm, he was 100% sure that there was definitely a problem with the universal Tao-seeking scripture. Suddenly, he thought of the other players. There was no reason. Liu Qinghong exited the game on the spot and then logged into the players' forum that he hadn't visited for a long time. Now, the forum was completely in an uproar. All kinds of posts were flying around. Cultivating the universal Tao-seeking scripture, I died 5 times for no reason. Is there any big shot who succeeded in cultivating it? Give me some advice. Is there anyone who succeeded in cultivating the universal Tao-seeking scripture? Come and have a chat with me. What's going on? Is the universal Tao-seeking scripture poisonous? I died 3 times. Is there anyone who is more miserable than me? Let me be happy. The posts were densely packed. Almost every second, there would be new posts popping up. But the titles, without exception, were all inseparable from the universal Tao-seeking scripture. Seeing this, Liu Qinghong's heart sank. Then he clicked on a random post. First, the original poster talked about his tragic cultivation experience, and then there were a bunch of comments below. First post: I can only say that those who understand the universal Tao-seeking scripture understand it. Second post: why don't the original poster ask Emperor Qin about this question? Third post: F***CK, there's definitely something wrong with this stupid cultivation method. We players die as soon as we cultivate it, but those NPCs don't have any problems cultivating it. Fourth post: I just dropped to the 7th level of the true martial realm. I have to go leveling up. By the way, can you tell me how to get to the Chenyuan sacred ground? Fifth post: if you want to go to the Chenyuan sacred ground, let's form a team. Sixth post: the Liangshan chieftain is still the same Liangshan chieftain. I and Qin Haodong are irreconcilable. Seventh post: just like Liu Qinghong. All the players who cultivated the universal Tao-seeking scripture exploded and died at the same time. Ever since the cultivation method came out, more than half of the total number of players had dropped levels due to the practice of cultivation methods. There was no other way. Who didn't want to learn the divine realm cultivation method? In addition, there was no threshold to learn the universal Tao-seeking scripture. Almost every place had a cultivation method stone tablet, so everyone could learn it. So, it wasn't just the native humans who cultivated the universal Tao-seeking scripture. Many players had also obtained this cultivation method. With high-level cultivation methods, naturally, the players changed their cultivation method immediately. Then, they exploded. Some cautious players only died once and stopped cultivating. However, some players were stubborn and died more than 4 or 5 times. They were lucky. Players who liked to browse the forum discovered the problem with the cultivation method before they started cultivating. That was why they didn't step on the mine. But the problem was, who would go offline to browse the forum? The first thing they did when they obtained the cultivation method was to cultivate it. On this day, the players were furious. A large number of players were killed. Coupled with the fact that the native humans had no problem cultivating, everyone understood that this was definitely Qin Shujian's conspiracy. Or else, why was it that the others were fine while the players exploded and died? Regarding this, those players who didn't cultivate the cultivation method were fine. However, the players who exploded and died because of this were furious. Half a month later, a large number of players gathered in the Liangshan spiritual domain. They wanted to seek justice from the Chenyuan sacred ground. The Chenyuan realm. In the Chenyuan palace, Yin Bancheng cupped his hands and said, Qin Shi Huang, in the past half a month, a large number of mutants have gathered in the Liangshan spiritual domain because of the Chenkuan Tao-seeking scripture. At this moment, there are already tens of millions of people. And looking at the trend, there is a possibility that the number will increase day by day. If this continues, I'm afraid that things won't be good. In his opinion, with the ability of the mutants, it was naturally impossible for them to forcibly break into the Chenyuan realm. However, if the Chenyuan realm didn't open for a long time, those mutants who had gathered together would then set their sights on other places, including the various Chenyuan academies. At that time, it would be a big problem. Now that the mutants had gathered, they didn't move because their anger was focused on the Chenyuan sacred ground. They didn't have time to care so much. However, there was a time limit to this rage. Once it was delayed for a long time, it would cause a qualitative change. Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. He said lightly, "Don't worry about the mutants. Send a message on behalf of Ben Huang. We will give them an explanation in 3 days." Yes. Yin Bancheng nodded slightly. Then he asked uncertainly, Qin Shi Huang, is there really a problem with the Chenkuan Tao-seeking scripture? He was very careful when he said this. But if this problem wasn't clarified, Yin Bancheng also couldn't sleep or eat well. Because he had already switched to the Chenkuan Dao-seeking scripture. If there really was a problem with this technique, then he would be embarrassed. Yin Bancheng wasn't the only one who was concerned. The other elders and deacons of the sacred ground all looked at Qin Shujian, wanting to know the answer from him. Qin Shujian said, "There is no problem with the Chenkuan Dao-seeking scripture. It's just that this technique is only suitable for us humans to cultivate. Although the mutants are no different from humans, they are actually different from humans. Therefore, there will be problems with their cultivation. It's not just the mutants. Even if other foreign races cultivate the Chenkuan Dao-seeking scripture, they will explode and die. Because this cultivation technique is a human cultivation technique. How could other races have the right to cultivate it? The Chenkuan Dao-seeking scripture. It was an inheritance technique recognized by the fate of the human race. The non-human race. Naturally, they were not qualified to cultivate it. As long as the human race existed, the fate of the human race would not allow outsiders to successfully cultivate the Chenkuan Dao-seeking scripture. Unless, if the human race was destroyed, then outsiders would have a chance to successfully cultivate the Chenkuan Dao-seeking scripture. Hearing this, Yin Bancheng and the others immediately felt relieved. As long as there was no problem with the technique. As for why outsiders would explode and die from cultivating it, it had nothing to do with them. Besides, this was a human technique. If outsiders dared to covet the human technique, they deserved to die. Then, Qin Shujian said, "In the next few days, pay close attention to the movements of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. If any mutants dare to make a move, immediately suppress them. If there is no movement, ignore them for the time being. Just pass on Ben Huang's words to them." "We understand." Yin Bancheng and the others accepted the order. In the outside world, there were already tens of millions of players gathered in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. "Do you know how to enter the Chenyuan realm? It's not good for so many of us to gather here. If the Chenyuan realm doesn't open, we'll go and destroy the other branches of the Yuan sect. Anyway, those branches were founded by the old thief. Destroying them will vent our anger." That's right. Many players were noisy. Unable to find the entrance to the Chenyuan realm, the players who were already angry became even more irritable. Soon. Thus, some people set their sights on the various branches of the Yuan sect. In their opinion, the Chenyuan sacred ground was founded by Qin Shujian, and the Yuan sect was also founded by him. If they couldn't find the owner, they would vent their anger on the branches of the Yuan sect. Anyway, for them, destroying a few branches and killing some people was no big deal. It was just a game anyway. Who hadn't killed an NPC before? At most, they just didn't kill that many. Just as the other players were thinking about this, the void vibrated. The Chenyuan realm opened. Several Holy Land elders stepped out from the crowd. When they saw the innumerable number of players below them, their expressions turned grim. Ants could kill an elephant. Even a divine-level cultivator was likely to die if he was besieged by so many players. Of course, if a divine-level cultivator wanted to leave, it would be difficult for these players, who were at most in the spirit martial realm, to stop him. Qin Yuanbai looked at the numerous players with an expressionless face and shouted with a deep voice, "Pass down the order of Qin Shihuang. Don't be impatient. 3 days later, Qin Shihuang will meet you and give you a satisfactory answer. But before that, if anyone dares to cause trouble in the Liangshan spiritual realm without permission, don't blame us for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from the 6 divine-level cultivators. It was vast and mighty, and the void was slightly distorted. It also made the players below change their expressions. But when they thought of so many teammates around them, the fear that had just risen in the hearts of the players disappeared without a trace. What was there to be afraid of? They had so many people on their side. Why would they be afraid of a divine-level boss? If they really fought, even a divine-level boss would be torn apart. However, Qin Yuanbai and the others didn't intend to reply to the players. After conveying Qin Shujian's words, they returned to the Qianyuan realm. As long as the players didn't cause trouble, they didn't care so much about the others. In the Qianyuan realm, Fang Xinglan sighed and said, "How do you think the Qin Emperor will solve this matter? I think the players are really angry this time. In such a short period of time, there are more than 10 million of them. Furthermore, I've received news that even more mutants are heading this way. If so many players really riot, it won't be easy to deal with them." Although the players' strength was not good. But that was only in a single sense. Tens of millions of physical invulnerability cultivators and spirit god cultivators gathered together. The threat they posed was not ordinary. If so many cultivators really riot, it would be difficult for the divine-level cultivators to suppress them. After all, although the divine-level cultivators were powerful, they had not reached the level of being invincible in the world. Divine-level cultivators were also human, and they also had their limits. If so many players really attacked the Qianyuan realm, Fang Xinglan had to think of a way to deal with it to be safer. Qin Yuanbai said faintly, "Although there are many players, they are just a mob. Since the Qin Emperor has given us 3 days, we will just listen to him. There is no need to think so much." "Brother Qin is really open-minded," Kui Huai said with a faint smile. Since Qin Yuanbai joined the Qianyuan sacred ground, he had become the loyal henchman of the Qin Emperor. The change was so fast. It was very different from his original identity as the sect master of the 9 Palaces sect. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian sat there quietly and did not move. When he created the Heaven and Earth Tao-seeking scripture, he had long thought that this would happen. At present, the average strength of the players was not very strong. The so-called threat. In Qin Shujian's view, it was not a big problem. The reason why he gave 3 days. It was because his source of life had reached a critical point. He had a hunch that he would break through in these 2 days. This hunch. It was not a groundless guess. The whim of the strong could foresee many things that were about to happen. In particular, Qin Shujian was now the human emperor. With the blessing of the human race's fate, the accuracy of this kind of premonition would undoubtedly become higher. Previously, he had been suppressing his realm. He had been constantly expanding his foundation. He also had many guesses about the cultivation method to improve his source of life. But no matter how many guesses, without being tested by facts, it could not be accurate. So, when this day really came, Qin Shujian was also a little excited. Chapter 633. 2 days later. Qin Shujian sat quietly in the courtyard. His body did not sway at all. Finally, when the source of life reached a critical point, in his heart, there was a surge of enlightenment. When he looked at the attribute panel again, the Guyuan ancestral cannon had already shown a plus sign that it could be upgraded. "It's finally here." Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Then, his mind fell on it. Upgrade. In an instant, the source of life was emptied. At the same time, the Guyuan ancestral cannon had transformed from the 5th level of the divine chapter to the 6th level of the divine chapter. When the cultivation technique was breaking through, an endless force surged from his body. One by one, the acupoints were opened. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Qin Shujian's body. At this moment, the Qianyuan realm trembled violently. What's going on? Are there foreign demons attacking the Qianyuan realm again? Not good. The cultivators in the Qianyuan realm were alarmed again. Several sacred ground elders came out of the human emperor's palace. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. They originally thought that foreign demons were attacking the Qianyuan realm. But when they walked out of the human emperor's palace, only then did they realize. This aura did not come from outside the Qianyuan realm. It came from inside the Qianyuan realm. Fang Xinglan looked into the distance in astonishment and said uncertainly, "That direction seems to be where Yuan Zong is." "That's right." Yin Bancheng nodded slightly. Suddenly, the few of them fell silent. At this time, Yuan Zong was emitting an aura that shook the entire Qianyuan realm. Such a change. If it wasn't for Qin Shi Huang, no one else would have the ability to do so. Qin Yuanbai said solemnly, "It seems that Qin Shi Huang's cultivation has broken through again. That's why it caused such a big commotion." In his opinion, the stronger Qin Shujian was, the better. The stronger the opponent was, the more powerful the Qian Yuan sacred ground would be. However, Ji Yuanliang looked puzzled. Qin Shi Huang is already a supreme master of the Nirvana realm. If he breaks through again, he should be a true immortal. Could it be that Qin Shi Huang is breaking through to become an immortal at this moment? Thinking of this possibility, his expression changed drastically again. The others were also shocked. However, very soon, Yin Bancheng shook his head and said, "Although we have never seen a true immortal before, judging by the current situation, it is unlikely that he has broken through to the true immortal stage." True immortal. In their eyes, this was the pinnacle of cultivation. If he reached that level, it would definitely be more powerful than the one in front of him. Yin Bancheng had never seen a true immortal before, but he was sure of it. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qin Yuanbai and the others pacified the alarmed cultivators before sending them back. It was fine as long as there weren't extraterrestrial demons attacking. Others. These were all minor problems. Since the Qin Emperor was breaking through, they didn't dare disturb him. If the breakthrough failed, he vented his anger. No one could bear this anger. In the courtyard, in just a few breaths of time, Qin Shujian's body had undergone earth-shaking changes. There were originally 13,200 acupoints. Under the impact of this mighty force, it directly opened to 36,500. At this moment, boundless power spread out. Although Qin Shujian was sitting in the courtyard motionlessly, he seemed to be able to suppress the entire Chenyuan world. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer was shocked. Everything happened so suddenly that he didn't even have time to react. He broke through. He just sat there for 2 days and directly broke through. And if he broke through, then so be it. But this power, it made Godslayer feel that it wasn't as simple as breaking through to the 6th level of the celestial being. It was more like becoming an immortal on the spot. Did he really just break through to the 6th level of the celestial being? Godslayer fell into self-doubt. At this moment, Qin Shujian had completely woken up from the breakthrough. With the opening of 36,500 star acupoints, his power had reached the perfect level of Ju Tian. On his body, there were endless stars shining brightly. But soon, the starlight was restrained. However, everything in the courtyard, under the influence of this power, had already undergone some subtle changes. Phew! Qin Shujian raised his head and exhaled. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A bolt from the blue. Rumble. Godslayer said in a daze, Little Qin Shi Huang, what realm have you broken through to now?" "Realm?" Qin Shujian looked at his attributes and said with a smile, 6th level of the celestial being." 6th level of the celestial being? The god-slaying saber was stunned again. Really? Was it really the 6th level of the celestial being? I've seen a lot. Don't fool me. With the breakthrough in cultivation, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. He ignored Godslayer. Instead, he observed the changes in his body. When his cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the celestial being, the star acupoints in his body directly transformed from 13,200 to 36,500. And every star acupoint. They were all the size of his original expansion. This was also proof from the side. Qin Shujian's original guess was not wrong. He worked hard to expand his foundation. Then, he would accumulate life force and make a big breakthrough. He had a premonition. This time, he broke through to the 6th level of the celestial being. In fact, it was many times stronger than before when he broke through to the 6th level of the celestial being directly without accumulating a foundation. 36,500 star acupoints, complete 6th level of the celestial being. Since the breakthrough is the peak, the life force is impeccable. Qin Shujian had a smile on his face. Every time he used the life force to upgrade, he would directly upgrade to the peak state of a realm. In other words, although he had just broken through to the 6th level of the celestial being, he had actually reached the level of complete 6th level of the celestial being. Taking another step forward. That was the 7th level of the celestial being. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list again, and the attributes related to him were also revealed. Name, Qin Shujian race, human age, 31 realm, 6th level of the celestial being combat strength, 73,000 talent evaluation, excellent my combat strength has reached 73,000. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, very satisfied with this change. As for the Godslayer, impossible. Impossible. How could your combat power reach 73,000? He was going crazy. 6th level of the celestial being, 73,000 combat strength. The Godslayer suspected that he had seen wrongly, but when he looked carefully, that 73,000 combat strength was still extremely dazzling. In an instant, the Godslayer felt that he was going blind. It was really 73,000. If I remember correctly, the strongest celestial being in the ancient times only had a combat strength of 35,000 when he was at the 7th level of the celestial being. When he reached the 10th level of the celestial being, he only had 120,000 combat strength. That's impossible. It must be because I'm still asleep. That's impossible. The Godslayer was in a mess. The strongest celestial being in the ancient times only had 35,000 combat strength. When the other party was at the 6th level of the celestial being, his combat strength was at most around 25,000. 25,000 for one person. 73,000 for one person. It was a difference of nearly 3 times. The Godslayer had always thought that he had overestimated Qin Shujian, but every time the other party did something, it refreshed his understanding. This time, it directly caused this Zhu Bing to fall into self-doubt. The shock towards the Godslayer. Qin Shujian was also very satisfied. To be honest, when he saw his combat strength, he was also shocked. At the same time, he was also more satisfied with the heaven list's function. Every time he broke through, the cultivator would have an illusion that he was very strong. But as for how strong they were, to what extent? But there was no complete concept. But after having the heaven list, the basic change in combat strength could be seen very clearly. Breaking through from the 5th level of the celestial being to the 6th level of the celestial being, my combat strength directly doubled. As for why it increased so much, it should be because my foundation is more solid. If I can break through to the 7th level of the celestial being, my combat strength can at least break through the 100,000 mark. This time, Qin Shujian wanted to stand in front of the Demon Emperor and the others and loudly say that everyone present was trash. He also wanted to go to the Imperial City. He wanted to have a good fight with the strongest person of the human race. But soon, Qin Shujian extinguished this thought. One should not be too arrogant. Although 73,000 combat strength, coupled with all his skills, was very likely to be able to hang the Demon Emperor and other elites up and beat them up. But nothing was absolute. If he really encountered a Nirvana elite who went berserk, it would be very awkward. Thinking of the rumor that a peak Nirvana could be comparable to a true immortal, Qin Shujian could not help but ask, "Senior, you said before that after a true immortal transforms into an immortal body, his strength will be very strong? Then, I have 70,000 combat strength now. If I break through to the 7th level of the celestial being, I will definitely reach 100,000 combat strength. Under such circumstances, is it still possible to fight against a true immortal?" If it was in the past, he would not ask how strong a true immortal was. After all, it was an existence that he could not afford to offend. But it was different now. Qin Shujian felt that he seemed to be able to arm wrestle a true immortal. The premise was that he had to know how strong the other party was. Oh, you mean a true immortal? Godslayer was a little dazed. After being stunned for a while, he forced himself to come back to his senses. He thought for a while. Godslayer said, "The biggest difference between a true immortal and those below is the immortal body. Once a powerhouse of this level breaks through, his ethereal force will also transform, metamorphosing into an even stronger existence. That kind of power is called immortal force. Immortal force is completely above ethereal force. If you want to fight against a true immortal, you have to at least be able to resist immortal force. Immortal force. Qin Shujian heard a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. The god-slaying saber said, any trace of immortal core power requires more than 10 times the amount of ethereal core power to counteract it. That is to say, for elites with 100,000 combat power, true immortals with immortal core power can easily crush those below true immortals. Only if your combat strength is much higher and the ethereal force in your body is abundant can you slowly wear down the immortal force and fight against a true immortal. He seemed to know that he had said too much. Godslayer thought for a while. He decided to put it in simpler terms. To put it bluntly, a true immortal has a combat strength of 100,000. If you want to fight against a true immortal, you have to have a combat strength of at least 150,000 and above, not including the difference in precepts. A true immortal is very strong. The so-called powerhouses who can fight against a true immortal are just fighting. If you want to really kill a true immortal, you have to rely on many factors. After all, the strength of the immortal body alone is not something that can be broken by ordinary Taoist artifacts. Godslayer said calmly. Hearing this, Qin Shujian finally understood the situation. To put it bluntly, it was difficult to fight against a true immortal. The first step was to have a combat strength of more than 150,000. The second step was to have a divine weapon that could kill a true immortal. The third step. It would be best if the true immortal was seriously injured and disabled. Qin Shujian thought for a while. He now met the second criteria. With the Godslayer, it should not be a problem to break through the immortal body's defense. As for the first step, it was a lot worse. However, he had the Heaven List, a treasure that gathered the fortune of the human race. It should be able to lower the standard. But even if it was lowered, it was impossible to lower it by much. Qin Shujian estimated. If he wanted to fight against a true immortal, he had to have a combat strength of at least 120,000. And the true immortal he had to deal with was the weakest one. Thinking of this, Emperor Qin could not help but exclaim, a true immortal is really too strong. Of course. Godslayer continued and said with a sneer, although there are existences above precepts, for the creatures of heaven and earth, a true immortal is the peak of the entire cultivation realm. Those who can become a true immortal are all amazing figures. Hard work, opportunity, and talent are all indispensable. It takes tens of thousands of years of cultivation to reach this realm. It is not something that can be easily defeated. From the topic of true immortals, the god-slaying saber regained the confidence to talk to Qin Shujian. You are now in the 6th tier of the celestial being and have a combat strength of 73,000. But in front of a true immortal. That is also trash. Thinking of this, Godslayer felt much better. However, his good mood did not last long. Qin Shujian said gloomily, so I have to break through to the 7th tier of the celestial being to deal with a true immortal. It is indeed quite difficult. Godslayer did not reply. He suddenly did not want to talk to the other party. Qin Shujian felt even better after casually rebuking the god-slaying saber. Then, through the core of the Chenyuan realm, he had already seen the scene of the outside world. There are quite a lot of players, but it's time for me to appear. The vast Liangshan spiritual realm. It was about to be occupied by players. It was not a good idea to delay like this. So, Qin Shujian planned to go out and meet these people in person. Outside, many players gathered together. The news given by the Chenyuan sacred ground was 3 days later. Now, only 2 days had passed, and many players were already impatient. A mob. Cao Hong looked at the noisy players and shook his head with a disdainful smile. In his opinion, players were the most undisciplined. Now there were tens of millions of people, but they did not have the momentum that tens of millions of people should have. For this, Cao Hong was both disdainful and helpless in his heart. If he could integrate so many players, then even defeating a celestial being boss would not be a big problem. But, tens of millions of players, how could it be so easy to subdue them? Not to mention him. Even the top players in the game did not have the ability to make so many players listen to their orders. After all, even the biggest tycoon family in the real world. There was no other way. He was able to bring out resources that satisfied so many players. However, Cao Hong did not think that so many players could do such a big thing. As long as he put some pressure on the Chenyuan sacred ground and let Qin Shi Huang give a reasonable explanation and compensation, that would be enough. It's best to dig out a divine technique from the Chenyuan sacred ground. Then there will be no problem in cultivating. Cao Hong thought to himself. This matter was caused by the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture. If he wanted to calm it down, he could only start with the technique. So, in Cao Hong's opinion, the simplest, most direct, and most effective way for Qin Shujian to calm the player's anger was to take out the technique of the Chenyuan sacred ground. On the other side, Liu Qinghong's anger had subsided a little. He looked at his teammates and said lightly, "Brother Cao, what do you think Qin Shi Huang will do? It's nothing more than taking out the technique." Cao Hong did not hide anything and told him his guess. Hearing this, Liu Qinghong nodded slightly and said, "Brother Cao thinks the same as me. Although we have a lot of people now, as long as the Chenyuan sacred ground takes out some techniques, many people will disperse. There's no other way." Cao Hong shook his head. There was nothing to say about a motley crew. At this time, he also shifted his gaze to other locations. Among the tens of millions of players, there were at least tens of thousands of teams. The leaders of these teams were also meeting each other to discuss how to deal with the Chenyuan sacred ground. For this, Cao Hong and Liu Qinghong were completely lazy to participate. The so-called negotiation. In fact, it was all nonsense. Although they were chatting well now, if there were really benefits, they would fall out in an instant. Immediately, Liu Qinghong laughed again and said, "Speaking of which, Qin Shi Huang seems to have never compromised with the players. I'd like to see what his concession will be like." "You're a little perverted." Cao Hong glanced at him. On the other side, the battle was breaking out. Some players couldn't help but encourage some players to attack the other forces in the Liangshan spiritual domain. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would encounter the Sky Patrol. For these battles, most people were too lazy to care. Their goal was the Chenyuan sacred ground. As for the other forces, even if they broke through, there were so many people. How much could they gain? If they dropped a level because of this, it was not worth it. The Chenyuan sacred ground was the one that was really rich. Another half a day passed. Just as the players' hearts were disappearing little by little, the Chenyuan sacred ground opened. The extremely rich heaven and earth spirit Qi turned into a long river and rushed over. Qin Shujian, dressed in a green robe, slowly walked out of it. In an instant, boundless power suppressed the void. At this time, all the noise of the players quieted down. Looking at the many players below, Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Ben Huang is already here. If you have anything to say, you can say it now." His voice was calm, but it contained a faint pressure that entered the ears of all the players. Qin Shi Huang. A name emerged in everyone's mind. For many people, this was the biggest boss in the Eastern continent. Many people had fantasized about defeating this boss. But at this moment, when they saw him in person, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. But when they saw their teammates around them, the trace of fear in their hearts quickly dissipated. There were so many of them. What was there to be afraid of? After the scene calmed down, a player flew into the air and appeared in front of Qin Shujian. Airborne realm. Seeing the appearance of this player, Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. At this stage of the players, most of them were between the physical invulnerability realm and the spiritual god realm. Only a few people could reach the airborne realm. And there were so many players here. This player took the lead to stand out. It could be seen that this person was quite famous among the players. "Greetings, Qin Shi Huang." Facing Qin Shujian, Cheng Wang still didn't show any disrespect. No matter what. The other party was also a top powerhouse in the eastern continent. Among the human race, only Zhao Huang could stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Shi Huang. In the face of such a powerhouse, he still gave a certain amount of respect. Qin Shujian said lightly, "If you have something to say, just say it. I believe that Qin Shi Huang should also know the purpose of our visit this time. Since the Qianyuan sacred ground preaches to the world, the Qiankuan Dao seeking scripture is for the world to cultivate, but now there is a problem with the cultivation method. I wonder if Qin Shi Huang has any explanation for this matter." Cheng Wang looked at Qin Shujian and said in a clear voice, "There is no need to explain." The Qiankuan Dao seeking scripture was created by Ben Huang for the human race. Naturally, only the human race can cultivate it. You are outsiders, so it is normal that you can't cultivate it. Even so, since the Qianyuan sacred ground has spread the cultivation method, they should make this matter public, instead of keeping us in the dark and causing many casualties. Cheng Wang's expression didn't change. He said in a deep voice, Qin Shi Huang should give an explanation. He faced Qin Shujian directly. He had great confidence in his heart. Normally, Cheng Wang wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After all, he was only a cultivator in the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm. The other party was a powerhouse in the nirvana realm. It would be easy for him to kill him. But now, there were tens of millions of players behind him. Cheng Wang wasn't afraid that Qin Shujian would make a move. The other party wouldn't dare to make a move at this time. If he really did make a move, the other players would definitely go berserk. On the contrary, Cheng Wang was sure that after this incident, his reputation would be completely spread among the players. It would be convenient to earn a reputation. It would be much more convenient to do things in the future. In the short time that he talked to Qin Shujian, many thoughts had emerged in Cheng Wang's mind. In the face of questioning, Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. He looked at Cheng Wang and said indifferently, "Are you questioning Ben Huang?" "I don't dare. I just want to seek justice for everyone." "What a good justice." "Then, according to your opinion, what is justice?" "The Qin Emperor is the human emperor of the human race. Although we are guests from beyond the heavens, we still respect the Qin Emperor. However, we have suffered many casualties because of the heaven and earth Dao-seeking scripture. This problem has to be resolved. The Qianyuan sacred ground collects cultivation methods from all over the world and wants to spread them to the world. How can they leave us alone? You know, when the human race left the East continent in the past, we also contributed a lot," Cheng Wang said. Qin Shujian said, "Then in your opinion, what should Ben Huang do?" "As long as Qin Shi Huang discloses part of the cultivation method of the Qianyuan sacred ground and allows us to practice it, this matter will be resolved." Cheng Wang didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. His purpose. It was the cultivation method of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Nowadays, high-level cultivation techniques were too hard to come by. The cultivation method of the Qianyuan sacred ground could meet all his needs. One had to know. The cultivation method in the game was not just illusory. Even in reality, it could be practiced. If he was able to obtain a powerful cultivation technique, he would be able to obtain great benefits in the real world, not to mention the other benefits. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, "What you said makes sense." Hearing this, Cheng Wang smiled and said, "So, Qin Shi Huang agrees." Unfortunately, Ben Huang refused. Qin Shujian shook his head, which directly made Cheng Wang's smile stiffen on his face. Does Qin Shi Huang really want to fight to the death? Fight to the death? Do you think you can do it? Qin Shujian asked rhetorically. Immediately, his face suddenly turned cold, and the momentum of his body suddenly erupted. In an instant, the void collapsed. Cheng Wang, who was standing in front of Qin Shujian, didn't even have time to react before he was directly crushed to death by this momentum. At this time, Qin Shujian looked down at the many players, like a god above the 9th heaven, and said lightly, "Ben Huang is the emperor of the human race. Who are you to question me? If you want the Qianyuan sacred ground to release the cultivation method, then show me your strength." Speaking of this, Qin Shujian glanced at the players again and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, Ben Huang is saying that you are all trash." Boom! In one sentence, the emotions of all the players completely exploded. Anger. Incomparable anger. No one expected that Qin Shujian would be so arrogant. In the face of tens of millions of players, he still dared to call everyone trash. Even Cao Hong and Liu Qinghong's faces were stunned. Compared to the anger of being insulted, they were more surprised by Qin Shujian's approach. This Qin Shujian is really tough. With so many people here, he dares to ridicule us. Does he really think that he is invincible? Cao Hong shook his head, puzzled by Qin Shujian's approach. After the shock, Liu Qinghong's eyes were gloomy. This is good. If the others don't kill him, it will be difficult to quell the hatred in their hearts. Sure enough. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, a player suddenly shouted angrily, F***ck, kill him. What kind of bullshit emperor is this? Does he really think that he is a powerful person? Today, I will not only kill him, but also destroy the Chenyuan sacred ground. Kill. A large number of players rose into the air and charged toward Qin Shujian. Now, Qin Shujian was not standing high. At most, he was about 100 feet in the air. Although not all players had reached the airborne realm, with the strength of the players at this stage, it was not a problem for them to rise into the air for a short time. The battle. It erupted. Qin Shujian looked at the many players who had been killed, and his face was cold. His green robe fluttered slightly. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. Thousands of miles of the void instantly collapsed, and all the players who rose into the air were directly crushed into minced meat in front of this aura. However, the number of players who died was only a drop in the ocean compared to the tens of millions of players. Anyway, they could be resurrected if they died. At most, they would lose levels. In the past, the players would still cherish their wings, but now that they were angry, they were ready to go all out. Self-destruct. Use self-destruct to break his aura suppression. Some players saw that Qin Shujian did not make a move and only relied on his aura suppression to kill many players, so they immediately shouted loudly. After that, he took the lead to rise into the air, and his body exploded with a bang. Boom! A powerful force erupted, but it could only set off a small wave in the void. If there was one, was there a way to let a cultivator exert power that was far beyond their own? Self-destruct. That was the only way out. The self-destruction of a physical invulnerability cultivator was enough to injure a spirit god realm cultivator. Even an airborne realm cultivator would not dare to take the self-destruction of a spirit god realm cultivator. For Qin Shujian, the self-destruction of a cultivator of this level had no effect at all. But this premise. There were not many of them. After the first player self-destructed, the other players immediately self-destructed one after another. The power of the self-destruction gathered together. It made Qin Shujian frown secretly. Immediately, he struck out with his palm, and the condensed energy from his palm shattered the vacuum. Instantly, an area of the densely packed players was cleared. That palm strike. At least tens of thousands of players died. Boom. 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 The battle had entered a white-hot stage since the outbreak. Qin Shujian stood in the air and unilaterally slaughtered the players. However, under the continuous self-destruction of many players, the aura that was suppressing the void suddenly broke through. Boom! The aura collapsed. Suddenly, more players rose into the air and charged towards Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian was not afraid. Every move he made was filled with immense power. Any player who got close to him was annihilated by this power. After breaking through to the 6th tier of the celestial realm, his combat strength had completely reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. In fact, he had already surpassed the strength of Emperor Zhao when he walked out of the Eastern continent and fought the emperors of the 4 races. In such a situation, although there were many players, it was difficult to shake him in the slightest. Military formation. Quick, form into a military formation. When a team leader saw this scene, he immediately gathered all the members of the team together and formed a military formation to fight against the enemy. Military formation. This was the method of Emperor Zhao. Players naturally had a chance to get it. However, in order to form a powerful military formation, one had to undergo strict training. Hence, the only ones who could truly master military formations were those players with teams. Suddenly, many scattered players gathered together and formed military formations one after another. All the chi and blood gathered. They turned into military spirits and soared into the sky. Every player who formed a military formation was at least of the physical invulnerability realm. In this way, the military spirits were even more powerful. Military formation. Qin Shujian wiped out a group of players with a wave of his hand. Looking at the players who had formed a formation in the distance, he frowned. He did not expect. The military formation in Emperor Zhao's hands was really mastered by the players. However, military formations were also divided into levels. After mastering it, one would not be able to unleash the strongest strength. However, no matter how weak the strength was, it was still a military formation. When tens of thousands of physical invulnerability realm players were gathered together, they could unleash the strength of a celestial. In other words, if someone could really gather tens of thousands of players into a powerful military formation, they might really be able to fight against the emperors of the small races. Players. After all, their wings were growing. However, to Qin Shujian's relief, the players were still within his control. Seeing many military formations formed, he did not hide his strength anymore. God-tier martial arts. Celestial phenomenon. His 10,000 feet tall body stood proudly in the sky. A terrifying aura swept over like a wave. After casting the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian's strength had completely reached the level of 150,000. Boom! With a step, the ground cracked and countless players were swallowed. Next, with another palm print, the army's spirit collapsed. The players who formed the military formation spat out blood and directly turned into white light and fled. At this moment, there were also players who wanted to self-destruct to injure Qin Shujian. However, Qin Shujian's physical defense had already reached the level of suppressing the void. Unless the attack was really powerful and had reached the 10th tier of the celestial, there was no possibility of breaking his defense. The players self-destructed. The military formation was formed. Qin Shujian turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant and wantonly slaughtered. Originally, he was prepared to use the red lotus of purgation to get rid of all the players. However, the heavenly axiom's warning made him understand that doing so might cause unpredictable danger. Therefore, Qin Shujian suppressed this impulse. However, although he could not use the red lotus of purgation, it did not prevent him from using other means. This battle. It was destined to destroy the morale of all the players. Or else, in the future, the players would easily form tens of thousands of people to force him to abdicate. Then, the possibility of the Eastern continent to balance the players would be even lower. Therefore, he could only let these players feel despair. Only then could he solve this problem. Since the outbreak of the war, the entire Baiyun mansion, and even the human experts of the Eastern continent, had their eyes fixed on this place. They also wanted to know, how would Qin Shujian deal with so many mutants? But no one expected. This Qin Shi means were so violent that he would kill at the slightest disagreement. Qianyuan Sacred Ground. At this moment, the passage to the sacred ground had been opened. Several elders of the sacred ground and other cultivators in the sacred ground saw the situation outside through the passage. The strength of Qin Shi is really terrifying. Qin Yuanbai looked shocked. He knew that Qin Shujian was very strong, but when he saw that the other party could still wantonly slaughter countless mutants, he was still shocked. However, Qin Yuanbai did not make a move. No one else made a move either. Because Qin Shujian had given an order before. In this battle, no one was allowed to intervene. This was a grudge between him and the players. The heaven list suppressed the world. Every time it fell, hundreds of thousands of players would be killed. The long river of rules surged. The void also cracked. All the players who faced the long river of rules turned into white light and dissipated. At this moment, Qin Shujian was completely immersed in the slaughter. Any player who blocked in front of him could not escape the order to revive. A large number of players died. This caused the white light in the Liang Mountain spiritual domain to soar into the sky. How many tens of millions of players were there? A lot. A lot. But even with so many players, they could not stop Qin Shujian's footsteps at all. Those players who self-destructed could not break his defense at all. In this battle, the mountains collapsed. The rivers stopped flowing. Qin Shujian was the one who had created all this power and influence. As for the players in front of him, they were as weak as ants. No one knew how long had passed. Qin Shujian suddenly stopped. It was not because he was exhausted, but because there were no other players around. Between heaven and earth, only a giant tens of thousands of feet tall stood proudly in the sky. The terrifying power was still extremely strong, shaking the wind and clouds, and cracking the void. As for the players, they had all disappeared. All the people who were watching this battle were also speechless. Chapter 634. The players' respawn interval was 10 minutes. Every time they died, it would stack for 10 minutes. The longest respawn time was 1 hour. How long was 1 hour? It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. But with Qin Shujian's killing speed, every step he took, he could crush tens of thousands of players. In 1 hour, killing tens of millions of players was a piece of cake. At this moment, the players that surrounded Liang Mountain spiritual region all disappeared. It wasn't because they were all dead. It was because they all entered respawn time. Occasionally, there would be sporadic flashes of light. One by one, the idle players respawned. But when they saw the empty area around them and Qin Shujian's huge body, they didn't rush forward to kill this boss. Yes, players wouldn't die. This was their biggest asset. But they wouldn't die. That didn't mean they weren't afraid. And the more they died in the game, the more their realms in reality would be affected. Although it wouldn't fall. But without the support of the realms in the game, their cultivation speed would definitely decrease a lot. This was like a heavily injured state. All attributes would be halved. The speed of cultivation decided a lot of things. Reality wasn't a game. There was no such thing as killing monsters to level up. Once the cultivation speed decreased, it would be hard to increase it in the future. More importantly, in reality, the lifespan of a player was no more than 100 years. If they couldn't cultivate to a higher level, they might face the risk of their lifespan running out. In general, not everyone was a cultivation genius. Most of them were mediocre cultivators. They relied on the boost of realms in the game to be able to cultivate quickly in reality. If they didn't have that, then it would be very troublesome. No one didn't want to live forever. In the past, they didn't see the possibility of living forever. Now that they saw it, who would be willing to give it up? So, in the game, players wouldn't really die, but their realms would drop. Qin Shujian's provocation had caused them to be blinded by anger, and they had thought that they could kill the boss with their numbers. Hence, they had launched an attack. But now, they were completely sober. Stop fighting. There was no point. Some players looked at their realms and showed a sad expression, second level of the true martial realm. If I fall again, I will fall into the martial realm. I can't fight this battle. When the battle started, he was at the first level of the spirit martial realm. After the fight, he was only at the second level of the martial realm. He had died 8 or 9 times. Who knew what would happen in this battle? How did he survive? Qin Shujian didn't kill the resurrected players because it wasn't necessary. In this battle, he had already achieved the effect he wanted. And Qin Shujian believed it. As time passed, this battle would be deeply rooted in people's hearts. In the future, unless the players had absolute confidence, they would not be able to survive. Or else, it would also be difficult for them to form such a large group again. He retracted his lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian rose into the air and looked at the players who were resurrected one after another. He said lightly, "The Chenyuan sacred ground is not to be provoked. If you do it again, there will be no place for you in the Eastern continent. After that, he flew straight into the sky and returned to the Chen Yuan realm. The scene was deathly silent. I lost. Someone sighed. In the past, when they were defeated, they would feel anger and resentment. But in this battle, there was nothing to say. Tens of millions of players besieged one person, but in the end, they were still defeated. Each of them died at least 3 or 4 times, and some of them even lost a large realm. In this battle, countless players were killed and injured. Looking at Qin Shujian, he was unscathed. Such a gap was already hopeless. Liu Qinghong looked at his own realm, turned his head to look at his fellow sufferer, and said with a wry smile, "How much did you lose?" "I'm at the 3rd level of the martial realm." Cao Hong sighed. He was back to square one. Just now, he was also affected by the battle and lost his mind. As a result, when he woke up, he found that the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm had become the 3rd level of the martial realm. He had lost a large realm. Thinking of this, Cao Hong shook his head with a wry smile. "I knew it was impossible to defeat him, but it didn't work. The years in the game were wasted. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to cultivate back to the same level. Alas, let's go." Liu Qinghong looked at his realm and felt a little better. But no matter what, this time, the players could be said to have suffered heavy losses. In the Chen Yuan realm, all the cultivators of the Holy Land were watching this battle. When Qin Shujian returned, the others also looked at him with reverence. Some people opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. Qin Shujian looked at the crowd and said, "There's nothing to see. Let's disperse. All the elders of the Holy Land, go to the Chenyuan Hall for a meeting." Yes. In the Chenyuan Hall, Qin Shujian and a group of elders were having a meeting. The universe Tao seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique have appeared in the Eastern continent, suitable for all humans to cultivate. How is the progress of the various academies? On the main seat, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Kui Huai, one of the elders of the Holy Land, cupped his hands and said, reporting to the Qin Emperor, "Now the various Chenyuan academies have begun the first batch of enrollment. Because there is no threshold, there are many people signing up. With the current scale of the academy, it can't accommodate so many people. If it can't accommodate so many people, then let's choose the best ones. In the future, when the academy expands, we will recruit new academies." Qin Shujian nodded. Then he said, "In the future, the universe Tao seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique will be the main cultivation methods and martial arts of the human race. The various academies will also focus on teaching these 2 martial arts. As for the rest, you can decide for yourselves." Every academy had many teachers. Every teacher was a cultivator with a profound cultivation base. If some talented students were chosen by them, it was normal for them to accept them as disciples. Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping them. He only had one request. These 2 cultivation methods and martial arts must blossom everywhere in the Eastern continent. The human passage. The person guarding the passage had changed from Duanzun to another Empyrean cultivator. Qin Shujian wasn't very familiar with him. So, he didn't talk much with him. He walked past the heavenspan mirror and entered the passage. Not long after, he walked out of the passage and officially entered the human territory. Ever since the Black Emperor moved the Blackstone secret realm to the human territory, with the Blackstone Condor race guarding it, the human territory faced much less pressure. To be precise, the pressure on the eastern city facing the western state had been greatly reduced. At this moment, inside the Blackstone secret realm, the Black Emperor was in seclusion to heal his injuries. In the previous battle, up until now, the injuries on his body had not fully recovered. In these few months, other than the Black Emperor dealing with the relocation of the Blackstone secret realm at the beginning, he spent the rest of his time healing his injuries. All of a sudden, the Black Emperor opened his eyes. There was a trace of astonishment on his calm face. In the next moment, the Black Emperor came out of seclusion. The sealed entrance of the Blackstone secret realm was also directly opened. "Qin Emperor, you've come from afar. Sorry for not welcoming you. The secret realm opened. The Black Emperor appeared with a smile on his face. In front of him stood Qin Shujian. Then, the Black Emperor said again, Qin Emperor, why don't you follow me into the Black Stone secret realm? Sure. Qin Shujian nodded and walked into the Black Stone secret realm in a grand manner. Entering a small world with an owner without permission, if he was careless, perhaps they would encounter unpredictable dangers. However, Qin Shujian was not too worried. Firstly, with his current strength, even if there was a problem with the Black Stone secret realm, he would be able to deal with it. Secondly, the Black Emperor had already made an oath. As long as the other party did not want to die, then it would not be a problem. In the main hall, the Black Emperor sat on the main seat. Besides, he was also the Emperor of the Black Stone Condor race, so it was only right for him to sit on the main seat. Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to these things. After casually sitting down, the Black Emperor was the first to speak. I wonder why Qin Emperor has come to my Black Stone secret realm this time? A few months later, Qin Shujian had never been to the Black Stone secret realm before. He suddenly came over at this time. He would not believe that there was no problem. In the past few days, the destiny of the human clan was shaken. The Black Emperor also heard Qin Shujian's voice. Not only that, he had even seen the stone tablet that had descended on the human clan's territory in the eastern continent. For this, he had also obtained the Heaven and Earth Tao seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique. But to be safe, the Black Emperor did not cultivate it himself. Instead, he let the cultivators under him try to cultivate it. The result was self-evident. His body exploded and he died. This was the only outcome of cultivating the stone tablet cultivation method. At this point, the Black Emperor extinguished the thought of peering into the mysteries of the Heaven and Earth Tao seeking scripture. Not only that, he also ordered all the cultivators of the Black Stone Condor race not to cultivate the Heaven and Earth Tao seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique. Such a cultivation method, other than the humans, whoever cultivated it would die. The Black Emperor was also glad that he did not cultivate the Heaven and Earth Tao seeking scripture on impulse. Or else, even if the backlash of the cultivation method would not kill him, he would definitely be severely injured. Qin Shujian said, "What does the Black Emperor know about the nine-headed dog race and the earth dragons?" Hearing this, the Black Emperor's expression immediately turned ugly. Nine-headed dog race, earth dragons. These two races were the eternal pain in his heart. He would never forget that he had confidently sent a message, but in the end, what he received was a cold betrayal. Otherwise, the Black Stone Condor race would not have fallen to such a state, and he would not have submitted to the human clan. Thinking of the two races, the Black Emperor was extremely furious. However, no matter how angry he was, he did not reveal this emotion in front of Qin Shujian. After pondering for a moment, the Black Emperor said, "What exactly does the Qin Emperor want to know? If it's the strength of the two races, the Qin Emperor should be very clear about it. The two races' attitude towards the human clan, as well as their origins. That's simple." The Black Emperor nodded, and then said, "The nine-headed dog race was subdued by the experts of the human clan in the ancient times. Before the heavenly court, the true immortal of the nine-headed dog race was once the mount of a human emperor. Unfortunately, with the collapse of the ancient heavenly court, the human clan's power declined, and the nine-headed dog race broke away from the vassal of the human clan. Perhaps because of the ancient times, although the nine-headed dog race broke away from the human clan, they still retained some goodwill towards the human clan." The meaning of his words was very clear. The nine-headed dog race betrayed the human clan when they were in trouble. To this, the Black Emperor purely wanted to find trouble for the Dog Emperor. With his understanding of the Qin Emperor, he was not very broad-minded. However, the Black Emperor also knew when to stop, so he only pointed out a little on this matter, and then told him everything about the nine-headed dog race. These things, after 1,000,000 years, it could still be considered a secret. If not for the Black Stone Condor race's alliance with the nine-headed dog race, he would not have known so much. The nine-headed dog race was once the human emperor's mount. Qin Shujian was surprised. This was really beyond his expectations. From the information obtained by the Yuan cabinet, the nine-headed dog race had a certain favorable impression of the human clan. But where did this favorable impression come from? He did not know for now. Qin Shujian had originally guessed that the nine-headed dog race had some relationship with the human clan. Now that he heard the Black Emperor's words, he finally understood. This was more than just a little relationship. And a very big one. The true immortal of the nine-headed dog race was once the human emperor's mount. In other words, the nine-headed dog race was once a vassal of the human clan. But now, the nine-headed dog race was no longer a vassal of the human clan. What this meant was very clear. That was, the nine-headed dog race had betrayed the human clan. Perhaps it was not a blatant betrayal, but a separation from the human clan in order to protect themselves when the human clan was in decline. But in Qin Shujian's opinion, a betrayal was a betrayal. There was nothing to say. Soon, he thought of Xia Yi's words again. The human clan used to have many allies, but the most unreliable ones were also allies. However, whether the nine-headed dog race betrayed us or not doesn't matter much to me. After all, that was hundreds of thousands of years ago. If the nine-headed dog race can still stand on the human clan's side now, there is a chance to make use of it. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He would talk about this later. But from the Black Emperor, he knew a little about the nine-headed dog race's past with the human clan. Then, Qin Shujian said again, "Is there a true immortal left in the Black Stone Condor race?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on the Black Emperor, paying attention to the changes in his expression. Hearing that, the Black Emperor said with a bitter smile, "The true immortal of my race has already fallen." Later came Xia Yi of the human clan. Senior Xia Yi cut off the rules of heaven and earth and had no hope of becoming an immortal. If the Black Stone Condor race had a true immortal left, it wouldn't be like this. If there really was a true immortal, he wouldn't have been forced to submit to Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian also understood. Plus the Black Emperor's tone, the Black Stone Condor race should really have no true immortals. But speaking of true immortals, I suspect that the nine-headed dog race should have a true immortal who hasn't fallen yet, the Black Emperor said in a low voice. Nine-headed dog race? Qin Shujian's expression was serious. The Black Emperor said, "You should know that all true immortals stopped 200,000 years ago. Since then, no more true immortals were born in the 4 major continents. 200,000 years ago, many true immortals of the various races died. Only a few true immortals escaped from the war. I don't know much about these few true immortals. I only know that the Yarrow race had one, the Blood Eldar had one, the ancient Buddha race had one, but I'm not sure if the Shun race had one. But other than these true immortals who participated in the war, there were still some true immortals who didn't participate in the war. Among them, the nine-headed dog race was one." Qin Shujian understood. 200,000 years ago, the nine-headed dog race had a true immortal. But that true immortal, he didn't participate in the war between the human race and the other races. So it's like this. The nine-headed dog race might really have a true immortal left. After having some ideas, Qin Shujian said, "Then what about the Earth-crouching dragons?" The Earth-crouching dragons were a race that split off from the Yarrow race in the ancient times. They were both dragons, but dragons reigned supreme in the Yarrow race. The Earth-crouching dragons were ostracized, and eventually rebelled against the Yarrow race. Like the nine-headed dog race, the Earth-crouching dragons also gave birth to many powerful warriors in the ancient times. Even now, they still have a lot of resources left. But the Earth-crouching dragon finger only focuses on dealing with the Yarrow race, and rarely pays attention to other things. The Black Emperor said truthfully. In the end, he added, "As for whether there are still ancient true immortals among the Earth-crouching dragons, that is unknown." "I see." Qin Shujian nodded. The Earth-crouching dragons were split off from the Yarrow race. Needless to say, they must have been ostracized by the dragons. Now in the Yarrow race, it was the dragons that reigned supreme. No wonder the earth-crouching dragons were at odds with the Yarrow race. Looking at Qin Shujian in front of him, the Black Emperor said, "Emperor Qin, are you asking about the two races because you want to rope them in?" Since ancient times, the human race has been weak. Now that the eastern continent is open, the human race has to face the persecution of the other races. If we don't find some allies, I'm afraid we'll be in a difficult situation. Qin Shujian shook his head and said. Hearing that, the corner of the Black Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. It was true that the human race was weak. But that might not be the case when facing the persecution of the other races. Ever since the human race left the eastern continent, they hadn't suffered much. On the contrary, there were many races that the human race had persecuted. Not to mention other things. He was one of the victims. The Black Emperor only thought about these words in his heart and didn't really say them out loud. The nine-headed dog clan should be able to, but the earth-crouching dragons might not. Unless Emperor Qin can offer a reward that can move the earth-crouching dragons, it will be difficult to make the earth-crouching dragons side with the human race. The Black Emperor said calmly. If the human race was still in a good situation. There was Emperor Zhao in front and Emperor Qin behind. These two emperors alone were enough to ensure that the human race's situation wouldn't collapse. They had an advantage. Naturally, they had allies. The nine-headed dog clan originally gave up on the human race because the human race had no hope of winning. But now that the true immortals didn't appear, the human race still had a big advantage. The dog emperor would most likely side with the human race. Qin Shujian said, Black Emperor, do you know why the human race left the eastern continent? I'd like to hear the details. The Black Emperor's expression became serious. This matter. He also wanted to know. The human race hadn't left the eastern continent for so many years, but now they did. Now that the eastern continent was open. The Black Emperor had some understanding of the history of the human race in the eastern continent. To be honest, the current strength of the human clan was still too weak if these two top experts were not included. If he was the human emperor of the human race, he would definitely recuperate in the eastern continent for hundreds or thousands of years. When enough experts were born, he would forcefully open the eastern continent and face the various races with an absolute strength. Not like now. After leaving the eastern continent, he was restricted by the various races to the human territory and could not enter. However, although the Black Emperor appeared to be listening respectfully, but in his heart, he also had some guesses. In his opinion, there was a high possibility that the human race opened the eastern continent. It was because Emperor Zhao didn't have much lifespan left and wanted to complete the rules to become an immortal. Black Emperor, you should know something about the ancient calamity. Of course. The Black Emperor nodded. The ancient demonic abyss descended, and the evil demons wreaked havoc in the world, causing the heavenly court to collapse. Different from the human race. The races that still existed in the three continents had basically preserved relatively complete inheritances. As for the human race, they could have preserved their complete inheritances, but unfortunately, too many battles had happened, and their inheritances had gradually been lost. After that, the Black Emperor had a thought, and his expression changed slightly. Could it be that the human race leaving the eastern continent is related to the ancient calamity? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded. The Black Emperor's heart exploded, and he could no longer maintain his calm expression. The ancient calamity. This was a huge matter. For a moment, the Black Emperor could not maintain his calm. Qin Shujian said, the Emperor of Heaven's Slash did not really solve the ancient calamity. It only cut off the world and cut off its connection with the demonic abyss. But in reality, other than the three continents, the eastern continent's world has been constantly evolving. It won't be long before it reconnects with the demonic abyss. At that time, the calamity of the world will definitely descend again. The main reason why the human race left the eastern continent is because if they can't produce a true immortal, then the human race won't have the chance to fight against the evil demons. Boom, the Black Emperor's body swayed a few times, and his face turned pale. It was really related to the demonic abyss. How could it be? How could it be like this? The Black Emperor found it hard to accept. Even though the 4 continents were all very powerful, that was only relatively speaking. Compared to the ancient times, the various races were not worth mentioning. In other words, once the demonic abyss descended, they would be dead. The Black Emperor could not believe it and muttered, "How could this be? How could the calamity of the demonic abyss appear again? Impossible, impossible." No matter how unwilling the Black Emperor is to believe it, this is the truth. No one can change it. Currently, only the human race knows about this. Of course, the demons might know about it too. After all, there are demons in the Eastern continent who have fled back to the Western continent. However, it's not important whether the demons know about it or not. What's important is that the calamity of the demonic abyss is about to arrive. With the current strength of the 4 continents, it's impossible to resist the calamity. Qin Shujian said calmly. The Black Emperor smiled bitterly. It's not just impossible. If the calamity of the demonic abyss really comes, the 4 continents will definitely be destroyed. However, even if we open the Eastern continent now, is it possible to resist the calamity of the demonic abyss? At this point, his gaze fell on Qin Shujian. The other party had said so much. Could it be that he had the confidence to resist the calamity of the demonic abyss? However, as soon as this thought arose, the Black Emperor extinguished it. The human race did not have a single true immortal. What could they use to resist the demonic abyss? Qin Shujian said, "It doesn't matter if we have the confidence or not. The calamity of the demonic abyss is something that we have to face. Now that the laws of heaven and earth are complete, sooner or later, a true immortal will be born. What the human race needs to do is to gather enough luck in the remaining time. As long as the luck is abundant, the human race will be able to produce a true immortal expert. In the future, we will have more confidence in resisting the demonic abyss." Ben Huang can tell you with certainty that if even the human race has no chance of resisting the demonic abyss, then the other races will definitely have no chance of resisting the demonic abyss. While they were talking, Qin Shujian's face revealed great confidence. The Black Emperor's ugly expression revealed his confusion. Does the Qin Emperor have some trump card to resist the demonic abyss? Of course. Qin Shujian smiled mysteriously and said, "What realm do you think Ben Huang should be in now?" The Qin Emperor should be in the Nirvana realm. The Black Emperor did not understand, but he still gave an answer. With Qin Shujian's strength, he must have not become an immortal yet. Then, the only possibility was the Nirvana realm. Qin Shujian shook his head. The Black Emperor asked tentatively, "The 10th level of the celestial being?" His heart trembled slightly. If he was at the 10th level of the celestial being, he had the strength to match Xueling Huang. This talent was a bit terrifying. 6th level of the celestial being. Qin Shujian said softly. Impossible. The Black Emperor did not believe it. 6th level of the celestial being, how was it possible? However, after he denied it, he looked at Qin Shujian's calm expression, and his expression gradually changed. Qin, is what the Qin Emperor said true? To be precise, Ben Huang only broke through the 6th level of the celestial being 2 days ago. In the past, he was only at the 5th level of the celestial being. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. His words were understated, as if he was describing something insignificant. But these words, it set off a huge storm in the Black Emperor's heart. 6th level of the celestial being. No, 5th level of the celestial being. 5th level of the celestial being had the strength to match the top experts. What kind of talent was this? Moreover, now that Qin Shujian had broken through to the 6th level of the celestial being, would his strength become even more terrifying? This news, it made the Black Emperor in disbelief. He had never thought that Qin Shujian would be a cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of the celestial being. He had always thought that the other party was a supreme expert of the Nirvana realm. Thinking of this, the Black Emperor's expression was both shocked and strange as he said, "Since the Qin Emperor has broken through to the 6th level of the celestial being, his strength must have become even stronger. It seems that the Black Emperor doesn't believe it. It's not that I don't believe it, it's just that this news is too shocking. The Black Emperor said it more tactfully. But in his heart, he really thought that Qin Shujian was lying. But when he finished speaking, then, he saw Qin Shujian sitting motionlessly in his seat and pointing at him from afar. A simple point of his finger. The void quietly shattered. At this moment, the entire Blackstone secret realm seemed to feel a great threat, and it began to tremble slightly. As the Black Emperor facing this finger, it was as if all the blood in his body had condensed, and endless terror surged from his heart, causing his body to tremble. The fear of death. The Black Emperor could no longer maintain his calm. Boom, he suddenly attacked, and a vast amount of vital essence erupted, turning into a shocking palm strike. However, when the palm strike touched Qin Shujian's finger, it quietly dissipated. Then, the Black Emperor's body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as his finger was about to touch the space between his eyebrows, Qin Shujian suddenly took it away. All the power dissipated, and the trembling Blackstone secret realm also calmed down. At this moment, the experts of the Blackstone Condor race in the Blackstone secret realm sensed this scene and were about to barge into the hall. The Black Emperor immediately stopped them. Ben Huang is sparring with the Qin Emperor. None of you are allowed to enter. One sentence. He blocked all the cultivators outside. After that, the Black Emperor looked at Qin Shujian with a complicated expression. And in the complicated expression, there was also a faint fear. That finger just now. He sensed the aura of death. In other words, if Qin Shujian did not stop that finger just now, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Regarding this result, the Black Emperor could not accept it. It was not that he had not seen Qin Shujian's strength, but at that time, the other party had used all his means, and his power was definitely not as terrifying as now. The Black Emperor was not sure whether Qin Shujian had really only broken through from the 5th level of the celestial being to the 6th level of the celestial being. But he could understand. The other party's strength had become stronger. In fact, he was even stronger than the Demon Emperor. After a long time, the Black Emperor came back to his senses, looked at Qin Shujian, and said, "The Qin Emperor's methods are amazing, and I am very impressed, but is this the confidence of the human race to face the demon abyss? You should know that in ancient times, there were also many true immortals. Although Qin Shujian's current strength is terrifying, I am afraid that he has not reached the level of a true immortal." He admitted that Qin Shujian's strength was very strong. At least, it would not take much effort to kill him. But the problem was, if he wanted to rely on this to deal with the demon abyss, it was still far from enough. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "In ancient times, even someone as strong as the Emperor of Heaven was defeated by the demon abyss. Before Ben Huang becomes an immortal, he naturally does not dare to say that he is stronger than the Emperor of Heaven." The meaning of his words. After becoming an immortal, he would be stronger than the Emperor of Heaven. The Black Emperor did not object to Qin Shujian's arrogant words. If the other party was really at the 6th level of the celestial being, then after becoming an immortal, it was not impossible to reach the level of the Emperor of Heaven. Black Emperor, do you know why the demon abyss exists? I hope the Qin Emperor can explain. The reason why the evil demons in the demon abyss do not die is because the evil demons were created by an existence above the rules. To be able to deal with an existence above the rules, only an existence above the rules can do so. Qin Shujian repeated the words that the god-slaying saber had said to him. The Black Emperor looked puzzled. Above the rules? Above the rules, the Black Emperor shouldn't know much about it, and Ben Huang can't say much about such an existence. However, Ben Huang can tell you that only the human clan can deal with the demon abyss, and Ben Huang is proof. Qin Shujian's words were a little mysterious. The Black Emperor fell into deep thought. The demon abyss was created by an existence above the rules. Only an existence above the rules could deal with the demon abyss. Then why was it that only the human clan could deal with the demon abyss? Could it be that there was an existence above the rules in the human clan? That's not right. If the human clan had an existence above the rules, How could they lose in ancient times? The Black Emperor overturned his original conclusion. Soon after, his gaze fell on Qin Shujian, and his pupils shrank. An existence above the rules might not necessarily be an expert of the human clan, but might be related to a certain human clan. If his current realm is really only at the 6th level of the celestial realm, then, to be able to nurture such a terrifying expert, could it be that he is above the rules? Instantly, the Black Emperor thought of many things. Qin Shujian looked at the Black Emperor's gradually understanding eyes, and knew that his hint had been effective. Without waiting for the Black Emperor to speak, he said with a faint smile, "However, the demon abyss is a great calamity of the world, and also a great calamity for the beings of the 4 great continents. The rules have already surpassed the world, and will not casually act. The ones who can truly deal with the demon abyss will still have to rely on us. Cannot casually act. Then they can still act." The Black Emperor thought to himself, and then smiled. "If that's the case, Qin Emperor, you have a great chance of dealing with the demon abyss. That's right, Benhuang will definitely become an immortal within 100 years. Now that the human clan is weak, if the Blackstone Condor clan can wholeheartedly serve the human clan, you will definitely benefit greatly in the future. Even if the Black Emperor wants to become an immortal, Benhuang also has a way to help." Qin Shujian said lightly. The Black Emperor's face lit up, but he quickly suppressed it, and said, "What does Qin Emperor need me to do?" "You don't need to do anything. Black Emperor only needs to abide by your original promise. If the human clan exists, then everything will be fine. If the human clan does not exist, then whether the world exists or not has nothing to do with Benhuang. Qin Emperor, don't worry. Since I have already made an oath, then I will not betray it," the Black Emperor said with a serious expression. He did not completely believe Qin Shujian's words, but he believed 70 to 80%. The biggest factor. It was Qin Shujian's strength. Moreover, even if what Qin Shujian said was false, with the strength that he had shown, he was the best choice for the Blackstone Condor clan. At least, in the Black Emperor's opinion, Qin Shujian's strength was already more terrifying than the Demon Emperor's. Even if he became an immortal, the other party's probability of becoming an immortal was much higher than the Black Emperor's. Then, Qin Shujian stood up. With the Black Emperor's words, Benhuang is relieved. "This matter is over. Benhuang still has other things to do, so I won't disturb you." After saying that, he looked at the blood at the corner of the Black Emperor's mouth. "Just now, I accidentally injured the Black Emperor. I hope you don't take offense. It's just a small injury, but my skill is not as good as others. Qin Emperor is too serious," the Black Emperor said with a smile. "That's good." Qin Shujian did not say anything more and left the Blackstone secret realm in the blink of an eye. After he left, the smile on the Black Emperor's face faded a little, and his expression became incomparably solemn. 6th level of the Heaven Realm, Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss, above the rules. It seems that things are much more complicated than I thought. After murmuring to himself, the Black Emperor thought of the absolute strength Qin Shujian had displayed just now and could not help but smile bitterly. While smiling bitterly, he felt a little lucky in his heart. Lucky that the Blackstone Condor race was not enemies with the human race now. Otherwise, with Qin Shujian's current strength, even if he had the Blackstone secret realm, he would definitely not be a match for him. On the other side, Qin Shujian also left the Blackstone secret realm and was rushing to the 9-headed dog race. The main reason why he met the Black Emperor this time. He just wanted to know more about the other 2 races. As for what he said later, it was purely to trick and beat the Black Emperor. Although the Black Emperor had already submitted, the oath of the rules had already been made. But the other party had submitted, so there must be resentment in his heart. Now, like this, it could be considered as intimidating the Black Emperor. Not to mention anything else. Even if the Black Emperor could break the oath of the rules one day and betray the human race, he would have to seriously consider whether it was worth it. As for promising the other party to become an immortal, it was just Qin Shujian casually saying it. Anyway, there's no need to pay a price for boasting, so there's no harm in saying it. P.S. Support the original version, Chijian Chinese Networks I'm Really Upright, and ask for the last monthly votes at the end of the month. Chapter 635. He left the Black Stone Secret Realm. Qin Shujian didn't stop and rushed to the Nine-Headed Dog Clan's territory. The Eastern Continent. Basically, everything was settled. The academy was established. The cultivation technique was also settled. At the same time, he also suppressed the arrogance of the players and let them know who was the boss. There were no internal problems for the time being. There were many external problems. The most direct problem was that the human clan didn't have a perfected immortal. If an enemy clan gave birth to a perfected immortal, it would be a big problem. It shouldn't be a big problem for Emperor Zhao to break through to the perfected immortal realm, but the problem is that the other clans are watching the human clan. If Emperor Zhao breaks through, he will definitely be blocked. What a headache. Qin Shujian was a little tired. He felt like a nanny now, going around to check on the human clan's shortcomings. After dealing with the sacred land, he had to go to the Western continent to find some reinforcements for the human clan. There was no other way. If there were no reinforcements, if Emperor Zhao broke through, he would most likely die. Of course. There was no telling what other trump cards the other party might have. Qin Shujian stepped out and crossed thousands of mountains in the blink of an eye. He was thinking about something. No, Emperor Zhao still has the inheritance of the Heavenly Court. He might have other trump cards. But speaking of which, he never mentioned the inheritance of the Heavenly Court to me. His face was a little dark. Even the Heavenly Mirror fragment had to be exchanged for the corpse of a 9th-level celestial dragon. Qin Shujian suddenly had the urge to turn around and go back to the Eastern Continent. However, he was just thinking about it. If Emperor Zhao could become an immortal, it would still be very beneficial to the human clan. There were many clans in the Western Continent. The Demon Clan occupied 1/5, and the remaining 4/5 were occupied by various clans. But at the same time, the Western Continent was much larger than the Eastern Continent. It wasn't just the Western Continent. Even the other continents were larger than the Eastern Continent. According to Qin Shujian's understanding, the Western Continent was about the size of 4 or 5 Eastern continents. In other words, although the Demon Clan only occupied 1/5 of the territory, it was no different from the human clan occupying the Eastern Continent. In other words, if the Eastern Continent grows to a complete state, it will at least be as big as the Western Continent. Qin Shujian found it a little hard to imagine. In another 100 years, the Demon Abyss was about to descend. If that was the case, then the speed at which heaven and earth were being created would be much faster than he had imagined. Hiss. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shujian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and even his movements paused for a moment. Shortly after, he called out to Godslayer. Senior, if the Eastern Continent wants to connect with the Demon Abyss, it needs to be expanded. If I'm not wrong, the Eastern Continent needs to grow to at least the same size as the Western Continent before it can be considered complete. Could it be that in the next 100 years, the Eastern Continent can expand several times on its current foundation? Qin Shujian thought for a while. This was simply impossible. Now, a new region would be born every few years. Moreover, the region was only as big as an ordinary realm. Even if it was given 1,000 years, it would at most be the size of a prefecture. Even now, all humans had touched upon cultivation and could breathe in and out spiritual energy 100 times faster than before. However, it was impossible to expand to the size of the Eastern Continent in 100 years. If that was the case, basically, a new region would be created every few days. Godslayer said, if all humans cultivate, it will indeed cause the region to be created much faster. However, there's something you might not know. In fact, the Demon Abyss can move as well. What? Qin Shujian's expression changed. The Demon Abyss can move. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Godslayer said, if heaven and earth can be created, why can't the Demon Abyss move? In fact, the Demon Abyss can move as well. However, Compared to the creation of heaven and earth, this process is very slow. However, no matter how slow it is, the millions of years since ancient times are enough for the demon abyss to be much closer to heaven and earth. However, very few people know that the demon abyss can move. Even the ancient emperors weren't completely clear about this. I only found out about this when I followed the human emperor and overheard the conversation between the human emperor and the emperor of heaven. In disguise, Godslayer also flaunted his status. They were both Zubing. There were also differences in status. The ancient humans were the most glorious. Therefore, the Zubing of the human race was also the highest status. Godslayer was certain of this. Not to mention only a few people knowing about this secret, even those ancestral armaments that had been passed down would not know about it. At this moment, Qin Shujian was already in a state of shock. It turned out that the demon abyss could move. If that was the case, then it made sense. Why would the eastern continent, which was so small, touch the demon abyss in a few hundred years? The demon abyss could move. Even if the eastern continent was not created, the demon abyss would come sooner or later. Then how could the demon abyss find this place? Could it be that it could remember the information of heaven and earth when it came into contact with them last time? Qin Shujian thought to himself. If there were no accidents, this was probably the most correct answer. It was just like how Godslayer could sense the demon abyss's aura. It seems that the eastern continent's creation is not only accelerated in the past 100 years, but also the demon abyss. If that's the case, then it's a little troublesome. Qin Shujian shook his head and decided not to think about it for now. It was not a bad idea to stay in the demon abyss. It was not a bad idea to stay. They would meet sooner or later. It was just that the timing was a little earlier. What Qin Shujian really cared about was, would there be even stronger evil demons appearing in the Earth domain? If there were, the eastern continent was still a little troublesome. However, there should not be any problems with Emperor Zhao presiding over there. The demon abyss. It was dark here all day, and demonic energy lingered. Numerous sinister devils were slaughtering non-stop here. However, compared to the past million years where no demon gods had died, there were demon gods dying one after another during this period, causing the demon abyss to tremble. At the bottom of the demon abyss, many demon gods looked at the blood moon in the sky above the demon abyss expressionlessly. Another region has been created. The aura of that world is getting closer and closer. If this continues, it won't be long before we set foot there again. A demon god looked away from the blood moon. However, his calm eyes were now filled with a tyrannical aura. A terrifying demon god whose size could not be seen clearly trembled slightly. His abyssal aura caused the demon abyss to tremble. Instantly, many demon gods in the demon abyss woke up. Their gazes. They were all looking at the terrifying demon god. The ancient demon god has awakened. He hasn't fully awakened yet, but he will soon. After a million years of silence, the ancient demon god will awaken again. When talking about the ancient demon god, some demon gods' eyes revealed a hint of uncontrollable fear. Demon gods. There were strong and weak ones. The weak demon gods were only at the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. The strong demon gods could kill perfected immortals. The so-called ancient demon gods were the top existences in the demon abyss. Any ancient demon god had reached the level of a perfected immortal. In the face of such demon gods, ordinary Fiend celestials were no different from ants. An 8-armed demon god said in a deep voice, "The more demon gods die, and the closer they are to the great thousand world, the faster the sleeping ancient demon gods will wake up. If the ancient demon gods wake up, we will lose our status. In my opinion, don't let any more demon gods tear through the void. The great thousand world has obviously been prepared. Now that so many demon gods have died, those living beings must have used Zubing. If ordinary demon gods go there, it will be no different from suicide." Hearing that, a demon god that looked like a true dragon crawled in the demon abyss and said slowly, "What you said is true. There's no point in going there now. It's better to wait until the demon abyss is completely close. It won't be too late for us to attack then. That's the only way. If I can devour the flesh and blood of the great thousand world, I will definitely be able to become an ancient demon god. The great thousand world, many demon gods spoke, but they soon fell silent. For this birth of heaven and earth, no demon gods took action again. As for the ordinary demons in the upper level of the demon abyss, when they saw the teleportation channel appear again, they did not go over easily. The demons were not fools. They could also know if the demons in the past were dead or alive. In a short period of time, with so many demons dying, the world over there was already full of danger. Ordinary demons dying was still fine. They could be resurrected in the demon abyss. However, if they were killed by Zhu Bing, they would be completely dead. No demons wanted to die. Even though the endless years of loneliness had driven these demons crazy, none of them truly wanted to die. Therefore, in the face of this passageway, every demon's eyes were filled with desire, but there was also a deep sense of fear. After a long time, when the channel completely disappeared, no demons took that step. Eastern continent. Su Zhan and the two elders of the Imperial Astronomer looked at the new region in front of them with awkward expressions. What's going on? Why haven't the demons appeared yet? Looking at the new region full of spirit energy and vitality, Su Zhan was a little confused. According to the usual practice, the birth of a region should be accompanied by the birth of demons. Because of what happened last time. This time, Su Zhan did not dare to be careless and directly came over with the two elders of the Imperial Astronomer. Fang Yilan was also among them. She was also an almighty expert. As a second realm array Dao Grandmaster, Fang Yilan was much stronger than the average almighty. Not only that, Su Zhan even brought a Deva decree over. A Deva decree that could be used as a trump card by an almighty was naturally not an ordinary Deva decree. It was a treasure that Emperor Zhao had personally condensed. In terms of power, it was enough to make many almighties wary. Moreover, he also asked Fang Yilan to set up a formation nearby in order to guard against powerful demons. In the end, everything was prepared, but the demons did not appear. At this time, Su Zhan. He felt as if he had eaten feces. However, the situation in front of him. Su Zhan was not the only one who was puzzled. The other two elders of the Imperial Astronomer were also puzzled. Fang Yilan's divine sense spread out and covered the entire new region. There is really no demonic qi at all. This time, the birth of the region, no demons took the opportunity to come in. This is unusual. We have to report back to His Majesty as soon as possible. Su Zhan also recovered from his uncomfortable mood and said with a straight face. He realized. He seemed to be a little cheap. It was a good thing that no demons were born. It meant that there was no need to fight a fierce battle. The result seemed to be very dissatisfied. Su Zhan did not understand. When did he become like this? Hearing this, the other elder of the Imperial Astronomer nodded. It's not too early to leave. Wait until the region is more stable. I'm afraid there are demons making us lower our guard. Su Zhan and Fang Yilan did not object to this. A few days later, after the three elders of the Imperial Astronomer confirmed that there were no demons, they returned to the central state prefecture together. In the Imperial City, in the Imperial Study, Emperor Zhao looked at Su Zhan and the other two with a puzzled expression. You mean, when the region was born this time, there were no demons accompanying it? No. Su Zhan shook his head and cupped his hands. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we deliberately waited in that region for a few days until the space was stable, but we did not see any demons coming out. Your Majesty, is it possible that the demons of the demon abyss will not come out every time the region is born? No. Emperor Zhao shook his head. He did not say the reason. He just told Su Zhan the answer. Just as Su Zhan was about to say something, Emperor Zhao rubbed his eyebrows and waved his hand. I already know about this. You can leave. Yes. The three of them looked at each other and left obediently. After the three of them left, only then did Zhao Emperor's expression turn serious. Now that the region is born, there are no demons coming out? It seems that the situation is more serious than I thought. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the imperial study. Come in. The door opened and Shi Yang walked in from outside. When he saw Emperor Zhao, he immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, father. You're here. I wonder why Imperial Father has summoned your son here. I'm going to go into seclusion in a few days. From now on, you'll be in charge of the affairs of the Imperial Court. Remember, don't be too reckless when it comes to the Chenyuan sacred ground." Emperor Zhao looked at Shi Yang in front of him and reminded him. Seclusion. Shi Yang was stunned. He then looked up at Emperor Zhao and said in shock, "Father, are you ready to break through to the true immortal realm?" At his father's level, under normal circumstances, there was no need for him to go into seclusion. But now, he was going into seclusion. There was only one possibility. He was preparing to break through to the true immortal realm. Emperor Zhao nodded slightly and said, "After wasting so much time, it's time to find an opportunity to try. The laws of heaven and earth have been perfected. Even if I don't break through, someone else will. If we can have another true immortal, that would be great. The day you break through to the true immortal realm is the day we humans counterattack." Shi Yang was also a little excited. Judging from the current situation of the human race, it would undoubtedly be great if Emperor Zhao could break through to the true immortal realm. Emperor Zhao looked at him deeply and said with a faint smile, "If you really think so, that's the best." Of course. Shi Yang's body trembled slightly, and he immediately nodded and replied. After a while, he raised his head again and asked tentatively, "Father, why did you choose to go into seclusion at this time?" A few days ago, a new area was born. There are no more demons. Emperor Zhao seemed to have said something irrelevant. Shi Yang heard this. There was a puzzled look on his face. It was a good thing that there were no more demons. It meant that the human race didn't have to face so many powerful demons. Seeing this, Emperor Zhao said, "There are no more demons in the new area, which means that the demon abyss is very close to the East continent. The demon abyss is accumulating strength. When it comes again, it can attack the East continent with all its strength. I thought it was still early, but now it seems that there is not much time left." Shi Yang heard this. Shi Yang finally understood what was going on. His face was also filled with an extremely solemn expression. "Father, how long do you think it will take for the demon abyss to attack the East continent?" "Maybe 100 years, maybe a few decades." Emperor Zhao didn't talk much about this issue. The nine-headed dog clan was not far from the original Blackstone secret realm. The alliance of the three races. It was destined that the three races wouldn't be too far apart. Or else, it would be easy for the demon race to defeat them one by one. Qin Shujian made his move this time. He didn't deliberately announce it, but he also didn't deliberately hide his whereabouts. Therefore, when he arrived, the nine-headed dog clan had already received the news. Elder Zhu Chen of the nine-headed dog clan is here to welcome the Qin Emperor under the orders of my emperor. Zhu Chen looked at Qin Shujian with a solemn expression. He didn't dare to be rude to a top expert comparable to a demon emperor. Some time ago, Zhu Chen had also seen how the Qin Emperor had scared the Black Emperor into submitting. Because of this, Zhu Chen finally understood how terrifying the person in front of him was. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Dog Emperor." Judging from the attitude of sending people here, the nine-headed dog clan did have a good impression of humans. However, a feeling was just a feeling. It depended on other things. "Qin Emperor, please." Zhu Chen turned sideways and led Qin Shujian into the nine-headed secret realm. It was similar to the Blackstone secret realm. The nine-headed secret realm was also vast. However, because this was someone else's secret realm, Qin Shujian couldn't spread his divine will out to see the difference between the nine-headed secret realm and the Chen Yuan realm. Anyway, the races that still existed. Every one of them had their own secret realm. It was also said, in ancient times, or at an unknown time, a true immortal level expert appeared in this race and left this secret realm. In the main hall of the nine-headed dog clan. It wasn't on top of a mountain, nor was it at the bottom of a valley. Instead, it was lifted by an invisible force and was in the sky above the nine-headed secret realm. With spirit chi as a foil. It was very majestic. Imitating the heavenly court? The moment he saw the main hall, a thought appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. He had never seen what the heavenly court looked like. However, in his previous life, he had seen a fake heavenly court. It was similar to the one in front of him. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer's disdainful voice rang out, "Hey, a small race wants to imitate the heavenly court of the past. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." His words. It indirectly proved Qin Shujian's conjecture. Was this dog emperor simply having a bad taste, or did he want to establish the heavenly court? If the former, it was nothing. If the latter, this ally that he was about to rope in, had to be treated seriously in a different way. The main hall opened. Qin Shujian followed beside Yu Chen and walked in. The main hall was suspended in the air. There were no stairs. However, with their strength, stepping on the void was no different from walking on flat ground. When Qin Shujian walked into the main hall, a huge existence with 9 heads opened its eyes and transformed into a human body. Qin Emperor, Dog Emperor. Qin Shujian clasped his hands slightly. On the other side, Zhu Chen had quietly retreated. This was a conversation between the emperors of the two races. Although he was an expert of the 10th layer of the celestial being realm, he was only an elder and had no right to listen in. Compared to last time, Qin Emperor seems to be very different this time. The Dog Emperor's face was slightly surprised. In his eyes, compared to the last time they met, Qin Shujian seemed to have gained a mysterious aura that he could not explain. Even when the other party walked into the main hall, the entire hall was trembling slightly. Such a change. It made the Dog Emperor's heart heavy. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "It's just a small cultivation breakthrough, not worth mentioning." Cultivation breakthrough. The Dog Emperor's pupils shrank. At their level, even if their strength improved, it would not be too big of a leap. However, looking at Qin Shujian's current state, it was not as simple as one or half a step in cultivation. Could it be, in the past, Qin Emperor was only at the 10th layer of the celestial being realm? The so-called breakthrough was actually from the 10th layer of the celestial being realm to the Nirvana realm? The more he thought about it, the more the Dog Emperor thought it was possible. If it wasn't, it was hard to explain why Qin Shujian had such a big change. As for becoming an immortal, he had never thought about it. Becoming an immortal was not that easy. Moreover, if he had become an immortal, he would not have needed to come here. He would have gone straight to the Yarrow and Shun clans and suppressed all the enemies. When Qin Shujian arrived, the Dog Emperor already knew his purpose. Plus, becoming an immortal would not be completely silent. After the two sat down, Qin Shujian looked at the Dog Emperor and said with a smile, "The Dog Emperor should know the purpose of Bun Huang's visit. I have some guesses." The Dog Emperor nodded slightly, then said, "In the ancient times, the 9-headed dog clan was also an ally of the human race. However, Qin Emperor, do you know why the human race declined so quickly after the ancient times? The various clans besieged the human race, which naturally led to the decline of the human race. This is only one of the reasons." The Dog Emperor shook his head. Upon seeing the puzzled look on Qin Shujian's face, he explained, "Actually, after the ancient times were destroyed, the human race was still the top race with extremely powerful forces in their hands. Although the other races were very hostile to the human race was still a top race. But with the human race's foundation at that time, if they did not move, the various clans would not be able to do anything to the human race. Unfortunately, after the ancient times were destroyed, the heavenly court collapsed, the human race was still immersed in the glory of the ancient times. Facing the hostility of the various clans, the human race's ancestors attacked first. After many battles, the human race suffered great losses, which led to the situation in the following hundreds of thousands of years." Qin Shujian's expression did not change. From the ancient times until now, millions of years had passed. After such a long time, not everyone knew what had happened. But from the Dog Emperor, Qin Shujian knew the reason for the decline of the human race. It was because in the ancient times, the clans that were cowards in front of the human race dared to rebel against the human race. The human clans experts who had experienced the ancient times. They were disdainful of this. Then they fought against the various clans. Then. There was no then. The human clans experts suffered great losses. Qin Shujian estimated that the various clans also suffered great losses. But to put it bluntly, the human race only had one race, while the enemy was an uncountable number of races. In the end, the human race was naturally defeated. As for the matter of the ancestors, Qin Shujian did not want to judge anything. Some people thought that the ancient glory was very important and needed to be defended with their lives. Some people were able to recognize the reality in front of them and keep a low profile. Both methods were ways to survive. Regarding this, he could understand. The Dog Emperor said, because of the many battles, the human race lost their foundation. Not only that, the clans that were allied with the human race also suffered great losses. At that time, the nine-headed dog clan also broke away from the human race alliance. At this point, he looked at Qin Shujian with a solemn expression. Emperor Qin should know that although allies are allies, at the critical moment of the existence of a race, one's own race is still the most important. If the nine-headed dog clan did not abandon the human race, then there might not be a nine-headed dog clan today. After all, compared to the foundation of the human race, our clans are still too weak. He briefly explained the reason for the nine-headed dog clan's betrayal. Then, the Dog Emperor said, by the same logic, if Emperor Qin wants to ally with us, Benhuang also needs to see the advantages of the human race. If there is no hope at all, Benhuang will not let the nine-headed dog clan get involved. I hope Emperor Qin can understand this logic. What kind of advantages do you think the nine-headed dog clan has to ally with the human race? Qin Shujian said calmly. Since he had already said so, he was basically speaking openly. From the Dog Emperor's words, he could also see that the nine-headed dog clan intended to ally with the human race, but the prerequisite was that the human race had the ability to do so. If they did not, the Dog Emperor would not side with the human race. The human race now occupies the eastern continent. It seems to have a great advantage, but in fact, the human race lacks experts. The current situation is all because of Emperor Zhao and Emperor Qin. If Benhuang is right, Emperor Zhao has reached the end of his lifespan. If he cannot break through to the true immortal realm, he will die soon. And even if Emperor Zhao has the chance to break through to the true immortal realm, the other clans will not sit by and watch him do so. By then, Emperor Zhao will definitely fail. Without Emperor Zhao, the human race only has Emperor Qin. To be honest, Benhuang is not optimistic about it. The Dog Emperor said while shaking his head. The problem of Emperor Zhao's lifespan was not a secret in front of these top experts. That decaying aura. No matter how hard he tried to cover it up, it was impossible to cover it up completely. In his opinion, once Emperor Zhao died, the human race would only have Qin Shujian. It would be difficult for him to carry the burden. After all, although Qin Shujian was strong, he was only barely comparable to experts like Xueling Huang. Now that he had broken through, he would definitely become stronger. But to what extent, it was hard to say. On the contrary, the reason why Emperor Zhao could suppress the human race was because he had shown his absolute strength to suppress the four emperors. Unless Qin Shujian could reach that level. Or else, it would be difficult to intimidate the other clans. Moreover, it would not be long before true immortals were born in the four continents. It was difficult for the human race to have true immortals, but the other clans might not be able to stop them. Once a true immortal appeared, the situation would collapse completely. Now, the Dog Emperor was still willing to be honest with Qin Shujian. In fact, he had some thoughts in his mind. He wanted to test how much power the human race had left. Xie Yi walked out in front of him. Did the human race have other true immortals? If there were, then the human race would have some chance of winning. If there were none, then it would be a big problem. Hearing that, Qin Shujian's expression was normal. He said indifferently, Ben Huang naturally understands what the Dog Emperor means. There is indeed a gap between the human race and the other clans. But the one who really decides the survival of a clan has always been the emperors of the other clans. And the remaining experts, when it really comes to that, it would be difficult for them to be of any use. What the Dog Emperor is worried about now is the death of Emperor Zhao. Then, Ben Huang can tell you clearly now. Even if Emperor Zhao dies, as long as Ben Huang is in the human race, no one will be able to touch us. Emperor Qin, you are so confident. The Dog Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, the void froze and collapsed. The instantaneous exchange of blows caused the entire nine-headed secret realm to tremble. Even the main hall shook violently, as if it would fall from the sky at any time. This terrifying power appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. Qin Shujian slowly retracted his finger, as if he had never moved. As for the Dog Emperor, his calm expression had changed greatly. Just now, Qin Shujian's sudden attack made him feel the threat of death. Even in the nine-headed secret realm, facing that finger, the Dog Emperor had the illusion that he would fall into silence at any time. That kind of power was simply terrifying. In front of him, he still didn't believe that Qin Shujian could match Emperor Zhao. Then now, the Dog Emperor believed it. If such power couldn't match Emperor Zhao, then Emperor Zhao's power was too terrifying. Even if he was facing the Demon Emperor. In the nine-headed secret realm, the Dog Emperor had the confidence to fight. Also because the alliance of the three races was able to resist the Demon Clan for so long. The emperors of the three races were no match for the Demon Emperor alone, but in their own territory, they had no place to fight against the Demon Emperor. As for the three emperors working together, then it would be no problem for them to deal with the Demon Emperor. But now, the Dog Emperor felt the terrifying power from Qin Shujian that surpassed the Demon Emperor. Such power was close to the immortal realm. After a long while, the Dog Emperor recovered from the shock and looked at Qin Shujian with a complicated expression. Emperor Qin's power is terrifying. Even in the 4 continents, he should be number 1. Number 1 in the 4 continents. That was what he thought in his heart. Qin Shujian said with a light smile, "How about it? Is Ban Huang's power enough to satisfy the Dog Emperor?" Emperor Qin is naturally powerful. But now that the rules of heaven and earth in the 4 continents are perfect, a true immortal might be born at any time. If a true immortal appears in the human race, the other races will stop it. If the human race doesn't have the confidence to produce a true immortal, even though Emperor Qin is powerful, he won't be able to withstand the true immortal. The Dog Emperor shook his head and said. Qin Shujian's smile faded a little. He looked at the Dog Emperor and said seriously, "If Ben Huang is only in the 6th level of the celestial being, what do you think?" "Impossible." The Dog Emperor denied it immediately. The 6th level of the celestial being, how could it be possible? Qin Shujian looked at the Dog Emperor and said calmly, "It's not a matter of whether you believe it or not. The truth is the truth. Ben Huang has the power to suppress the Demon Emperor at the 6th level of the celestial being. If he reaches the 7th or 8th level of the celestial being in the future, there's nothing to fear even if he's an immortal. If Ben Huang reaches the 10th level of the celestial being or even the Nirvana realm, what do you think will happen even if the human race doesn't have a true immortal?" His voice wasn't loud. It sounded like thunder in the Dog Emperor's heart. He looked at Qin Shujian's eyes, which were filled with disbelief, shock, and finally calmness. 6th level of the celestial being. Was Emperor Qin really only in the 6th level of the celestial being? The Dog Emperor closed his eyes and calmed himself down. Then, he opened his eyes again. If Emperor Qin is really only in the 6th level of the celestial being, then even if the human race can't produce a true immortal, it's still comparable to the races with true immortals. Celestial being slaying immortals. The Dog Emperor saw the shadow of celestial being slaying immortals in Qin Shujian. The other party was in the 6th level of the celestial being. He was close to the true immortal level. If he reached the 7th, 8th level of the celestial being or even the Nirvana realm in the future, What did it matter if he was an immortal or not? That kind of power. It was enough to rival a true immortal. The biggest problem for the Dog Emperor was that the human race didn't have any true immortals. If they allied with the human race, there would be problems in the future. But now, he found that this problem didn't seem to be a problem. If the nine-headed dog clan allied with the human race, what would Emperor Qin need us to do, and what benefits would we get? The Dog Emperor had a serious expression. Everyone had seen some of their trump cards. Then, the rest would be easy to negotiate. As long as this matter was settled. Then, there would be no other problems. Qin Shujian said, "Benhuang knows that there are still ancient true immortals in the nine-headed dog clan. The human race only has one request. When Emperor Zhao breaks through to the true immortal level, if other true immortals get in his way, Benhuang hopes that the true immortals of your race can lend a hand. As a reward, if the Dog Emperor achieves Dao in the future, the human race will also help." Hearing that, the Dog Emperor didn't answer right away. Qin Shujian knew that there were still true immortals in the nine-headed dog clan. Needless to say, it was the Black Emperor who told him that. As for this traitor, the Dog Emperor didn't bother to pay attention to him. What he cared about was what Qin Shujian said. There were still true immortals in the nine-headed dog clan. The biggest use of this true immortal was to lend a hand when the nine-headed dog clan achieves Dao. After all, any expert achieves Dao. It is impossible for everything to go smoothly. Obstruction. That was inevitable. If it was an ordinary obstruction, then it would be fine. If other true immortals were to interfere, then this true immortal's usefulness would be revealed. Thoughts spun in his mind. The Dog Emperor looked at Qin Shujian and said seriously, "How confident is the human race to be able to help Benhuang achieve Dao? The human race still has the rules left behind by Senior Xia Yi. If the Dog Emperor achieves Dao and a true immortal obstructs you, Benhuang can use half of the rules to help." Half of the rules? The Dog Emperor's expression changed. He didn't expect that Xia Yi still had half of the rules left behind. Qin Shujian said, "In other words, even if you don't use half of the rules, in the future when the Dog Emperor achieves Dao and Zhao Emperor becomes a true immortal, they can still enter and help you." The Dog Emperor should understand that the demon race doesn't want to see the human race achieve Dao. They probably don't want to see the Dog Emperor achieve Dao either. In terms of foundation, the demon race isn't much weaker than the human race. Moreover, they haven't encountered any major calamities in the past few years. Perhaps there is a second or even a third true immortal in the demon race's mystic realm. If the Dog Emperor achieves Dao, will the demon race stop him or not? Or rather, when the Dog Emperor achieves Dao, will the Dog Emperor stop him or just watch? Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. Hearing that, the Dog Emperor didn't immediately reply. His expression was uncertain. Clearly, he was deep in thought. The nine-headed dog clan only had one true immortal. But how to use this true immortal was a problem that needed to be considered. He was very clear. If he achieved Dao, the demon race definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. After all, the human race was the demon race's enemy. The nine-headed dog clan was also the demon race's enemy. No matter which side had a true immortal. To the demon race, it would be a devastating blow. This way, it was inevitable that the demon race would block his path. Looking at it from another perspective, if the Dog Emperor achieves Dao, the Dog Emperor couldn't just sit by and watch. The nine-headed dog clan was already weaker than the Dog Emperor. If the Dog Emperor also achieves Dao, the nine-headed dog clan would be in big trouble. These problems, the Dog Emperor also understood. But now, Qin Shujian had put everything out in the open. So, the Dog Emperor was very conflicted. If the Zhao Emperor achieves Dao and the nine-headed dog clan is willing to send a true immortal to help, then regardless of the outcome, Benhuang can guarantee that when the Dog Emperor achieves Dao, the human race will stand by his side. At the same time, as long as the human race doesn't perish, the nine-headed dog clan won't perish. This is the greatest promise that Benhuang can give. Qin Shujian said again. The Dog Emperor's expression changed several times. According to what Qin Shujian said, the nine-headed dog clan only needed one true immortal. Then, everything else would be left to the human race. How to choose? It was all up to him. If he made the wrong choice, the nine-headed dog clan's inheritance would most likely be destroyed. Thinking of that, the dog emperor smiled bitterly. The Qin emperor has really given Ben Huang a big problem. Qin Shujian smiled but didn't answer. 15 minutes later, the dog emperor came back from his thoughts. He looked at Qin Shujian with a burning gaze and said, "If the Qin emperor is willing to swear the oath of the rules, then Ben Huang is willing to ally with the human race. Ben Huang can swear the oath of the rules, but I need to add one more request. Please say it, Qin emperor. In the future, not only will the Zhao emperor achieve Dao, the nine-headed dog clan will also help if the human race goes to war with the other races." Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. The dog emperor thought for a while. Then, he nodded and said, "As long as the nine-headed dog clan doesn't perish, Ben Huang will definitely help." Good. Qin Shujian nodded. He didn't want the nine-headed dog clan to use all their strength to help. If it really comes to that, it was reasonable for the dog emperor to leave. To put it bluntly, if Qin Shujian was in the position of the dog emperor, if an ally is in trouble, if his help will lead to the destruction of his race, he would also leave without saying anything. Allies. Sometimes they are very reliable. But sometimes they are also the most unreliable. Qin Shujian dared to rope in the dog emperor because he was confident that the human race won't reach that step in the future. As long as the human race doesn't reach that step, the nine-headed dog clan naturally wouldn't betray them. So, Qin Shujian very straightforwardly swore the oath of the rules. On the other side, the dog emperor also swore the oath of the rules. With the oath of the rules of the two races, the alliance this time was officially established. This matter is over, Ben Huang will leave first. After dealing with the nine-headed dog clan, Qin Shujian didn't want to stay any longer. About that, the dog emperor also nodded. After Qin Shujian left, his expression was a bit complicated. After 1,000,000 years, the nine-headed dog clan had allied with the human race again. I hope Ben Huang didn't make the wrong choice. P.S. Begging for votes. Chapter 636. Leaving the nine-headed dog clan. Qin Shujian went to the subduing dragons. There's no need to talk about the Black Rock Condor clan. The Black Emperor has already surrendered, so it's not a big problem. As for the nine-headed dog clan, the Dog Emperor also has a good impression of the human race. As long as there's no conflict of interest, cooperation is not a problem. The real difficult ones are the subduing dragons. The subduing dragons. Although they split from the monster clan, they did not have a good impression of the human race. If one really had to say it, it was probably a neutral race. But sometimes, the most difficult ones to deal with were these so-called neutral races. However, Qin Shujian had already thought about how to fool and persuade the Earth Emperor. It didn't take long. He had already arrived at the territory of the subduing dragons. Unlike the Dog Emperor who had sent Xu Chen to welcome him, until now, the subduing dragons had not made any movements. Sure enough, the most troublesome ones are these races. Qin Shujian shook his head. The Earth Emperor's actions had already shown that he had no feelings for the human race. If it was in the past, he was too lazy to stick a warm face to a cold butt. But now, Qin Shujian still had to go and meet the Earth Emperor. In the territory of the subduing dragons, there were also many cities. In addition to the cultivators of the clan, other cultivators and players were also mixed in the city, creating a bustling scene. Qin Shujian did not care about those cities. Instead, he spread out his divine sense and found the entrance of the subduing dragons. Then, an earth-shattering power erupted. Qin Shujian used his hand as a knife and slashed at the void in front of him. Endless sharpness tore through the void. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. In the shattered void, there seemed to be something violently swaying. That was the entrance of the subduing secret realm. Then, Qin Shujian slashed out 2 more times, forcibly tearing the entrance of the secret realm. Then, a palm stretched out from the secret realm, already pressing down on Qin Shujian. Facing such an attack, Qin Shujian was not in a hurry, similarly striking out a palm. Boom, the two collided, and the void turned into turbulence. In the face of this terrifying power, the skin of the hand that reached out from the secret realm instantly cracked, and blood splattered across the sky. The next moment, all the commotion disappeared. The earthly sovereign walked out with one hand behind his back and gloomily looked at Qin Shujian. Qin Shi Huang barged into the secret realm of our race without any reason. Is it because the human race wants to wage war against the earthbound dragons? While speaking, fear could be seen in the depths of his dark eyes. At the same time, he placed his hands behind his back. His torn flesh was also slowly healing. He was injured. In just one exchange, the earthly sovereign was injured. He was genuinely shocked by Qin Shujian's strength. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "Benhuang sincerely came to see earthly sovereign. Unfortunately, earthly sovereign refused to see me. Without any other choice, Benhuang could only use this method. Speaking of which," suddenly changing the topic, his eyes turned slightly cold, "but if our human race really wants to go to war with the earthen dragons, what does earthen sovereign think?" Hearing that, the earthly sovereign's face became even more gloomy. In the past, he was naturally not afraid of the human race. But in the exchange just now, let the earthly sovereign understand. Qin Shujian's strength was more terrifying than he had expected. In just one exchange, he was injured. Even the demon emperor did not have such strength. The other party's strength was definitely above the demon emperor. Thinking of this, the earthly sovereign was shocked again. However, after all, he was the emperor of a race. Naturally, there was no reason for him to be so easily afraid. Just as the earthly sovereign was about to speak, Qin Shujian smiled again and said, "Don't mind, earthly sovereign. Benhuang just said it casually. This time, I came here to visit sincerely." Benhuang was rude. "Qin Shi Huang, please come in." The earthly sovereign took a deep breath and then said. At this time, Qin Shujian had blocked all the words he wanted to say. Unless the earthly sovereign really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with the human race. Or else, at this time, he couldn't get angry. Subsequently, Qin Shujian and the earthly sovereign entered the hidden earth secret realm together. The earthly sovereign wanted to give him a show of strength. He also gave the other party a show of strength. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. Qin Shujian didn't really want to attack the hidden earth dragons. Quit while you're ahead. It was still necessary. As for the many cultivators in the territory of the hidden earth dragons outside, when the two of them fought just now, they were all shocked by the power. They almost thought the human race was going to attack the hidden earth dragons. Fortunately, the two of them only fought briefly and did not continue. Those alarmed powerhouses were temporarily relieved. In the main hall, the two of them sat down. The earthly sovereign said in a deep voice, "Benhuang has always had little interaction with the human race. What can I do for you, Qin Shi Huang, to come to my hidden earth dragons at this time?" The meaning behind his words. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, leave quickly. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Before Benhuang came to the hidden earth dragons, he went to the Blackstone Condor clan and the Nine-Headed Dog clan. Among them, the Black Emperor has promised to form an alliance with the human race. Benhuang is also here to form an alliance with the earthly sovereign. I'm afraid the Qin Shi Huang has misunderstood. Although our 3 clans are allies, we are also independent. The 2 clans have formed an alliance with the human race, but it does not mean that we, the hidden earth dragons, also have to form an alliance with the human race. The earthly sovereign's expression was indifferent as he said calmly. Qin Shujian did not waste his breath, and said bluntly, "Benhuang will not talk much nonsense. I just want to ask, is there a hidden true immortal in the hidden earth dragons? If there is, we will talk in detail. If there is not, Benhuang will turn around and leave. After all, There is no true immortal, so there is no need for this alliance. Similarly, if your aristocratic family does have a true immortal, then the reward Ben Huang will definitely be able to move the earthly sovereign. Hearing this, the earthly sovereign frowned imperceptibly. The moment he heard this, he instinctively wanted to refuse. But when he saw the serious look on Qin Shujian's face, the earthly sovereign hesitated for a moment, and then said, "There is indeed a true immortal in the hidden earth dragons. This matter." It was the trump card of the hidden earth dragons. But at the same time, whether he said it or not, the other clans also had their own guesses. If the earthly sovereign is really unwilling, it's fine if you and I don't form an alliance. It's just a simple deal. Ben Huang needs your aristocratic family to help the true immortal when the Zhao Emperor achieves the Dao if there is an expert blocking the Dao. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. Then, he raised 2 fingers. As a reward for the deal, Ben Huang can give you 2 choices. The first is to give you half of the rules of a true immortal in the middle 3 levels, which will guarantee the birth of a true immortal in the hidden earth dragons. The second is that when the earthly sovereign achieves the Dao, Ben Huang will do his best to guarantee that the demon race will not be able to stop him from the alliance. It directly became a deal. The earthly sovereign had nothing to say about this, whether it was a deal or an alliance. The important thing was how to do it so that the hidden earth dragons could get enough benefits, or he, the earthly sovereign, could get enough benefits. So after hearing Qin Shujian's words, the earthly sovereign was tempted. If he could integrate half of the rules of a true immortal in the middle 3 levels, he would almost be able to reach the level of Dao. However, although he was tempted, he did not agree easily. Since the human race has half of the rules in their hands, why don't they use it themselves but take it out instead? The earthly sovereign should know that there are not many powerful figures in the human race now. Not everyone is qualified to master half of the rules. As for the Zhao Emperor and Ben Huang, to be honest, it's fine if they don't integrate half of the rules. Qin Shujian smiled confidently at the end. Half of the rules. He didn't like it. Neither did the Zhao Emperor. Besides, now that the clans are watching the human race, they won't give the human race a chance to become an immortal. Even if they integrate it, at most there will be one more failure to become an immortal. Hearing this, the earthly sovereign also agreed in his heart. As for the Zhao Emperor, he agreed with the strength of the other party. Such a powerful figure would naturally not integrate half of the rules of others, unless he was really desperate. As for the Qin Emperor in front of him, to be honest, the earthly sovereign was also shocked by his strength. There was a short silence in the hall. Qin Shujian did not speak. The earthly sovereign was thinking about the gains and losses of this matter. Becoming an immortal. For any powerful figure, it was an irresistible temptation. The earthly sovereign looked a little hesitant. After a while, Qin Shujian said again, "Don't forget, the demon emperor may become an immortal due to the foundation of the demon race. And if you become an immortal, the demon race will definitely stop you. How many true immortals do the aristocrats have? In Ben Huang's opinion, there is at most 1. It is impossible for a true immortal to make the demon race give up. After all, once you become an immortal, you will be a bigger threat to the demon race, no, the demon emperor." The earthly dragons had always wanted to replace the dragons. If the earthly sovereign became an immortal, the demon emperor must do his best to stop them. After all, if the earthly sovereign really became a true immortal, the other powerful figures of the demon race may not help much. At that time, maybe the dragons would be excluded. Even his status as the demon emperor was unknown. Therefore, the demon emperor would never allow the earthly sovereign to become an immortal. This sentence made the earthly sovereign make up his mind. Let the true immortals of my race take action, but the conditions have to be changed. What does the earthly sovereign mean? Within 100 years, if Ben Huang becomes an immortal, the human race needs to help him. If Ben Huang does not become an immortal after 100 years, the human race needs to take out half of the rules and help Ben Huang become an immortal. The earthly sovereign said calmly. Qin Shujian's smile faded a little. He said lightly, The earthly sovereign's plan is really good. He doesn't want to lose out at all. Emperor Qin, please don't laugh at me, the earthly sovereign said. Qin Shujian fell into deep thought when he heard this. He was also considering the gains and losses of this matter. Finally, he nodded and said, Benhuang agrees to this matter, but you and I need to make a rule oath. No one can violate it. Good. The earthly sovereign did not refuse. Soon, the two of them made a rule oath. After this matter, Qin Shujian looked at the earthly sovereign and said, It won't be long before Zhao Huang becomes an immortal. At that time, I hope the earthly sovereign can take action as promised. Goodbye. Emperor Qin, take care. The earthly sovereign waved his hand and opened the entrance to the hidden earth secret realm. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and then left. The deal with the earthly sovereign. It was much simpler than the alliance with the dog emperor. The two sides didn't have so much to say. They simply put all the conditions on the table. If it's appropriate, then they will form an alliance. If it's not appropriate, then they will go their separate ways. After leaving the hidden earth secret realm, the smile on Qin Shujian's face gradually disappeared, and finally became emotionless. It's a good plan, but how can the benefits be so easy to take? Obviously. The earthly sovereign wanted to rely on himself to break through, but he was not sure if he could, so he promised 100 years. In other words, if he still couldn't break through after 100 years, the earthly sovereign was ready to borrow Xie Yi's rule to become an immortal. It could be said, in such a deal, no matter from which aspect, the earthly sovereign would not lose out. But the premise of this deal was that the earthly sovereign really still had 100 years. Or, the human race still had 100 years. 100 years, no, not 100 years. The human race may face the great tribulation of the demon abyss in a few decades. At that time, if we can't get through it, the so-called deal is useless. But if we can get through the great tribulation of the demon abyss, then the other races are nothing to worry about. Qin Shujian secretly thought. The earthly sovereign wanted to make a profit without losing, and he also wanted to make a profit without losing. The other party's last condition, undoubtedly, just happened to be Qin Shujian's idea. It could be said, the earthly sovereign thought of everything, but did not think that there would be such a thing as the great tribulation of the demon abyss. But thinking about it, it made sense. It had been 1,000,000 years since the great tribulation of the demon abyss. The creatures of the other 3 continents, they all thought that the great tribulation of the demon abyss had been completely resolved. Even many creatures had never heard of the existence of demons. Only the eastern continent. Only then could they understand the importance of the great tribulation of the demon abyss. As for the people of the eastern continent, they would not panic and talk about the great tribulation of the demon abyss. Some things, if no one said it, they would think that everyone knew and maintained a tacit consensus. Regarding this matter, Qin Shujian did not have any taboos. Even if the news of the great tribulation of the demon abyss spread out, for the human race, it was not necessarily a bad thing. This matter. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the various races understood the threat of the great tribulation of the demon abyss, and then put down all their prejudices. The various races secretly accumulated strength to deal with the great tribulation together. Second, the various races completely went crazy under the threat of the great tribulation of the demon abyss, swallowing each other, wanting to control all the resources in the hands of one race, and then face the demon abyss with the strongest strength. Victory means life, defeat means death. There might be both. Qin Shujian was too lazy to bet on these 2 possibilities, which one had the highest probability. The Western continent is almost done. After all, there are not many forces that really dare to fight against the demon race. The remaining forces are not strong enough. It is difficult to think of a true immortal. In this case, only the northern continent and the southern continent are left. Qin Shujian's mind had already drifted to the other 2 continents. Like the western continent, the southern continent also had clans that contended against the divine race. In addition, the northern continent. The situation was even more chaotic. Because the Blood Eldar was not the only powerful clan in the northern continent, there was also the existence of the ancient Buddha clan. The two clans stood on equal footing. There was bound to be a lot of disputes. It was only in the face of the human race that the two clans absolutely joined hands. But on the basis of abandoning this matter, the two clans were not harmonious. After having an idea in mind, Qin Shujian did not immediately go to the two major continents, but returned to the human territory first. East City. Yuan Pavilion. Qin Shujian sat in the inner hall, accompanied by Pavilion Master Luo Xing. Can the current power of Yuan Pavilion expand out of the human territory? Looking at Luo Xing, Qin Shujian said flatly. Luo Xing said respectfully, reporting to the Qin Emperor, Yuan Pavilion has sent people out many times to establish sub-pavilions. Unfortunately, they have been obstructed by various clans, resulting in the loss of many experts. But we still have not had the chance to establish sub-pavilions. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also understood. Originally, several clans had placed bounties on the human race, so it was not easy to establish sub-pavilions. But during this period, two foreign practitioners have come, saying that they have collected enough materials, and want to ask the Qin Emperor to help them forge top divine weapons. Speaking of this, Luo Xing stole a glance at Qin Shujian, observing the change in his expression. He also knew the two foreign practitioners. They were the experts who had helped the various clans when they attacked the human territory. But at that time, Qin Shujian was not the human emperor. Now he was the human emperor. Whether he was still willing to forge divine weapons was still a question. Qin Shujian's expression did not change. He said casually, let them wait for 2 months. Benhuang has other things to deal with now. If they are willing, let them stay in the East City. What he had promised. Of course, there was no reason to go back on his word. If he went back on his word, then the matter of the bounties on the experts of various clans would be over. Not only that, in the future, it would be even more difficult to get experts from other clans to help the human race. Luo Xing replied respectfully, yes, the human race has already formed an alliance with the nine-headed dog clan. You can let the sub-pavilions be established in the territory of the nine-headed dog clan. If there are experts stopping you, you can tell the dog emperor the identity of Yuan Pavilion. At that time, the dog emperor will not sit by and do nothing, Qin Shujian said. Regarding this, Luo Xing accepted the order respectfully. He did not know when the human race had formed an alliance with the nine-headed dog clan. These things were not things that a small sub-pavilion pavilion master like him was qualified to manage. What Luo Xing could do was to strictly carry out Qin Shujian's orders. As long as he could gain the favor of the Qin Emperor, there would be no problem for him to soar in the future. Or else, it would be difficult to achieve great things. After giving some instructions, Qin Shujian did not stay in the East City for too long. Only when he was leaving, he went to see the East City Lord again. Something would definitely happen when the Black Stone Secret Realm moved to the human territory. So, Qin Shujian also wanted to ask about it personally. After leaving the human territory, his first stop was the North Continent, and then the South Continent. In a month's time, Qin Shujian met about a dozen emperors from various clans. Among them, there were only 4 clans that had really agreed to help the human race. As for the other clans, they did not think highly of the human race and were unwilling to help. As for the 4 clans, Qin Shujian's method of persuasion was very simple. He showed his potential, fooled them again, and finally used Xia Yi's half-rule as bait. The emperors of these clans, they all had a dream of becoming immortals. Half a rule was an irresistible temptation for them. Yes, Xia Yi's half-rule had been sold by Qin Shujian 5 or 6 times. Godslayer was speechless at this moment. Are you really not afraid that you won't be able to take out the rule and will be struck to death by the rule thunder tribulation? This was the first time he had seen someone like Qin Shujian. Good Lord! In more than a month, he had made 5 or 6 rule oaths. More importantly, every rule oath was more or less the same. Godslayer was a little worried that Qin Shujian would not be killed by the demon, but be struck to death by the rule thunder tribulation. After all, there was only half a rule. But there were so many clans that wanted the rule. Godslayer was worried. Qin Shujian did not care at all. Senior, you don't have to worry. Anyway, there are still hundreds of years. When the time comes, I can learn from the other perfected immortals and pull down 2 rules from the long river of rules. How can the rules be pulled down so easily? That kind of strength requires at least a middle 3 perfected immortal. Once the mother river is touched too much, it will definitely attract the rule thunder tribulation. Godslayer did not quite agree and warned, under the rule thunder tribulation, no perfected immortal has ever been unscathed. Be careful not to play yourself to death. He was really worried. Qin Shujian played himself to death. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "It's too late to say this now. Anyway, I've already made the rule oath. It's impossible to go back on it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. If I can't even survive now, how can I talk about 100 years later? At that time, maybe the human race will be attacked by the demon abyss and I will die on the battlefield. I'm going to die. Who cares about the rule thunder tribulation?" From Qin Shujian's point of view, the human race was already in a state of fighting with their backs against the wall. If they could not survive the calamity in front of them, the human race would be destroyed in a few years. After surviving the calamity in front of them, if they could not survive the great calamity of the demon abyss, the human race would also die. If they could survive the great calamity of the demon abyss. From Qin Shujian's point of view, the rule thunder tribulation would not be a threat. He did not forget. According to Godslayer, if he wanted to solve the demon abyss, it was very likely that he would need an existence above the rules. In other words, if he could solve the great calamity of the demon abyss, Qin Shujian might have already become a powerhouse above the rules. Above the rules. Naturally, he would not be bound by the rules. When that time came, even if he really went back on his word, it would not be a big problem. No matter how powerful the rule thunder tribulation was, could it threaten a powerhouse above the rules? To this, Qin Shujian did not believe it. However, in such a short time, it's still very difficult to become an existence above the rules. He sighed with emotion. He was now only at the 6th level of the celestial realm. After the celestial realm, there were still 4 levels waiting for him. The step from the celestial realm to the true immortal realm. Qin Shujian reckoned that he would not have the chance to enter the nirvana realm. After entering the true immortal realm, there were still 9 levels of the true immortal realm waiting for him. At the very most. There were also 13 levels of the true immortal realm. The further he went, the more life sources he needed to improve, the more life sources he needed. Qin Shujian thought for a while and realized that there was not much time left for him. However, he heard his words. Godslayer was speechless. You still want to become an existence above the rules to avoid the rules. Are you awake? What was he thinking? You want to succeed in something that even the Emperor of Heaven did not succeed in? Although speaking of which, Qin Shujian seemed to have potential. It was indeed stronger than the Emperor of Heaven. But no matter how strong his potential was, above the rules, it was not something that could be achieved. Not to mention, in 100 years, he had broken through from the 6th level of the celestial realm. There was no need to consider other things. Just whether he could become an immortal in 100 years was a tough question. Facing doubts, Emperor Qin did not bother to argue. Now, as more and more humans stepped into the cultivation world in the eastern continent, the growth of life sources was also increasing day by day. From the original growth of less than 3 billion per day. Until now, it had reached 3.5 billion per day. The heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture has just been established. Even if I cultivate it, I will not be able to succeed so quickly. In another 1 or 2 years, the life sources will at least double from the current level. Qin Shujian thought to himself. The number of humans was very large. Those who had not stepped into the cultivation world were more than 10 times more than those who had truly stepped into the cultivation world. Under such circumstances, The heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture allowed this group of people to step into the cultivation world. As long as these people succeeded in their cultivation. In that case, he would be able to provide more life force for him. However, there were also disadvantages. No matter how many monsters and wild beasts there were in the eastern continent, there was a limit to their numbers. If all of them were to cultivate, those wild beasts that used to be a great threat to the people would no longer be a threat. In this way, before long, the number of wild beasts in the eastern continent would be reduced by at least half. The only ones that could really survive were those powerful demonic beasts. As for the ordinary demonic beasts, their fates might not be any better. If all of these monsters died out, then the life sources that could be provided would gradually decrease. If all the monsters were killed and turned into rare species, then how could the humans fight them? Qin Shujian was lost in thought. The first thing he did was, he thought of the Dead Sea area. The Dead Sea area was vast and boundless. The number of monsters in it was probably much more than the monsters. But the Dead Sea area was very dangerous. If they really entered the Dead Sea area, with the current strength of the humans, the casualties would be huge. In the Dead Sea area, there were a lot of celestial realm monsters. This was not the most important thing. The real danger was those terrible natural disasters. Facing the powerful monsters, if they were lucky, they could escape. If they encountered the terrible natural disasters, then only death would await them. Seriously speaking, the Dead Sea area was much more dangerous than the other 3 continents. If the humans wanted to set foot in the Dead Sea area, unless they reached the level of ancient times, they could forget about it. It was impossible to enter the Dead Sea area. Qin Shujian looked at the vast land, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Since the Dead Sea area won't work, then the 3 continents will do. Training soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for 1 day. Training alone won't give birth to powerhouses. Only through fighting and killing can the human race produce enough experts. At this moment, in his mind, the thought that emerged was to train the soldiers. With the races of the 3 continents as opponents for the humans to train their soldiers, and at the same time, to harvest their life sources. However, if he wanted to train his soldiers, at the very least, the humans could not be too weak. Even if they could not completely crush them, they had to be on par with them. With the current overall strength of the humans. If the rulers did not make a move, encountering cultivators of other races would not be training their soldiers, but simply sending them to their deaths. He left the southern continent. Qin Shujian did not return to the eastern continent. Instead, he turned around and headed to the western continent. Senior, do you think there's a way to greatly increase the strength of the humans? If you give enough spiritual chi resources, your strength will naturally increase. Godslayer answered simply and straightforwardly. This question, everyone knew. He did not understand why Qin Shujian would ask. The Earth Spirit Secret Realm. Ever since Ling Huang sealed the Secret Realm, the Eldar had all holed up in the Earth Spirit Secret Realm. Many Eldar. They did not know the reason why Ling Huang sealed the Secret Realm. Regarding this, Ling Huang and Pan Huang were also tight-lipped, unwilling to talk about this matter. A mountain peak stood in the Earth Spirit Secret Realm. It was one of the few high mountains in the entire Earth Spirit Secret Realm. Any Earth Spirit clansman, when they saw the mountain peak, they could not help but show respect. Because of that mountain peak. It was the Emperor of the Earth Eldar, the main body of the Earth Ling Huang. And inside the mountain peak, the Earth Ling Huang's spirit body transformed into a human body and sat cross-legged, recovering and nurturing his body. First, he was slashed by Qin Shujian. Then, he was forced to give 2 drops of blood essence. Such a loss. For the Earth Ling Huang, it was enough to cause serious damage to his body. Fortunately, the Earth Eldar also had a strong foundation. After consuming many treasures, the Earth Ling Huang had completely recovered from his injuries. He was still in seclusion. There was only one reason, and that was to take this opportunity to break through to the Nirvana realm. Although the 10th level of the Heaven realm could directly break through to become an immortal without passing through the Nirvana realm. However, only those with outstanding talent were qualified to reach the heavens in one step. The Earthling Huang was very clear. Although his talent was not bad, he was still a little lacking if he wanted to reach the heavens in one step. So, reaching the Nirvana realm was the Earthling Huang's biggest goal. When Ben Huang breaks through to the Nirvana realm, you're dead meat, human. The Earth Spirit Emperor, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his closed eyes. A cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. Since he was in charge of the Eldar, he had never suffered such humiliation. The dignified Earth Eldar Emperor. Not only did he lose two almighty powerhouses, but he, as an emperor, was also unable to take revenge. Moreover, he had to swallow his anger and give the other party 2 drops of blood essence. This matter. It was the pain of the Earthling Huang's life. At this point, he could only comfort himself. Everything he did was for the sake of the Earth Eldar. If it were not for the fact that he was worried that he and Qin Shujian would both be injured and then be taken advantage of by other races, he would not have to endure the humiliation. Soon. I'm about to break through to the Nirvana realm. As long as I break through to the Nirvana realm and then break through to become a true immortal, I will be able to bring back the glory of the ancient Earth Eldar. The Earthling Huang looked a little excited. The Earth Eldar's heyday was when it had a true immortal. If he could break through to the true immortal realm, then the Earth Eldar would be able to regain its ancient strength. However, the Earthling Huang thought of the Almighty who was about to die in the Eldar, and his face darkened. Soon, his gloomy face returned to normal. It did not matter if the Almighty was gone. As long as he became an immortal, he could still slowly cultivate. Immediately, the Earthling Huang entered the cultivation state. He already had a premonition. He had officially walked out of the limit of the 10th level of the celestial being realm. After walking to the limit of this realm, 1 step forward would be the Nirvana realm, and 2 steps at the same time would be the true immortal realm. Therefore, what the Earthling Huang needed to do now was to take the first step. In the outside world. Because the Earth Spirit secret realm was sealed. The city here was completely occupied by other cultivators. After all, there was a reason why the Earth Eldar was able to establish their clan here. Not to mention anything else. The spiritual energy in the Earth Eldar's territory was much denser than in other places. Dense spiritual energy. For any living creature, it was an irresistible temptation. Because only abundant spiritual energy. Only then could one's cultivation improve faster. Geniuses needed spiritual energy to cultivate, and mediocre people needed spiritual energy to cultivate. If I'm not wrong, there should be a spirit vein here, and it's at least a medium-sized spirit vein. Walking in the Earth Eldar's territory, Qin Shujian immediately saw the clues. It was not the first time he had come to the Eldar's territory, but the last time he came. It was purely to find trouble and fight. It happened in a hurry. Qin Shujian did not carefully comprehend too much. It was not until this time that he stepped into the Earth Eldar's territory that he truly sensed the location of the spirit vein. The Godslayer said, "That's right, there is a medium-sized spirit vein, and it's not smaller than the one in your Chen Yuan realm. The spirit vein is a good thing. If it can be transplanted to the eastern continent, the spiritual energy of the human clan will increase by a lot." Qin Shujian said. Then, he turned his gaze to the void. There was nothing there. But Qin Shujian knew that there was an entrance to the Earth Spirit secret realm there. After his cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the celestial realm, his perception became even sharper. The entrance to the secret realm was hidden in the void, and it was extremely difficult to detect. But in front of Qin Shujian, it was no secret. Qin Shujian's hand flashed, and a stone saber appeared there. Then, the Godslayer slashed down. A desolate and ancient aura swept through the world, and the terrifying saber light easily cut open the entrance to the Earth Spirit secret realm. In an instant, the Earth Spirit secret realm shook. All the Eldar cultivators looked at the saber light that tore open the sky in horror, not understanding what had happened. Pan Huang, who was cultivating, At this moment, he suddenly woke up. Looking at the saber light that tore open the sky of the secret realm, his heart skipped a beat. Because in Pan Huang's eyes, this saber light was a little familiar. Soon, he realized what was going on. Qin Shujian. Pan Huang's expression changed. He did not expect that the Eldar would still linger after the Earth Spirit secret realm had been sealed. Not only that, he even forcefully broke open the sealed entrance to the secret realm. At this moment, Ling Huang was in seclusion to seek a breakthrough, so Pan Huang had no choice but to appear. He saw his spirit body dissipate. A huge mountain shook and then turned into a huge stone man. The stone man took a step forward. The void collapsed. In the next moment, he appeared outside the secret realm. Seeing the familiar person in front of him, Pan Huang said in a deep voice, "Qin Shujian, my clan has already sealed the secret realm. Why are you still forcing us? Do you really think that the Eldar is afraid of you? Ask Ling Huang to come out and see Ben Huang." Qin Shujian looked at Pan Huang in front of him and said calmly, "Ben Huang?" Pan Huang felt that the way Qin Shujian addressed him was not right, but he did not care. Anyway, whether the other party called himself emperor or not, it had nothing to do with the Eldar. Hearing this, Pan Huang said coldly, "My emperor is not in the mood to see guests. Please go back. P.S. Let's talk about the rest of the day." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.